Happy Saturday, everybody. Welcome to the OfflineTV Holiday Charity Valorant Invitational. My name's Seltzer, and I'm so excited to be hosting this event this weekend, and I couldn't have asked for a better pair of casters to join me than DDK and Van Silly. So, gentlemen, come forth. Let us hang together and prepare ourselves for 10 plus 1 final game of Valorant. We're going to have a best of round robin with our 5 teams. That's 5 games today, 5 games tomorrow, and then we're going to have our top players duke it out on Sunday. But we'll get into that later. Let's talk about you guys. Van Silly, DDK, you have been around the world of Valorant since we last checked in with you for one of these charity invitationals.
True.
DDK, Van Silly, DDK, why don't you start us off? Tell us about your adventures. Tell us what you've been up to.
Cute t-shirt, DDK.
Really nice, right?
Yeah, this stuff is so cute. It's crazy. Man, the offline TV people know how to make stuff wholesome. I'll say that much. Because it's so awesome.
Show the back.
The back?
I actually do want to see the back. I actually do want to. Do I have anything?
That's what I was talking about.
It's actually quite cute. Yeah, I actually am wearing something as well. I actually, after doing the Offline TV Charity Invitational #1, the last one us 3 did together, I was like, man, everybody's so wholesome. I've been watching and following the YouTube videos and the content that I've been pulling out for Offline TV. I've been loving it. So I was like, you know what? I need to support the group. Went to go buy a hoodie. And it's great to travel the world and do Valorant, but now I'm back home. I'm in the comfort of my own seat. I'm sweating in the hoodie because I have my heater on because it's cold in Montreal. But I'm glad that I'm here with you guys, and we're going to have some fun this weekend.
Yeah, I am thrilled for the game.
Last time I did this, Rachel, I don't know, like 4 a.m. and I was in Montenegro. It's quite nice to actually be on a normal time zone. I'm in Austin right now, so it's, it feels good. feels good. I can't wait. This was so much fun last time.
Yeah, we're glad to have you awake this time. So everyone, we've had our coffee, we're all set, and I hope you at home are ready. We're going to be asking a lot of you, even if you're just watching, because this is a fundraiser for charity, but also we're going to do giveaways all throughout the show today and the show tomorrow. So keep an eye on chat, keep an eye on those links, and get ready to participate. But let's talk about what the tournament is going to be. We've got a look at the format here, and as I said before, we've got about 25 friends in the mix. We got 5 teams of some of the best streamers from around the web, and they are going to be duking it out in a single round robin. And that is half played today, half played tomorrow. So you're going to get to see 5 games of action today, 5 games of action tomorrow, and then we are going to wrap it up with one more best of 1 final between the top 2 teams. So, gentlemen, we got tiebreakers, maybe. We got standard Valorant rules. What have those been over the course of your Valorant experience, Vansily?
Pretty good so far. I don't know about you, Dan, but I know that we had conversations around like the max rounds in Valorant. Usually, if you're new to Valorant, then you're playing 12 rounds a half, and then the first one to 13 kind of wins. But if you're looking at other tactical shooters, then sometimes people think it should be MR15 or whatnot, and first 15 wins. I kind of like the format that we have with how fast these games are going and how the economy plus the ultimate are currently counted into play.
Yeah, you get like a few moments, a few times in the match to kind of adjust your game plan or your strategy, and then that's kind of it. I think it actually works out super well, and the overtime as well is a lot shorter than other methods. You get one. You have to win two rounds in a row, basically, and you get a chance at playing attack and playing defense 1 time each. And then that's it. So it's super straightforward, and it's also super consistent with what you play in matchmaking in the game. So anyone who's played Valorant knows how the pros play it. They play it the same way.
So you're familiar with how the pros play it. And Vansily, DDK, you have seen a lot of professional Valorant. Well, our players today, this weekend, they're so good that we had to throw some extra rules into the mix. So I want to remind everyone at home, you in chat will be choosing what maps these teams play on. That's a big one right off the bat.
Oh, yeah.
But on top of that, we're sprinkling in some knife rounds, guys. Round 1, round 13. How do you think that's going to change things up?
I think it's going to be fun. I think this is reminiscent to the first time we actually had the tournament, because we did have the knife rounds as well in round 1 and 13. And we also had listen-ins while we were doing that then. And I remember you and I just had, like, I know I could hear you smile through the microphone because it was just fun and wholesome for these guys to like trash talk and have fun while they knife. So I'm looking forward for these rounds for sure.
Well, a big part of the fun is our teams, of course. Let's take a look at the rosters of our teams that are going to be playing this weekend. We have assembled, as I said, the best of the best, from entertainment to skill to just doing it, guys. Just being there. So first up, we got Team Disguised Toast. What do you think of this roster?
I think it's actually a pretty good roster because I got to give a shout out to somebody that actually reached out to Dan and myself called Bilbo the King, and he actually they came up with a document to actually support us with everything that's been going on with every single one of these teams and players. And overall, what I could put together is that every single one of these players from the last time that we saw them, from the OfflineTV charity invitation number 1 to this one for the holiday charity, everybody has gone up in rank. So I know when we talk about seeing a lot of pro play and how expensive it could be and how difficult it could be, I think we're going to see some great gameplay from these players too.
Yeah, we'll see if there's any kind of mirroring of like the pro metas right now, or if stuff's going to be off meta. And the fun thing about Valorant is that the meta doesn't really matter like massively. So it's about kind of synergizing and kind of how well you work together ultimately. So it's going to be fun to kind of draw those contrasts and comparisons.
Our second team here is Team Lily Pichu, and we've seen a lot of actually all these names were in the last tournament. Shonik did great, Shifter did great, Secudo, and Yavani, all these players, we did mix up the rosters a little bit, so they don't have the same synergies they had before.
Correct.
But, DDK, Team Lily Pichu here. Anybody stand out to you as far as player names?
I think Team Lily did pretty well last time. I mean, firstly, one thing I think glossed over actually with Disguised Toast is that they actually won the last tournament, and I don't think on paper were necessarily the favorites for that, but they did it through strategy. I think Team Lily Pichu definitely has a solid shot to win this. We've got a lot of like good players. I don't know that we've had a lot of activity from players like Shonik for example. But I think, I don't know, I like the team dynamic last time. I think, again, chemistry is a big part of this. And last time, Team Lily Pichu, I think, had a really great amount of cohesion. So I think I'm predicting Lily Pichu's team to do very well. I think I'm seeing the finals. I'm seeing the finals out of Team Lily.
Already?
I'm writing every prediction you make down, boys. Just so you know.
Okay, I'm ready for predictions. I'm down for predictions.
All right, well, why don't we take a look at this next team here, Team Poke, and why don't we hear your predictions, Vance Lily, based on who she's got playing for?
See, that's why I think this one could be the contender of one of the grand finalists, in my opinion, because, not gonna lie, I've been watching a lot of Pokemon streams, and I've been watching her stream a lot of Valorant. I know she loves this game a lot, and also she is quite cracked as a namer. So when you're looking at crosshair placement, just movement, game sense, and all that stuff, she has it down pat. And when you have also Binance, that's a great variety streamer that plays a lot of tactical FPSs herself, and Fuslie, that was actually part of Team Lily's team the last time around, where Team Lily got second place. I feel that the story of the underdogs that we saw, by the way, at Champions, continue to reign into the Offline TV Holiday Invitational, because I'm going to go with the storyline of the underdogs that are still going to do well.
Yeah, I think I'll add as well with Poke's team that I feel like there's a lot of star power there. I remember seeing, we saw Poke last time, just owning everybody on Icebox. I think it was with Raze as well. Like,
yes, she loves Raze.
Definitely someone that's got a lot of experience playing Valorant, and I would expect to see big numbers output by Poke for sure, and Binance as well.
Skilled player, and they're gonna need those big numbers, because another team they're gonna have to face off is Team Jojo, and this one features Masayoshi and Quarter Date, which are gonna be playing with the couple buff now. And I wonder, having played with your significant other in competitive FPS games, is that a buff? Dan, I'm going to hand this question to you, and I'm doing this with the full awareness that Bree might be somewhere within earshot, so your answer is yes.
Hey, you know what? It depends, doesn't it? On any given day, it could be different. It's very difficult. It's either the buff or the anti-buff. It's like one end of the spectrum. I don't think you can predict it.
Yeah,
it's one of those two things.
And the other time, again, looking back at the last tournament, they actually played in separate teams. So Quarter J was playing for Team Michael Reeves, and then Masayoshi was actually playing for Team Lily. Now they get to play together, and we all know in the Valorant community, if you actually follow the Valorant community, everybody talks about girlfriend buff, boyfriend buff, or like, I wish this was us, I miss her, I miss him. Like, all this kind of like, all these tweets where, people seem to be kind of lonely and need that extra buff. In terms of a significant other to play well in Valorant, I think it's going to turn out quite well. But joking aside, I think both those players, Masayoshi and Quarter Jade, are actually quite high into the Immortal ranks now, most recently in the season. So this, for me, is probably going to be the other the other finalists, going into the grand final of tomorrow. But who knows? Again, story of the underdog.
I think it's a similar thing for me as well. Very quickly with Masayoshi, very good player, maybe one of the best players in the tournament, especially. Remembering the level that Masayoshi had last time around, so very dangerous. Totally agree.
Yeah, this is an excellent Mr. and Mrs. Smith duo, because I remember Quarter Jade's performance in the last tournament as well. She was on fire.
Oh, yeah.
The two of them together make a very scary roster. Of course, rounding out our teams, we've also got Team Scarra, FPS Prodigy. We found out last time around. Can he help carry his team to victory this time? Oh, he's got a pretty good shot at it looking at the rest of his roster. DDK, what do you think?
Yeah, I think this was another team as well that I felt like was pretty impressive. I think one of the factors, though, in this tournament for me is the fun factor. And I really like the banter coming out of Scarra in particular. So from fun factor, I feel like this is definitely towards the top for me. And I think from a performance standpoint as well, last time around, I think we saw pretty good stuff out of Scarra, Peter Park, Valkyrie kind of jumped straight into my mind in terms of just seeing them working well together.
I agree. Even Scarra, if I'm not mistaken, was mainly playing the Raze as well. And I know that yesterday he was hopping on his stream after playing some TFT to say, yo, I gotta start practicing and grinding some Valorant, because I definitely want to come up on top. Like last time they got fifth place, in the charity invitational, so they want to go a little bit higher. I know there's a lot of fun trash talk that we had from Peter Park at the same time too. Very, very funny streamer at the same time. And Valkyrie, for me, it was her Viper play into the Viper's pit. So this was also mentioned by Bilbo the King, where he was able to get to the clutch situation into these rounds. So I'm looking forward for this to see what's going to happen. Everybody upgrading in ranks, like I said, when they kept practicing. And I'm going to reconnect because apparently my mic is down.
Well, while you do that, Vancilla, you do bring up a great point. While you're watching all of these players compete here on this channel, you can also tune into their individual streams and give them some support. So if you want to really get a close look at what Scarra or what Valkyrie is doing, you can hop on over there. But I'm going to give you something important to remember. As you're here watching our Offline TV channel, as you are watching on the individual streams, I want you to keep in mind that this is the holiday charity Valorant tournament. It is even a holiday charity Valorant tournament. All those syllables together, kind of tough. But the point is, we're trying to raise money for a really awesome cause. And well, I'm going to tell you a little bit more of that in just a second. So we've got Thankmas, the cause we're raising money for. And I was reading into them before we went up on the broadcast this weekend, and I am pretty impressed with their mission. We get right into it. You back? Are you back, Van?
I think I'm back.
I can see your face now.
I'm trying different things. I'm going to try different browsers to see how it goes, but hopefully we're going to be good. If not, I'm just going to try to mime every single broadcast that we do. So I'm actually going to be the color commentator for Dan, and Dan, I'm going to probably just mime it up. So you're just going to have to whole wait for the whole day.
I'm just going to hit you in the corner,
Yeah, exactly. Boom butt, satchel charge.
Land the plane.
Oh, it's going to be good times. It's going to be good times for sure.
Oh, well, I'm glad to have you back. And just in time, let's take a closer look at the charity we're raising money for today. That is, of course, Thankmas, and 100% of the funds raised for this event will be donated to charity. This time around, it is Thankmas and News Story. We're raising that money through Tiltify. You're going to see the link come up in that. You can find the link on the page on any of our streamers that are playing today in the tournament. Their individual channels should also have a link for you. And we're raising for News Story because they provide homes and 3D printed homes to people living with inadequate shelter. So thank you to the Twitch Women's Alliance, AIM Lab, and the Riot Games Social Impact Fund. Type !donate in chat for a link to donate. And again, like I said, there's all kinds of ways that you can find that link. The important thing is, it's the time of year where maybe you start thinking about people around the world who don't get to enjoy all the great things we do, like charity Valorant Invitationals, and how we can help bring them into all the wonderful things we enjoy. Well, first step is getting them shelter, is making sure that they are safe and cared for, and that's a great reason to support this charity.
Yeah.
And I don't know, you guys, I think we're going to have another opportunity to support another charity later on today. We'll talk about that shortly, but what do you guys think of Thankmas?
I think this is awesome. Again, me being a French Canadian, so I'm from Montreal. I also lived 5 years in Toronto, and very, very sadly, is the more and more now that you're driving out around the streets or doing groceries, whatever, and you're more downtown. You're starting to see more and more of these tents or these makeshift shelters that unfortunately people are currently putting out in the streets just to survive the wintertime. So I think these are great ways and nice initiatives. At least for what they're currently doing with Thankmas for their regions, which is a great thought. Now it's also to try to get that support from the government at the same time and say, look, we should be able to put these shelters up for these people too, and not just let them breathe.
Yeah, it's really cool as well to see just the advent of 3D printing as a mode to actually accomplish this, because that seems like something that will be very scalable as well. So it's awesome to be able to support an effort like this, which is using obviously new developments in technology to facilitate charitable efforts like this. So I think it's super cool, and I think it's just perfect for this tournament.
Yeah. I love that Offline TV has chosen this cause. I love that more people are aware of it because of them. So thanks, Offline TV. Thank you, everyone, for donating. You can keep an eye on our fundraising thermometer throughout the weekend. We're really hoping to hit that goal there. And I know with all the wonderful people involved and watching, we can definitely do it. And you're not going to go home empty-handed, viewers. We've got a lot in store for you as well. And so maybe we should do our first giveaway of the day as a thank you for joining us, for sticking with us through the intro, and to prepare you for what is to come today. So let's kick things off. Our first round of giveaways, we're giving away 20 North American $10 Valorant point gift cards to chat. So use !giveaway and you can enter the chat and follow the instructions, and that could be yours. They are North American points, so
Mm.
just stay aware of that, our international viewers.
And I think it's kind of cool because at the same time, there's a new skin pack that just came out, and one of them has like the it's like the Christmas spirit ones. So like the knife is actually like a snow globe on the top of a pole. And if actually some of these streamers or some of the players today or even this weekend for these knife rounds in round number 1 and 13, and I see that snow globe, I might start being a little bit giddy.
Yeah, they're super awesome. I think this pack is much better than last year.
Yeah, I'm like, what would I spend my money on first? I don't know. I don't own very much of the store. Do you guys sort by like new when you go and you look in the cosmetics? Do you sort by like cheapest? Like what's your play?
The tough part about Valorant is that it's always in a certain period of time. So or it comes and then it goes. And then you buy one skin, you buy the bundle, but if you buy the bundle, you should get like the knife for free and stuff like that too. So I always end up buying the whole bundle. I spend too much money in this game.
Yeah, they right know what they're doing.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
And they purposely, I think, release like skin packs like the minima that no one really wants. I think to just kind of they know how to like hit the buttons to make you spend. So it's this one was a must purchase as well for me, as many of them are, almost all of them. It's insane.
I love it. I love that, so many of the people in my life are invested in fashion in a way that they never were when it came to their physical clothes. We see a lot of people really styling in game these days, and I like dressing up my avatar, my agents as well. You know what? We have another tournament running this weekend that perhaps we should also make you aware of, because you're going to be seeing clips of it throughout the weekend, and it's going to blow your mind. It is the AIM Lab bonus 10K tournament. Gentlemen, do you want to walk us through this one? DDK, perhaps? I could think of no one more suited to tell us a little bit more about this.
Well, essentially, for those of you that are familiar with AIM Lab, it's an aim trainer that will help you to improve your aiming skills with a mouse, and also we'll be having as well a more console-friendly controller support coming through at some point as well. But for now, with the mouse and keyboard, you can get to practicing with AIM Lab to specifically improve your aiming skills to help you perform better when you're playing the FPS games that you care about. And for this tournament in particular, we're going to have everybody playing and submitting their runs for Grid Shot. So for those of you that are familiar with AIM Lab, you probably have seen Grid Shot already. And so we'll be checking in with that across the day to see who of OTV is going to be the best at Grid Shot.
And there's an important reason you want to be the best at Grid Shot based on your score as well, because we will be awarding the highest scoring player at the end of AIM Lab Tourniception with $10,000 to donate to a charity of their choice. It doesn't have to be Thankmas. Any charity that touches their heart, they can send that money on over to. They just have to get the highest score in, yes, I said it and I heard you giggle, Van Silly, the AIM Lab Tourniception.
I love it.
Tournament within a tournament.
I just love it. I thought I was going to say it as a joke before, but then we're actually using it. So I'm down with it.
That's how good the joke was. They're like, yeah, no, it's the title now.
Listen, I'm an old guy, so any type of dad jokes or anything like that, I'm down. Right? So.
Oh, we're here for the dad jokes. We got them coming all weekend. I'm not fast on the puns. I've got to summon my inner like toffees for that one. But DDK, I'll be looking at you to back me up on the silliness.
Oh yeah! Oh, by the way, Fancy and I just did an AIM Lab tournament just yesterday, so we're ready for this.
True. Yeah. Oh yeah. We had plenty of dad jokes going on to that one too, and even just the AIM Lab in general. Like so far, once we get to these breaks and we see these AIM Lab sessions come out from the players, the ones that they submitted, you're gonna see it's not as easy as it looks. Actually, it looks very intimidating. Especially when I was watching like the pros do the Grid Shot, for example, Dan. And then after that, I was like, you know what? I'll finally download it. I'll finally try it. It's not too bad, but there's no way I'm at the scores that these guys could do of like 100,000.
Yeah, I do believe our viewers are going to be very impressed when they watch some of the streamers today competing in the AIM Lab Grid Shot Challenge, because, it's wild. It is very difficult, and it is very much a homework lesson in AIM. So that is our tourniception that is happening. Of course, that is happening within our greater tournament, which is the Holiday Valorant Invitational for charity. And I think it's time we got ready for our first match, but there's an important step we have to take before each of our matches. That is to hand over the vote for the map to chat. So chat, Keep an eye on when that pops up. You're going to be given the option of several maps to choose from, and whichever one you pick, well, that's where our teams are headed. And our first two teams of the day are Scarra and Jojo. DDK, Vansili, where do people typically like to feel each other out in Valorant? Like, what would you say, Vansili, is the best map to get a sense of how the other team's going to play?
I think the most common one and that people enjoy the most would probably be around Haven or Ascent for me, to be honest with you. Haven seems like the most basic one in terms of like a tactical FPS of like one site and two sites, but Haven has a third one. But Haven seems to be like the most common one that people like the most. I see a lot of Bind in the chat, and I love Bind, but I hear that a lot of pros in North America and especially North America actually hate Bind.
Why is that?
I don't know. It's got to be something about the teleporters, or because a map like Bind doesn't really have a true middle. It has like a short A and a sand slides to go towards B and A. There is none of that middle control that allows you to rotate easier from left one side to the other, except from using a very, very, very loud teleport.
Yeah, that like a map control dynamic, I think for sure. It makes it harder. I think pros feel like there's more variance. You got to make more kind of gambles because of that, and the pros don't like that. But I would echo the sentiment of Haven and Ascent for sure. I'm with Vansili on this one.
All right. Well, we will see very shortly where our chat has chosen to send them. Waiting on that information. I can drop down. I can look at the poll. It looks like it's going to go to Icebox. They're over 50% selecting that one. So. Okay. As a map to start things out on, DDK, what do you think we are going to learn about these teams? What separates the pew-pewers from the AFKers?
I think you know, the way you open that, the pew-pewers, I think that's what we're going to see on Icebox. Yep. This is a map super open. It's one of the most simplistic maps in professional play. It's one of the most predictable maps in terms of how the pros will play it. Just really a lot of it comes down to just being able to hit your shots in the open spaces of Icebox. So we'll get to kind of see who's on form individually, and if who's able to hit those crazy headshots. That's what this will be about for me.
Well, fantastic. I think we might be getting ready for Trash Talk. So with that assessment, DDK, I'm going to let you gentlemen go rest your voices for just a second. And I'm going to bring in the captains of our two teams, Scarra and Jojo, and we're going to get a sense of how they're feeling for this matchup. Oh, hello, gentlemen. Both of you look fantastic. I can almost hear you now. Why don't you say hello to me and prove it? Beautiful. I don't know. But I can hear you, so that's good for me.
Yo, yo, yo.
Oh, I can hear both of you. You both sound awake, ready. No?
Me?
All right, I got you now. Fantastic. Good morning. Good to see you guys. Way to kick off the show. It's going to be your two teams facing off. Scarra, last I checked in, FPS Prodigy still the case coming into this weekend?
Oh, unmute.
Hold on. Someone said me. Okay, my bad. I'm good up here. Can you hear me?
Testing.
Testing. 1, 2, 3.
1, 2. Hello.
1, 2.
Come in.
Wait, are we good?
I think we're good. Everything is awesome.
Right.
Everything's great.
Excellent.
You were telling us how you are actually more known as an FPS prodigy than you were perhaps the last time we faced off here.
Exactly, yeah. Like recently I picked up a new FPS game, Tarkov, and I'm just as good as that one as every other one.
Yeah, so have you been getting most of your practice for the Valorant Charity Invitational in Tarkov?
Some would say yes. And I did play quite a bit yesterday, and I gotta say I did frag out.
I've heard stories.
Some of those games.
Tales of
Tell
Scarra.
those tales, Masayoshi. Tell me, man.
I've actually heard nothing. Where are the clips, Scarra? Everyone on Twitter, we're all waiting.
I feel like it's quite apt that we're both playing each other because we're both famous for the same character. I'm just wondering, are you going to be playing Raze?
Yeah, I'm gonna bust out Raze. Game 1.
Icebox.
Yeah.
Yo, are you worried? You a little scared?
No. My favorite Raze map. Yep.
I have a question. How comfortable is your couch?
A nice 9 out of 10 actually.
You're gonna be sleeping there later tonight.
After saturating Jody, it's probably gonna be the cat tree. I'm gonna be honest.
Oh god.
Sky, is this a questioning of the effectiveness of the couple buff that Massa and Quarter Jade are gonna get here? Are you saying this is not gonna work out in their favor?
Well, you know what? Despite their best effort, I heard they were pivotal in balancing the teams. And I look at the teams, I'm like, wow, dude. John Jody on the same team. That's gonna be a hard team. And then I look at my team, and I'm like, wow, we got June. That's gonna be a hard person to deal with. But you know what? Despite their best, efforts, I think we'll still come out on top.
Excuse me, we have Broden, Myung, and Brooke. You better be quaking on those sides.
And we have June, so we have quite a big handicap. But you know what? Despite that, I think we'll still come out on top.
Yeah, it's pretty true.
Well, I do love your confidence, Scarra, but I do want you to be maybe a little more positive to Masayoshi. Masayoshi, maybe some festive cheers for Scarra. Do you happen to have any?
Festive cheers?
Yeah, festive cheers, I was told.
Like a happy holidays type thing?
That might be it.
Like, Scar, you want to have a mistletoe moment, or
a mistletoe?
If we meet in the middle, if we meet in the middle of the webcams, I think it's this way. Well,
wait.
Oh, thank you.
I got you, fam.
Good job.
We're gonna see that on Twitter for sure.
Well, Scar, I don't know how you're gonna follow that up, but any festive cheers for Masayoshi?
Happy holidays, Merry Christmas. I hope you don't get coal in your stockings when he comes down the little chute into your apartment.
You didn't have
late
to.
at night, by himself.
Thanks, buddy.
Pass all your alarms.
What are you playing right now?
Big Jody fan. Wait, what?
What are you playing right now? I hear the inputs.
I hear the creams. You know when you're bored, you just run around and use your knife on walls. That's me right now.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Oh, well, Scar, I don't want to hear that you're bored. I think it is time to let both of you guys get on into the match and get started with our first game of the day. So thanks for saying hi and talking to me. I'm throwing it over now to Vansily and DDK.
Alrighty, thank you so much.
Thanks, guys.
Good luck, Scarra.
Absolutely fantastic. We are going to get right into this match in just a few seconds, but beforehand, it's me. It's me on the full screen. So, nice hanging out with you, and I've got Vansily and DDK back now, so I feel a little less lonely. Thanks, guys.
We are back.
What did you think of the holiday?
You know what, Dan? We're gonna do it off.
We were asking for it specifically. I think they nailed it. An exceptionally vague concept. The holiday cheers.
Boom.
The festive cheers.
We're back. Rachel, we just had to join you in your channel.
Yeah, that's good. I just kept talking until one of you started talking.
And then we did the same
all
thing.
together.
And then hopefully, chat. Apologies. Hopefully, my mic has been fixed. If not, we'll figure it out as we go. But
nice.
just to digest a little bit into that into the festive trash talk, I actually kind of like it. We're gonna see some Raze diff going into Icebox. Seems like Masayoshi and Scar are both gonna be running a Raze, and we're gonna have fun calling out the Raze diff going into this matchup.
Yeah, the Raze diff is certainly a thing. Again, like I mentioned, previously we saw Pokey just smashing people with the Raze, and I think it's such a good agent to kind of get in there and you're double satcheling in. You got the showstopper and everything like that. So there's a lot of action and initiation. It's a great agent to take point for your team, to lead by example.
Oh yeah,
you're the one that takes the you're the sacrificial lamb going in first. So we'll see how well that works out for them.
Mm-hmm.
Now, how would you want to build a team? I did see Scar raise some eyebrows about Raze on Icebox. So what do you build around Raze to make it the most effective team? Because obviously, maybe we're going to see a mirror match, or we might see different takes on this perspective, Vansily.
Yeah, I think especially looking at the offline TV tournaments, most players would kind of play like their comfort pick. But if you want to look at it from like a basic pro setting, Raze is actually a very good pick on this map. A lot of teams kind of like to go for like this double duelist if it's not like a Raze and it's going to be arena combined with a jet, but if not necessarily, you're going to bring up a Viper in your comp, because that's going to be probably the biggest agent to bring out to allow for you to get into these site hits and get easier play.
Well,
it would be cool to see like a Sentinel, something like a Cypher or Killjoy as well, to just kind of have the information around the map so that when your duelists are kind of running around trying to make plays, you're able to kind of move your team around more because you can kind of lean on that utility from the Sentinels. So that's something as well that we'll kind of keep our eye on. See, which team is going to go for more of a tactical information-based approach and which team is going to go for maybe more of the brute force approach.
Well, it's funny you mentioned running around DDK because I think that's what one of our players in this next match is doing. We're going to go to a quick break, track them down, and then we're going to jump into our first match of the day. Don't go anywhere. Remember, please consider donating in your spare time while nothing's going on so you don't miss anything while you tap away. And keep an eye out for giveaways to come. But we'll see you in just a couple minutes.
Next week, we have interviews for new employees, so make sure you guys are all there because it's really important that we find the right people, okay?
I like your car. Thanks, dude. It's my favorite.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the official first ever OTV Sumo tournament to determine the very best OTV members.
Bonk. Why am I doing
Get your arm.
this?
Come on, get your hand in the game, okay? Get your hand in the game.
Go!
Oh, hit her in the dick.
Okay? Oh, go! And that's a win for Ivan!
Coach, did I do it? Am I a winner? And will my mom be proud?
No.
The semifinals between Michael Reeves and Poke Iman. Go. Oh my god! Pokey wins the epic clash. Yvonne and Disguised Toast.
Fuck, he's meditating on something.
He's asking his master for forgiveness
God,
right
he's
now.
astral projecting. He's going into Yvonne's head.
Go! Oh my god! He wins! 3, 2, 1!
I'm the
What a win!
Yvonne moves on to the next round by 10.
Fire, 3, 2, 1, go! Oh my god, it fires off to a great start.
Wait, Toast, you haven't heard of my move?
No, what's your move?
What the?
Oh!
I'll never walk. Let's go.
The number 1 OTV waves.
This is pretty.
Who's this?
Bring it on!
Okay. Go! For the greatest. Oh!
Bring it on! Oh, let's fucking go!
A 1v3. Go! Congratulations.
Alright. This event was a surprise announcement of our lovely 3 new members, John, Jody, and Sid, who I'm sure you guys are so hyped to see in OTV videos as we are.
No, we can't wait to be here and be a part of everything, and thank you so much for supporting us.
Thank you. Oh, yeah.
Hey guys, Thanksgiving's coming up and we were going to make a feast. The problem is we don't know how to cook. So we found
I knew you were going to do that.
Oh my god.
That was a classic.
That's a classic. That's a classic.
What we're doing today is a arcade Olympics of sorts.
Oh, it's a mass genocide! Oh! This is an any percent farming route, highest score. So I do one slide, perfect execution. Second slide, perfect execution. One spin, big. Two spin, big. Don't even wait for the results. Come back to the first one. Doesn't matter where it goes, it's all random. Doesn't matter where it goes, it's all random. Back to the spinning machine.
What's up, guys? My name is Jay, and we are OTV. Today, we are playing our version of hide and seek, and this is our prize. It's a computer sponsored by MSI.
Let's go! He did it!
Welcome to the annual OfflineTV Hide and Seek Challenge. This year, we rented out a sprawling Hollywood mansion. Our friend Jay joined us all the way from South Korea to be our seeker. Here's some of his music. With plenty of space to hide, our seeker's gonna have their work cut out for them. It's gonna be really hard.
Next week, we have interviews for new employees, so make sure you guys are all there because it's really important that we find the right people, okay?
I like your car. Thanks, dude. It's my favorite.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the official first ever OTV Sumo tournament to determine the very best OTV members.
Bonk. Why am I doing
Get your arm.
this?
Come on, get your hand in the game, okay? Get your hand in the game.
Go!
Oh, hit her in the dick.
Okay? Oh, go! And that's a win for Ivan!
Coach, did I do it? Am I a winner? And will my mom be proud?
No.
The semifinals between Michael Reeves and Poke Iman. Go. Oh my god! Pokey wins the epic clash. Yvonne and Disguised Toast.
Fuck, he's meditating on something.
He's asking his master for forgiveness right
He's
now.
astral projecting. He's going into Yvonne's head.
Go! Oh my god! He
Oh yeah!
I'm the win.
Yvonne moves on to the next round by 10.
Fire. 3, 2, 1, go! Oh my god! It fires off to a great start.
Wait, Toast, you haven't heard of my move?
No, what's your move?
What the?
Oh!
I'll never walk again. Let's go.
The #1 OTV Wade.
This is pretty.
Who's this?
Bring it on!
Okay. Go! For the greatest. Oh!
Bring it on! Oh, let's fucking go!
A 1v3. Go! Congratulations.
Alright. This event was a surprise announcement of our lovely 3 new members, John, Jody, and Sid, who I'm sure you guys are so hyped to see in OTV videos as we are.
And we can't wait to be here and be a part of everything. And thank you so much for supporting us.
Thank you. Oh, yeah.
Hey guys, Thanksgiving's coming up and we were going to make a feast. The problem is we don't know how to cook. So we found
I knew you were going to do that.
oh my god.
That was a classic.
That's a classic. That's a classic.
What we're doing today is a arcade Olympics of sorts.
Oh, it's a mass genocide! Oh! This is an any percent farming route, highest score. So I do one slide, perfect execution. Second slide, perfect execution. One spin, big. Two spin, big. Don't even wait for the results. Come back to the first one. Doesn't matter where it goes, it's all random. Doesn't matter where it goes, it's all random. Back to the spinning machine.
What's up, guys? My name is Jay, and we are OTV. Today, we are playing our version of hide and seek, and this is our prize. It's a computer sponsored by MSI.
Let's go! He did it!
Welcome to the annual OfflineTV Hide and Seek Challenge. This year, we rented out a sprawling Hollywood mansion. Our friend Jay joined us all the way from South Korea to be our seeker. Here's some of his music. With plenty of space to hide, our seeker's gonna have their work cut out for them. It's gonna be really hard.
Next week, we have interviews for new employees, so make sure you guys are all there because it's really important that we find the right people, okay?
Welcome back. The Offline TV Invitational. Van Silly. We're going to Icebox. It's a good place to start things off. How do you feel about it?
I'm just kidding. We went from a scuffed mic to me just pretending that my mic was muted. I'm hoping that the mic is fixed this time.
I was like, checking Discord. Why are you trolling me right away, man?
Yeah, no, you know, I like toying with people's hearts. But yeah, I'm super excited for the Icebox game, actually. It's a great way to kick things off. The thing is, for me, Dan, is every time we watch Icebox games, for me, I find it being very one-dimensional. So if you're actually a fan of Valorant, or if you watch at least a little bit of Valorant, then you kind of know how Icebox is going to be played. So I kind of want to know for both of these teams, for Scarra, for Team Jojo, are they going to use this type of strategy used on a pro scene? Or again, as I mentioned before we went to break, if it's going to be more comfort picks and go with just the all-out pew-pew as we mentioned before.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting map in the sense that you can kind of just... You don't have to worry about the information game as much. You can just walk into a site. You can kind of just try to do that if you want to, and it can work. It can work even at the top level.
Oh,
and
yeah.
That's, I think, why a lot of the top teams don't like the map as much, because they feel like, you know, in terms of being a pro, there's so much value you can get on other maps through the mid round and through just you know, having a map that opens up more strategic options.
Yeah.
But Icebox doesn't have as many as other maps tend to.
Yeah.
So it does lend itself a lot to mixed teams
For sure.
who want to keep it basic. So yeah, I think there's I feel like there's definitely going to be an advantage to whichever team's attacking.
Yes.
That's how I feel, because it's kind of hard to retake on this map.
It definitely is. And speaking about retakes, and you mentioned a lot about information gathering too, like the initiators that you have into this map, like the main basic one you could always get, which is like S tier for most of the maps, is going to be Sova. But we have seen throughout the year of Valorant in the pro play, even until most recently, KO being added as one of the initiators to try to gather that information with the 0 point, the knife that's going to be able to ping out some opponents that's in their radius of where the knife lands. Sky also is a pretty good initiator to use, whereas, you know, when you're playing Icebox, a lot of these teams, especially when you're playing with a Viper, you put these walls up, you put the plant, and then you play a pulse plant very far back into the from like your spawn side if you're on the attacker side, and not really play the site in itself, which then means that you don't really need that Sova because you know everybody's are going to be falling back anyways. So you use a Sky, so you play the flashes more towards the orb side to be able to get those trades in and frag a little bit more. And you're already looking right now at the agent pick here, Dan. Peter Park, potentially we have that Sky coming in. There you go.
Yeah, Scarra was hovering for the KO for a second, but of course maybe we'll get the KO. Okay, we're gonna get the Sage instead. I was really hoping we see the KO. Sage is actually an agent that's not as necessary as it used to be on Icebox because of how they changed the collisions on the Radionite boxes on that B site. Previously it was felt like you had to have the Sage to be able to even plant on that site, but definitely a little bit different these days.
Yep.
But Sage still a strong pick, for sure.
I think the comp in itself is actually pretty good for Team Scarra, because first off, Scarra was playing the mind game with Masayoshi, because he said he was going to play a Raze, and he's not. He's playing Sage, and you mentioned the Sage is going to help for these spike plants. But what I also really like is that in this roster, they have Valkyrie, who mains Viper all the time. So this is a perfect map for players that are comfortable in their agent picks. H-June playing a lot of duelists. Jummy does the same thing. I think even Jummy is one of those main Raze players at the same time. So you're looking at, you know, the underdog storyline, is this going to be good enough against the couple buff of Quarter Jade, and Masayoshi? Potentially, if you're looking at what they currently have on the defender side.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting to kind of see how this one plays out. We're going to be going into the first knife round, I believe, though.
True.
Alex.
I keep forgetting about that. I keep forgetting about the all-cool knife round that we're going to see every single time, every single matchup, first round and the 13th round. And also, big props to the production, by the way, about this UI, that it's the first time that I see it. Like, we haven't seen any type of, like, customizable UIs, with the exception of the VCT, the Valorant Champions Tour in itself. So you're looking at this and you're seeing that at least we have some weaponry, you see the KDAs, and you see the health and armor. That's actually quite cool. But this knife round here, Dan, we're not going to get any team comms yet, so we're just going to try to find what happens in this knife middle fight. And I love that Peter Park has the fan.
It is so insane how hard it is to knife people in this game.
Impossible.
I do feel like there's a high skill ceiling to this thing. So it will be interesting to see if we get consistency.
Yeah, I almost feel that you need a higher skill ceiling to knife in this game than you do to shoot in this game, to be honest.
Yeah,
but it's
100%.
It's looking so good for Team Scarra. There's only one left, and there you go. Brook AB is going to fall, and it is going to be Team Scarra that's going to be able to get the first pistol round, quote-unquote the knife round. But this is not a knife to switch sides or whatnot. This is literally just a knife round that's going to count. So Scarra is going to lead this 1-0.
Yeah, and I believe we'll get the money reset as well. As per the rules to even things out after the knife round.
Yeah,
there's another thing that's being thrown into the mix here. We'll have, just to balance the economy. The production is supposedly removing 800 credits from all players after the knife round.
Yeah, I kind of want to know how that works. But we're going straight into it. We're just going to go with Spectres right now here, Dan, and it's just going to be an all-out brawl into the A site, where at least there's the two duelists there on the defender side to hold things off.
Yeah, it's already looking pretty damn good. Pretty smooth on the entrance towards that A side. The spike is going down as well. And yeah, not too much to work with here. Team Jojo. Not too much to work with at all. Just that, the pistols on the save. So it's a very easy, fast A rush to close out the second round for Team Scarra. But that should mean that Team Jojo will now have some more funds going into this next round. So we'll get the buy coming through. And we'll get the bonus for Team Scarra. So they're going to keep a lot of those SMGs into this next round. So despite losing the previous two rounds, Team Jojo will now have more firepower going into this round than their opponents.
Yeah, and to explain the UI from as I'm understanding as I'm looking at this chat, so you see at the bottom there's like 2 shields and then the 3 bars for the health bars. So like the 3 bars will represent their HP up to 100, whereas if you only see 1 shield, that means that they bought small armor, which means that they were able to afford to get up to like 125 HP in total. But if it's 2, then it's 150. So looking at Team Scarra only losing 2 players, but having 3 players alive with full health, they have definitely a great economy to go into this bonus round.
And looking to scale into the A site once again. Talked about keeping it simple, and looks like the defense is there on the backside. Quarter Jade holding it down. Ooh. The Judge, I'm sure we're going to see a lot of that today. Not going to do too much there for Broden. Nice conversions on the attack here, but still, Quarter Jade in position backside. And with the lurk coming up mid from Valkyrie, that's going to actually make life very difficult. But still, Quarter Jade is in the site, causing problems. Masayoshi holding it down as well from the rafters. So, still opportunity here for Team Jojo. And in fact, Team Scarra rotating back.
I like this. And that kill that came out from Valkyrie, by the way, I see chat. Maybe it's actually quite cool to call her Viper Ray. Is it actually Valkyrie playing, or is it Nats for Gambit? Because that was a nice lurk towards mid side where she actually got that kill. And now you have the rotation, picking up the orb. Now you get a lot more information of what those 2 players are. And this should be a safe plant now coming in for Team Scarra on the attack.
Yeah, good reset, but Masayoshi already in position. Oh, that's very close indeed. Well, that's going to be Peter Park done and dusted. So 2 versus 2. The spike is down on the ground as well. They need to collect that and try to get the plant in. It looks like this has really turned on his head here. Quarter Jade and Masayoshi looking to lock it in. Great stuff there. What a recovery from them. And they beat Team Scarra to the punch on that rotation. Great stuff.
And I think that we're just having a continuation of what we did yesterday from Aim Lab, because I just said it was going to be an easy plant, and there you go. Masayoshi gets a wall bang and drops Peter Parker as he's trying to go for the plant. So this is what we call the classic caster curse, and a great hold in the end from Team Jojo on that 2 versus 3. Despite having the Seekers coming out from Peter Park that had all the information of how close those opponents are, we a minute to pay attention to the spawn side rotate that allowed Masayoshi to actually get those kills. So unlucky there, but still, they did a lot of econ damage, which is great. Look at Katamina. She only has a pistol right now, as we'll see how this moves forward.
Yeah, so a slower start to the rounds. So we can see the emphasis here from Team Scarra is more on that mid pressure. Also running the Trailblazer up. Be long to find anyone, but it's Quarter Jade actually with a cursory peek by Boiler, able to take down Jummy. So 5 versus 4 early here for the defenders and Team Jojo.
I just realized maybe I'm paying too much attention to the new Spider-Man movie coming out, so I'm calling him Peter Parker instead of Peter Park. But back with the action, though, this is actually a nice push coming in from the attacker side, but this is a great spot to hold from the defender side, too, on the top of B-side Heaven. So now you have a high-low stack, you have a force buy coming in from the attacker side, too, but they have yet to make it towards this B-side. Also, because Valkyrie also used her Viper Wall on the right side, too, so this is very hard to cross to get a plant towards B.
Yeah, so difficult, given that the setup is here on the defense for Team Jojo. Masayoshi making it very hard to go beyond this yellow position. And they're just so stuck at the moment. 20 seconds to get the spike planted. Doesn't look like it's too likely at this point to cross here. And they're going to be forced to do so. The time forces them, but they're going to be lured into the trap here because... Oh, nice penetration out of the Guardian, but Brook able to trade back. And as you can see, just so desperate there for HG. Not too much to be done. And I think we're seeing great comps here, Alex, from Team Jojo.
Yes.
Because they were well ahead of the push and set up and waiting to receive it.
Correct. And especially when you're playing a composition that doesn't have any type of initiator, right? They're not playing a Sova that's going to try to gather early information. So it's more into their favor to see how aggressive Team Scarra are currently playing too, and sort of like a slash default slash quick play, because they are trying a lot of mid lurks. This is also what I'm liking from Team Scarra. They are also trying to hold flanks, sorry, not hold flanks, but try to go for flanks and try to pull rotations that way. But Team Jojo seems to be ready for that this time.
Okay, well, this time we'll see, finally, the first time for Team Scarra. Half by, just getting the Sheriffs out there, going for that A push again. Roden surely will find more success with the Judge here around 410, but nobody's going towards the Judge, unfortunately for Brodin. And H-June from up high will take him down. So looking good here. Showstopper comes through as well on the retake. Lots of damage being done here on the attack from Team Scarra, despite having not too much to work with. However, some great shooting there coming through. And that's going to leave just H-June. We're going to see some crazy Sheriff shots. There's number 1. 2 more to go. There's the pressure coming through. The dismiss to try to keep the pressure on.
Great tech.
We're going to see it going to halfway. And in fact, both of them holding the peak and making sure that it's impossible for any trade to happen. H-June goes down, but... It's a good effort there, Van Silly. Lots of damage done, spike planted.
Exactly.
Just a handful of Sheriffs.
Great attempt for H-June. I love the tech of going for the dismiss to look for some information and noticing that nobody's on that spike defuse yet. It's just then going for the Lear was a little bit too far out, where it didn't really affect the 2 defenders going for that 2v1. But at least, as you mentioned, Dan, not only did it get the econ and the spike plant and hurt the econ of their opponents, but this also allowed like all of these ults to get built up. So this is going to be a great round where we talked about it in the pre-games when we were previewing the team of Team Scarra, where Valkyrie is actually playing a very great Viper in her Viper's Pit ultimate. So if they could actually get a plant right now, if they allow Scarra to get a plant on top of that too, they could actually get a res. So this allows them to play a little bit more aggressively to try to take this A site, which is why you're seeing how all 5 players are leaning towards that side on the attack.
Yeah, totally agree. See if they can set up Valkyrie in that Viper's Pit. There's also a flank coming through as well.
Yeah, big flank.
At the same time, by Masayoshi.
They have to hurry up here on the attack.
Color Jade will take down Jami as well. This is looking very, very dangerous. Again, that flank is getting worse and worse here in terms of the prospects for Team Scarra. Great stuff from Masayoshi, unleashing it, but the Viper's Pit did go off, but never mind. Quarter Jade swings on through, and that is a flawless round for Team Jojo.
From the couple buff. One on the flank, one on the anchor hold. Masayoshi with a great flank going on. It looked pretty good, at least to start things off for Team Scarra, but there was good utility coming in from the defender side just to try to prevent anybody else from moving forward past the orb spot. I got to give, again, credit to Jummy going with the satchel charges into the A tower very quickly into the site. This is why we said Raze is actually still pretty good as an agent on this site, especially with showstoppers. If you could actually get good mechanics off the satchel charges, this will actually help you create that space on the attacker side. But unfortunately, again, from that flank, it didn't allow for Team Scarra to actually move into a plant, and they also were able to eliminate the Viper's Pit from Valkyrie, speaking about Team Jojo.
Yeah, that's a great point. Team Jojo not having to worry about that right now. We'll get the Viper wall actually trying to cover the approach under tube, but look at the reaction. The slow orbs coming through,
good.
and once again, good comms. You can see that Team Jojo, they have a great sense at all times of what Team Scarra are doing, and they are ready and waiting each and every time so far. As we see the rotation, the pivot here now from Team Scarra through B long, but once again, Casamina on that angle. Oh dear, Casamina maybe looking at the minimap there, gets caught off guard, and now it's a 4v4. Team Scarra get closer here. By going down, or at least the attempts. You can see the pressure coming in from Masayoshi. Still has the boombot available as well. Takes down Peter, Pock around yellow.
Big flank
and
on mid.
So much presence.
Oh, that was actually so good. That flank that was about to happen, and Broden sees that coming and puts a cyber cage down just to try to slow down H-June, and they can't go for any type of flanks. But this also allows the attackers to rotate all the way towards the A side. But there's a trap wire, there's a camera, and a nice backstab from H-June on that lurk onto Masayoshi. But there's still a lot of information you can gather from this camera after.
Big finds there, cutting off the rotation. H-June just doing so much work, and now doesn't even have to do anything more. Just the presence on the flank is dangerous in of itself. H-June will keep the pressure on. Woo! So confident with the Sheriff. Another headshot found.
This is a judge.
And yeah, this is rough. Broden, what can you possibly do with the judge? All wrapping around, finds Scarra for free. And the neural theft will alert Broden to the other two positions. But what's the play now? Again, the judge, the ranges on the judge are just not very favorable.
Wow.
And H-June finishes it off. Nice 4K coming through from H-June. And a huge save for Team Scarra.
Okay, and this is where H-June is going to bring back my stonks of playing Arena Lurk on Icebox. I know if Mike's HD was listening, he would hate this, Dan, but I actually kind of like the Lurk of the Reyna on Icebox. And H-June did that perfectly. Despite Broden seeing him going on that flank and puts the cage up, the communication was lacking a little bit more into where is he lurking into. And once H-June got control of that kitchen side, that was huge backstab kills onto two huge players. Masayoshi and Quarter Jade both drop it down early on the attempt at the retake, and that was just a beautiful play from Scarra, adapting into the mid round to rotate back towards the A site. This round, though, the money is still very, very good for Team Jojo, so it's still going to be a full gun round, but still off this Reyna Empress ult from H-June, they're still going to leverage onto him and on the Jummy to open up the A site.
Yeah, and using that toxic screen to get their way towards that plant, but going backside is going to be difficult, and we'll see some initial trades coming through here as Team Jojo just fighting desperately to keep hold of the site, and Broden finding that Odin is going with the Odin. It rhymes.
Broden with the Odin. I can't wait for him to use that gun.
I don't know what it is.
But yeah,
so good.
At the same time, you know, you're confused of the gun, but I'm also confused of the player. Is it Broden that we're actually watching, or is it Toast? Because we all know Toast when he was playing split with the judge as a cipher of all agents as well. In the last tournament in the OfflineTV Charity Invitational, he was dropping 3Ks like no other with that judge. Although the way that Broden's playing it towards the A site is actually quite good, because he's taken a lot of the advantage of the wall that Valkyrie is putting up. Because Valkyrie is trying to split up the A site diagonally so that we could potentially get a pixel plant on the open side of the map for A, so a pulse plant would be quite nice. But I like the adaptation that Broden uses it from that. But we're tied 4-4. One more gun round coming in for the defender side of Team Jojo, which after that should be quite low in the economy, as you can see, for a lot of these players. And now we have the nice wall coming in towards the B side. We could potentially have the Sage wall come up from the Sage, and that is going to be from Scarra, and then a plant coming in.
There we go. So we'll get an after plant situation. Everyone falling back to post plant positions to defend the spike, but here comes the push from Team Jojo out of B-Long, out of that garage, the B garage, and making their way across it. Masayoshi with a nice 3K, opening things up massively, taking the fight straight to them, and just sandwiching the defense of that spike. Not going to happen. So we're going to... I mean, this is pretty back and forth, I got to say.
Yes. It's actually really, really nice how back and forth this is going. And although, albeit, I think I might have to still give the edge here for Team Jojo on their defense. Again, for having players or agents that's not gathering information for any of the teams and just going out for straight gunfights, I still see a lot coming out from Quarter Jade and from Masayoshi. And you already see it from that scoreboard that just popped up. I think Quarter Jade is currently at like 12. Masayoshi's at 14 going into the next round. They had to find a way here for Team Scarra to stop them. Once you're going to see these duelists take the attacker side, how are you going to stop them after that? And I think one of the answers is definitely going to be looking at Peter Park.
Oh, it's an aggressive play from the defenders, though, coming through. Masayoshi with the showstopper. Not able to find anything. There's a showstopper in response from Jummy. Also, that one's going to not find its target. So an exchange there, but the question is who converts the space after this? Team Jojo have that forward presence on A still. And Team Scarra, do they want to retake this fully? It looks like they're thinking about it. However, in the meantime, Van Silly, we've got Valkyrie alone with the spike towards B garage.
And the whole rotation is currently being pulled. The only thing right now is that we're still holding into the garage side. So you could see it from that minimap. Everybody's rotating back on the defender side just to keep it straight on a default. And same thing for the attacker side. They're slowly leaning towards the B side, but I think they're taking too much of their time here, where once again, you might have Masayoshi ready on the top of that B side. He's deadly at that spot. They got to put that wall up to try to block him.
Yeah, and you can see, you know, there's a great sense again from Team Jojo as to what the rotation might look like. Team Scarra cut noise, trying to sow some seeds of doubt, but Team Jojo, you know, they know there's 30 seconds left. They've got a good handle of the B site. Here comes the push for that spike plant. Masayoshi once again in place, but H-June has been doing just as well. And Jummy with that luck in kitchen, finally it's starting to come together, but time is against them right now. They must plant the spike. They've got 15 seconds to do so. It takes 3.5 seconds to put it down. And it's still not going down just yet. There we go. Finally, spike is going to find its target, and it's just going to be Broden left with the Vandal. Not a lot to work with. 1 versus 4? Question mark? For Broden? No.
0 versus 4.
Is just owning right now, Alex.
Yes. Currently at 17 kills, 6 deaths right now. I wouldn't necessarily say that he's really carrying the team into these victories, but he's definitely finding good value into all of these lurks so far to get these hits and these kills. So very well done here for Team Scarra, looking on their ways of the attack, tying things up on the 5-5. We got 2 more rounds to go into the first half before we actually switch sides into another gun round, or sorry, knife fight. But again, I feel that the idea is nice on how they're splitting this B site with the Viper wall for Team Scarra, but they had to find out a way how to stop Masayoshi on top of the B tower. I think that if they don't have a second smoker, use Peter Park with that flash of the sky to push him back. But this round, we're edging back towards the A site. The camera's going to get a lot of information.
Yeah, more passive approach from Team Jojo on the defense, as you say, towards that A site. They've cleared out some space towards middle as well. Quarter J's down there by the tube, but again, we see that take from Team Scarra, and they may not have too much resistance in terms of denying the spike plant. It's going to be about that retake here from Team Jojo.
Oh, they know it.
Oh, Jummy! That's a beautiful transfer there. Last bullet on that one before the reload. Picking up another headshot. This is an easy round.
Oh, yeah.
Here for Team Scarra.
The flank's coming in again, though. Yeah, she's with the Empress, too. This I don't want to say it could be doable, but she's done some good damage into the Viper's Pit last time that Valkyrie put that up.
Looking for the ace clutch. Looking to keep the Empress going. Needs to pop some more heads, but yeah, that Viper's Pit is certainly a problem. Oh, yeah, not going to happen. Scarra to take down Quarter Jade. Good attempt, though. I respect the effort.
Last round in the half.
I like it from Jummy though. That backstab that he got towards that back of the site already spotted Broden in the back of that Viper's wall with the judge. So again, they're starting to understand the positioning, the slow default, the passive plays from Broden with this judge, and it's working out on a half buy that we had for Team Jojo. Now they finally have the economy moving into the last round of the first half. But again, you said it, Dan. It's getting close, back and forth, and so far we haven't seen too much of these lurks anymore. It seems as though these five player site takes for Team Scarra has been paying off for them a little bit more, and they seem to understand that, and they want to move forward with that as well. And as I say that, we're actually having players watching that flank.
The hunt begins.
Holding the gap. Katamina not finding the headshot just yet, but also playing it conservatively, which is good. You want to try to stay alive.
Ooh.
Nice shot from Broden. The trade is just as nice from Ace June. That's what we've come to expect from Ace June so far. Again, looking for those headshots up high, and very oppressive HG's presence on the site right now. The spike is going to get planted. And now Team Jojo need a retake. Quarter Jade moving in from the back of the site, trying to find some angles. All this making things a little bit more difficult, but here they all come together now. There goes that Boombot, helping them to clear that 410 position. They can start to rally behind this forward movement. But so far, so good here for Team Scarra on the defense of this spike. Quarter Jade needs a big couple kills. In fact, every kill now. 1 versus 4 for Quarter Jade. Gets the first kill. There's a dismiss to reset. Oh, gets hit by one of the Seekers. And there we have it. Team Scarra coming out on top, 7 of 5 at the end of the first half here, Vance.
That's actually a very, very nice half overall here from actually both of these teams. And you know, when we introduced the teams today before going into these matches, Dan, we talked about how every single one of these players have been playing this game so much more, and the rank seems to be a lot better. I think the competition itself has gotten a lot better, too. I like the small little techs, like Katamina, as we don't really see that Omen into action too much onto Icebox. That last round where she actually had the dark cover onto the top of the L shape at the A side to create a pixel peek onto Belt, that's actually some cool tech that I'd like to see that we don't usually see that often. And just looking at how Jummy is moving around with the satchel charges. Like, Dan, we played some Underrateds for fun, and I've tried Duelist for the first time in a very, very long time, and satchel charges, double satchel charges, are not easy to do. And I was breaking all of them every single time. But nonetheless, we're gonna move into the second knife round of this first map, and it's domination from Team Scarra once again.
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
Yeah, we talked about the skill settings of the knife.
As soon as I heard the tube, I
think we almost had a listen in there, but not quite.
It went too fast. It went too fast. Usually for knife rounds, like every other ones that we've watched, Dan, they usually go by pretty fast. But this time it was just like, well, the round started and it ended, and Team Scarra just knifed everybody. Clean, right? Clean. Very, very clean.
Clean as you like. 8-5 then for Team Scarra, coming in ahead at the beginning of the second half. And we're going to get those Spectres out there on the defense. It's going to be tough here for Team Jojo to find value from the classics.
Mm-hmm. And very interestingly enough, they're using these classics, but also buying full armors on these classics, right? Oh, no, they're at 100. I saw the red shields, and I thought that they went for full buys, but it's just going to be full classics so they could build the economy into the next round. But H. June's already on a huge flank.
Just hungry for those eco frags.
He's dinking.
Oh, yeah. Respecting the paint shells, though, falling back.
Yep. And Spectres at that range usually is not easy to hit those headshots or those sprays. So to be able to get the first kill into Katamina and already put Mazayushi very low at like 30% health left, it's huge.
Ray able to play in the smoke. It seems very difficult, but could get kind of scary because they could surround Valkyrie there, and that might be what's happening. Valkyrie going to pop out of the smoke there. The run and gun, dropping the snake bite, trying to delay the plant, get us two at least, but the spike was actually planted. Unfortunately for Quarter Jade, though, she doesn't have any weapons to play off of this situation with, and oh, it's going to be hard to get an angle onto that spike as well. And there's the two fuses coming in. No problem at all But yeah, defuse, a couple of kills. That's a good result for Team Jojo, despite losing the round.
Very, very good, actually. And especially when they went with full classics on that previous round. This time, the economy is going to be very good. And we talked about how looking at the economy, oh, wow, look at H-Jun. He's 23-7, by the way. But then all the duelists are doing quite well overall. Masayoshi and Quarter J, now that they have these rifles in hand, now that they have Vandals at the same time, Dan, and how good we've seen them fragging out on their defender side, forcing to play rotates. This time, they're bringing the fight to Team Scarra, and this could potentially get scary.
A slower approach here on the attack. Team
Not for the defenders.
Oh my god, going straight for it and dismisses away. Nice trade though coming through from Masayoshi. Masayoshi. And we won't get any pushes behind that, but equalizing things. That's going to pull the rotation. Most of the defenders now towards that A site. Peter Park with the Trailblazer trying to confirm the information. Are they actually pushing this side of the map, or are they rotating? Because that's the question right now for Team Scarra.
Mm-hmm. It's still quiet right now. We're still trying to figure out here with Peter Park with the kit that he currently has. 3 seconds left to get the at least a guided light out, maybe to try to get some information with that. So he's running back and then walking back to the spawn side, trying to fake a rotate out, try to see if they could bait out some audio so that Jummy could get a kill, close range with the Spectre. But it doesn't really work out, doesn't really pay out yet. He's still holding it very, very calmly and actually using the Viper's Wall to make it like a slight one-way. I wonder if this is practice, Dan.
30 seconds left.
We're going to find out. Oh, they're ready to just burst through, and Masayoshi waiting for the perfect moment. The patience paying off, the double satchel right to the back and into the face of Peter Park. And the 2 versus 2 now. 15 seconds to go. Masayoshi trying to do it all by himself. Trying to find that ace. Paint shot's coming through. And there's the tap on the spike. Masayoshi nails it. Beautiful, beautiful approach with the race, showing everyone how it's done. The race diff is real.
A beautiful bonus round, though, for Team Scarra, nonetheless. It looked like it was weird from the way you were looking at the minimap or looking at how White Valkyrie is running out with her pistol or her knife across the wall. I'm telling you, they had this practice. She put up a Viper's Wall so that there's actually just a corner that you hide from Jummy where you don't think people are going to check. So she runs across the wall to make a fake footstep so that people think that there's only one player rotating out from Maze. And she actually baited herself out, sacrificed herself out so that Jummy could actually get 2 kills out of that one with the Spectre. Therefore, though, Masayoshi was still cracked out of his mind, opened up the ace site to get that ace. But overall, the teamwork that we talked about before in a game like Valorant is still prominent for Team Scarra.
We're looking at this from Masayoshi here. We're getting that pressure on the ace site that is pulling players on the defense for Team Scarra towards that ace site on the defense. And we've seen also the propensity from Team Jojo to kind of just cut noise after doing this pressure and just, again, sowing the seeds of doubt for the defenders. Like, where is the attack going to finish? They've been good at that so far, but H-Jun always looking for that information. The Battle of the Titans there, H-Jun versus Masayoshi, a huge 1v1. Neither player coming away with that with any damage, though. Look at this lurk in the meantime from Quarter Jades. All the way in the B site.
Everybody seems very committed towards A here, though, Dan.
Yes, and the showstopper through from Masayoshi as well, sending it straight to spawn, sending a message. Masayoshi will go down to Jummy, though, and the spike is going to be attempted to get planted. It will get planted, but can Brook get off the site? That will be helpful, but not helpful enough. H-Jun in position to punish, and the trades come on through. It's looking good here, though, for Team Scarra. They swing back in on the retake.
Oof. And it's not planted for Quarter Jade. There you go. Unfortunately for that, because the plant was a little bit too tight inside, Quarter Jade forces herself to be out of position. She has to go for the wide swings to try to get a couple of picks to try to get for that defuse. So very, very nicely done for Team Scarra to actually play very aggressively on that retake in the end. So yes, the idea was nice, Dan, to have Quarter Jade lurk out towards this B site, but they probably had to wait slightly longer, like maybe 5-10 seconds more, so that she could actually try to get a kill, force a rotate out potentially, and then go for that full force hit into the A site where she could potentially go for a better flank in the end. So a little bit of a slight miscommunication in the end on how they wanted to attempt attempt to take the A site. But at least from the spike plant, the money's still good. We got 3 rifles, a Spectre, and a Classic for Brook, and we are looking for an A hit, but H-June continues to be so aggressive towards the front of the A site. He's going to catch one off guard. No!
Oh, H-June getting punished for that one. It's been working out, like you say, that dismiss possibility if you get the initial frag to fall back unpunished. That was what H-June is going for, but backfiring this time, giving the edge to Team Jojo. They certainly need it. Trailing 4 rounds right now, but Masayoshi able to follow up nicely. But a lineup coming through there for Peter Park. Able to take down 2 will make a huge difference now. 2 versus 3 for Team Scarra as they come in on the retake, both from flanking positions. Will this be anticipated by Team Jojo as they fall off of the plant?
Oh, no.
Oh, the neural theft is huge. All the information, but still able to tie things up here.
Nice.
Scarra and Valkyrie leaving just Katamina to save the day here. Team Jojo, Katamina trying to find some success, but Scarra swinging on through the toxic screen finishes the job.
Wow. I thought it was going to be over already when you actually had the neural theft come out from Broden. All the information was already there to spot the last 2 players, but what I liked about it was once he got pinged out, Masayoshi was like, oh, one's super close to me. I'm going to have to try to swing out to kill that person. But we already had the swing come out from Scar to protect Valkyrie, which allowed Valkyrie to get her own kill on the retake onto the site. So very, very well done for the last 2 players to scale back and retake that map control and the site control for Team Scar. And like we said before, at least like I said, I felt that Team Jojo was going to be like one of the main finalists going into the grand finals, where now you see a whole different type of Team Scarra, where, you know, again, being that team captain, Scarra doesn't want to finish in the last place like he did the last time. This is looking like a very good scoreline and gameplay from Team Scarra.
Yeah, I'm loving the initiative from H-June. Oh, I'm sure we can go into that later. We get the defensive Viper Stick coming in from Valkyrie. The hold on to this A site, it's been a favorite pick for both teams on the attack.
Huge Viper's Pit, though, and Seekers to get information. This confirms the hit towards A site then.
Oh, and Kodajay trying to find Valkyrie, dropping in from above. Gets caught out, though. Masayoshi going in for just a moment, but what do they do here? Do they reset out of this? Because the flank is coming through from B Garage as well. Once
They're going to
again,
hear
Team
this, though.
Scarra. They have so many edges here, though. Van Silly is still a 4 versus 2. They can lock in the attackers. Scarra doesn't have to push. Actually has the knife out. The Bucky coming on through for Masayoshi. Only momentary success. 12-6 now for Team Scarra is once again able to deal quite well with these attacks from Team Jojo.
That's what we talked about. Valkyrie and a Viper's Pit. Really good in that one. Not only to lock it down, good for 1 kill, too. Slowing down the attack at the same time, allowing Scar to just keep his knife out and continue to bait on the back end, because even if he broke that trap wire, he just kept his knife out and jiggling left and right so that he could have other players come back and flank and get these kills. So I'm loving it so far. I'm sure that the comms in Team Scarra, are just laughing around and just cheering each other up as to how, in the end, it's dominating here.
Let's check in with Team Jojo's call.
There's an op here, there's a stage wall here, and probably potentially also Sky. You do mid contacts?
Yeah.
Because if they use stage wall there,
yeah.
Let's go through tube. Just careful, the smoke's gonna drop right now.
You want to still do this? Oh, fuck me. Hey, Rosa ults. We love that for us. Oh, I'm gonna fucking die.
All right, we just run A. Just full sprint A.
Okay. One's probably pushed up.
Yeah. That's okay.
Nice.
I'm resable.
Oh. Good point, good point.
I'm full blind. One is back a king, I believe.
Yeah, we're just running in. Momentum here.
Oh, Peter's backside.
Guys, there's 700 of them.
80 on the raise.
2 on rafters.
Oof.
Defenders win.
A team ace to finish it then.
13-6. Team Scarra are the winners of the first round robin game here today for the OfflineTV Valorant Invitational, and I'm impressed at H-June. Oh, gods.
I'm impressed. I'm impressed, period. That was actually so good. Now it's not my mic. It's just my pixelated face now. We're just going to go offline TV style. I'm going to be super pixel, but it's all good. I thought it was a great series overall. I was not expecting this type of scoreline for Team Scarra. And yes, I have to definitely be impressed with Ace June on that performance of Icebox.
Yeah, that was really fun watching that match, and especially watching you guys break down the decision-making, because it sounded like both teams really had a great sense of not just how to basically play the game, but some mind games that could be played on each other. DDK, you were talking about Quarter Jade and the steps she was taking. Perhaps it was you, Vansley. Either way, brilliant observation, but can you break that down for me a little bit more, DDK?
Do you mean sort of the lurking that was coming through?
Yeah, she was putting out a wall, she was sending signals as if she was walking, but she wasn't, and she was getting in everybody's heads there. I saw a lot of successful controlling of the narrative.
Yeah, it was really cool to see sort of that dynamic for sure for Team Jojo, whereby they were making a lot of presence on one side of the map, so there's that high level of threat for the defenders, and they're like, oh, okay, we got to rotate players to deal with all this threat and presence. We think they're going to rush into this site, and then Team Jojo just cuts the noise, and suddenly like, okay, we've rotated all these players over, which creates openings on the other side of the map. It's cool to see that Quarter Jade was the one that was sent across for Team Jojo to kind of do the job. They're lurking, getting information on the other side of the map. How deep can I push? To give options for them in the mid round. Either she gets some picks, or she gets some like lurk flanks, or she can just secure the site for her teammates to rotate. So it just gives so many more options to the teams. The team that is benefiting from that approach. So really cool to see that dynamic between Masayoshi and Quarter Jades, because I mean, we saw a lot of great moments actually for them working together specifically, so that was fun.
Yeah, Vensley, I wanted to ask you about the knife rounds now, because I was with you there. We were looking at the JoJo roster, and we were like, yeah, this checks out. This should do good. But something about Scarra and his team, when you put knives in their hands, just makes them so powerful. So what did you see in those knife rounds that they were doing perfect?
I gotta know that they're probably dangerous running with knives around the kitchen or just around the house. Maybe not on themselves, but the people around them. It was looking very clean of how they were just grouping up against their opponents to get immediate knife kills, because especially on that second one, we actually wanted to have some team comms come in, and by the time we were ready to get the team comms in, boom, the knife round was over. And Dan, we just talked about before how those knife kills are very hard to do. I don't know how they practice their knife rounds to actually be so successful into the first swipes.
I had no idea, Dan, that so much work went into the knife round. I thought that would be the simplest part. Now it seems like the most straightforward weapon, right?
Yeah, it's definitely scary. I mean, if you're going into this tournament with a strategy, there's gonna be knife rounds.
Yep.
And it is very hard to actually knife people in this game. So I feel like we've been putting some emphasis on that. They could get 2 free rounds every match they play. So this is pretty big.
Well, I love all the excitement that our two teams have brought in the first match of our charity tournament, but it was just that, the first match. We still have an entire round robin to run, 4 more games today,
Let's
5
go.
more games of the round robin tomorrow, and then a best of 1 final. But I do want to say to you, chat, if you're watching, thank you so much. If you're enjoying this tournament, please consider clicking on the donate link or ! Donate in chat. We are trying to raise money this weekend over Tiltify for, of course, an incredible cause. This is Thanksmas, where we're trying to get unhoused people around the world into some housing, and we're using 3D printing to make that possible. So really cool charity. Already got, wow, a very impressive amount raised, and we're just kicking off the day here.
Thank you, chat. Yeah, that's actually a great way to start things off. We had a great match to start things off on the first game. The story of the underdog rings true, and chat is also very supportive to donate to a great cause as well. So thank you as well, chat, for that.
Well, thank you so much. We'll be back with a lot more Valorant in just a second, but before that, we're heading into a quick break, and you should definitely stick around because we have our first contestant in the AIM Lab Tourneyception competition, so stay tight.
This is any percent farming route, highest score. So I do one slide, perfect execution. Second slide, perfect execution. One spin, big. Two spin, big. Don't even wait for the results. Come back to the first one. Doesn't matter where it goes, it's all random. Doesn't matter where it goes, it's all random.
How you guys
back to
doing?
the spinning machine.
Chilling like a bean.
What's up, guys? My name is Jay, and we are OTV today. We are playing our version of hide and seek, and this is our prize. It's a computer sponsored by MSI.
All right, sounds good.
Welcome to the annual OfflineTV Hide and Seek Challenge. This year, we rented out a sprawling
What's our
Hollywood
second
mansion.
game, Rachel?
Our friend Jay joined us all the
know.
way from South Korea to be our seeker.
Really
Here's some of his
toast,
music.
nice.
With plenty of space to hide, our seeker's gonna have their work cut out for them. It's gonna be really hard.
Next week, we have interviews for new employees, so make sure you guys are all there because it's really important that we find the right people, okay?
I like your car. Thanks, dude. It's my favorite.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the official first ever OTV Sumo tournament to determine the very best OTV members.
Bonk. Why am I doing
Get your arm.
this?
Come on, get your hand in the game, okay? Get your hand in the game.
Go!
Oh, hit her in the dick.
Okay? Oh, go! And that's a win for Ivan!
Coach, did I do it? Am I a winner? And will my mom be proud?
No.
The semifinals between Michael Reeves and Poke Iman. Go. Oh my god! Pokey wins the epic clash. Yvonne and Disguised Toast.
Fuck, he's meditating on something.
He's asking his master for forgiveness right
He's
now.
astral projecting. He's going into Yvonne's head.
Go! Oh my
Oh yeah!
I'm the champ. What a win.
Yvonne goes on the next round like 10.
Fire. 3, 2, 1, go! Oh my god. That fire's off to a great start.
Wait, Toast, you haven't heard of my move?
No, what's your move?
What the?
Oh!
I'll never walk. Let's go. What's my
The #1 OTV Wade.
This is pretty.
Who's this?
Bring it on!
Okay. Go! For the greatest. Oh!
Bring it on! Oh, let's fucking go!
A 1v3. Go! Congratulations.
This event was a surprise announcement of our lovely 3 new members, John, Jody, and Sid, who I'm sure you guys are so hyped to see in OTV videos as we are.
And we can't wait to be here and be a part of everything. And thank you so much for supporting us.
Thank you. Oh, yeah.
Hey guys, Thanksgiving's coming up and we were going to make a feast. The problem is we don't know how to cook. So we found...
Sounds good.
I knew he was gonna do that.
Oh my god.
That was a classic.
That's a classic. That's a classic.
What we're doing today is a arcade Olympics of sorts.
Oh, it's a mass genocide! Oh! This is an any percent farming route, highest score. So I do one slide, perfect execution. Second slide, perfect execution. One spin, big. Two spin, big. Don't even wait for the results. Come back to the first one. Doesn't matter where it goes, it's all random. Doesn't matter where it goes, it's all random. Back to the spinning machine.
What's up, guys? My name is
Hey everybody, welcome back to the OfflineTV Holiday Charity Valorant Invitational. We've already had our first match of the weekend, which put Team Scarra up 1-0 over Team Jojo. But we're doing a full round robin with all 5 teams, so much remains to be decided. And helping us call the action, I have Vansily and DDK joining me, 2 professional casters from the Valorant. Gentlemen, we just had our first game to start off the day. We talked a little bit about how impressive the gameplay was, but Vansily, tee us up for what we're about to see next.
Oof. This time it's going to be Team Lily, I think, coming up right against Team Toast. I'm looking forward to this matchup at the same time, too, because, again, when you're looking at how this tournament is going to be played out, chat has the opportunity to vote for the map that they want the teams to play. So whoever the fan base is coming from, are you fans of Toast? Do we want to play some Split? Do we want to see some Judge? I don't know. I'm just saying. But I want to see something new coming out right now, though, because it seems as though Broden has caught up to the strategy of what Toast has been doing. But I want to know if this guy's Toast has something out, a new ace under the sleeve.
Ooh, a lot remains to be seen out there, DDK.
Yeah. I was actually wondering the exact same thing. Is there like a new gimmick that we're going to see from Disguised Toast? I'm kind of the villain of the last show, so I'm curious to see like how that storyline develops into almost the next season, as it were, of this Offline TV Valorant Invitational, or if we're going to see just a refined version of the Judge shenanigans. We'll see.
Well, everything so far on the stream has been a treat, and if the last tournament was any indication, you guys are right. We've got a lot of creativity and excitement to look forward to it as well, including giveaways, which let's do one right now. If you're watching, we want to say thank you. We want to say thank you for your contributions, of course, to Thankmas and our charity fund. So we're giving some stuff away, and right now it is 20 North American $10 Valorant point gift cards. So these are up for grabs. You can hit !giveaway in chat to enter, and make sure you enter before the countdown ends to be included. That's just a hot tip from me. We talked about what you guys would spend these free Valorant points on. With just everything in the store, nothing's off limit. Is there anyone you won't dress up? Which one of your agents gets nothing?
Actually, you know what? At the end of the day, I think if they're $10 Valorant points, I think you get nothing anyways. unless you want to buy like
stack them.
Yeah, exactly. Unless you want to buy like sprays or like gun buddies. But I think when it comes down to just the weapon in itself, like Dan said, Riot knows what they're doing. You need a little bit more, unfortunately. So you're gonna have to put a little bit more into there to get the gun that you want. So, or at least the skin that you want for your gun.
Well, how about you, DDK? Is there any one of your agents that just gets nothing? You're like, not for you. Who is your wizard under the stairs?
Oh, I don't actually know what that means. Are we doing that?
I was like, where do you put the thing you don't like? I don't know.
Yeah, it's that's I totally get it now. I'm like very slow, but I understand, and that was very funny. So I apologize that I butchered that moment for you.
Dan's still jet lag from coming back from Berlin last week.
Yeah, I was still in Europe. Yeah, but yeah, no, it's for me. I'm gonna echo the thoughts of Vansily. I just feel like I have to go all nothing. It's like the $100 purchase. It's all nothing. It's nothing in between.
Yeah.
Well, here's a team that's guaranteed to be decked out in game and in real life with probably some pretty sweet Offline TV merch, which you can get from the store or the website right now at offlinetv.com. Team Lily Pichu. This is a stacked roster. We talked about it before. But any agent predictions that we remember from our last tournament for this team, Vansily?
Killjoy?
I think there was a Killjoy with Lily. I think Shifter was playing some Omen before, if I'm not mistaken, right? So if Shifter is going with Omen, but also Omen's not really in the meta anymore, so I wonder if there's going to be a whole new change of what we're going to play here. Again, it really depends on what map we're going to do, but in terms of agent cover pick, I think I agree with you, Dan, that we're probably going to see some Killjoy, who is also my main girl that I main when I play Valorant too.
Yeah, I think. I mean, what's really cool about this, we already saw it from the first game, is that the team that you may expect on paper to do really well. I mean, who knows? You know, you have no idea really how it's gonna play out in the best of one, especially with some of the extra elements that we have, like the knife rounds and so on. But I think Team Lily is definitely going to be, you know, the dark horse, the underdog going into this.
Yeah.
And Team Disguised Toast. I mean, this is obviously one of the finalists from last time looking to reclaim their trophy, and of course this has got to be a win, I think, for Team Disguised Toast.
This is the #1 versus #2, Dan. So this is actually a great way to start match #2 of this tournament. So the two finalists going head to head to, like, there's gonna have to be some revenge going into this matchup now today.
Yeah, you said it, Vansily. These are our 2 finalists from the last Charity Valorant Invitational. So not only do they have a little bit of knowledge about how each other plays, but maybe a little bit of a grudge to solve too.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. That grudge match, I think we always see it from the Smack Talk anyways, although I don't know how much Smack Talk we're going to get this time because we're so close to the holidays, so it's probably going to be like, I hope you have a very nice Christmas. I hope you have some very nice holidays instead, you know, depending on what suits your boat. But looking at Team Disguised Toast, I mean, looking at their agents, I think usually playing as Cypher. But again, another quick shout out here to Bilbo the King that was mentioning before that also when I look at his rulebook, that all the agents are actually available this time too. I think the last time that we had it, we weren't allowed to play like any Astra or anything like that, but this time all agents are available, and Toast actually did play some Chamber a lot, so I don't know if we're going to see some Chamber going into these matches,
well,
which I'm excited for.
Well, I was going to say, you gentlemen both brought up a great point that the maps are huge factors here. I remember last time Pokey did not want to play on Icebox, and her chat really wanted to see her there. So, chat, we are about to give you the opportunity to send these 2 teams, Team Disguised Toast, Team Lily Pichu, to a match to go duke it out. And based on what you know about them, what you've seen from their individual streams, but their preferences about where they'll do best, this is a big decision. This could help either one of these teams win, pick up those extra rounds, do whatever is necessary. So I don't know if you guys know enough about the teams to tell me which map would be best for who. But you know, if you had to guess, Vansily, what occurs to you?
I'm already looking at chat as we're doing this, right? There's already like 71% of people wanting to see some Cypher action on Split. But again, if it's not going to be Disguised Toast playing Cypher, I'd like to see some Chamber in general. Like, Dan, we haven't had a chance to see any type of like pro play of Chamber yet going into the VCTs. It has been into other like local third-party tournaments, but really, this is going to be my first time seeing Chamber if we actually do have that pick coming out here from Disguised Toast.
That is very true, and you can definitely do some good trolling with Chamber. There's definitely some stuff you can do with Chamber that's very annoying, so I would love to see that. I mean, we're talking about if Disguised Toast is going to innovate on that, being a villain,
Chamber judge,
find those gimmicks. You can definitely do it Chamber, so that'd be cool to see. And I mean, when you were talking about the map picks, I mean, Split and Cypher was very characteristic of the previous run. So I would be surprised if we don't see that. Especially, I'm sure chat wants to see more of that, because that did also produce a lot of shenanigans in terms of the drama between the teams. A lot of smack talk.
Smack talk, drama. DDK, I feel like you're teeing me up perfectly here to head on into trash talk. So I'm going to send you guys off to get ready for the next match. Have a drink of water, clear your voices, because it's going to be a wild one. And I'm going to head on over to talk to Disguised Toast and Sukuna and see how they're feeling about this next match.
But I think the real difference, we have Lily here today, so I think that's going to be
Oh, I hear you. Go ahead.
It's going to be the big difference, probably.
I missed it. What's going to be the big difference? Tell us, Toast.
Well, Sukuna was saying how big of a difference that... take it away, Sukuna. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, we have... Well, we did some practice matches yesterday, and we got absolutely destroyed. But we have Lily this time, so she'll carry us.
That was the X factor. That's what you were missing. Yep. So, in these practices, I'm wondering, like, what did you picture in your mind when you thought about taking out Toast and the rest of his team? Like, what really drove you to be your best in practicing for this, and what's going to drive you today?
Oh God! Wow, you're asking real questions. Well, for the charity, the children.
Good.
Yep.
That's. Honestly,
charity and children.
Yeah, for Christmas.
Toast, what drives you?
Half of our team went drinking.
What drives me? The ego to be able to say I've won 2 OfflineTV Valorant tournaments.
So you're feeling a lot of pressure to defend the title of champion today?
Yes. Anything less than that is a disappointment.
It would be awkward to lose to me, Lily, and Yvonne. That's true.
It would be. It would look really bad on me. Yeah.
Is that perhaps an extra motivating factor for Team Lily today, Sukuna?
Huh?
The humiliation, is that really something you're looking forward to delivering to Toast?
I'm not really into humiliating Toast. Maybe not something. I think Lily might enjoy that more though. I bet. Probably. Maybe Yvonne. But me, you know, I'm not. That's not my sort of thing.
No, you know what? My mistake. I don't mean to. Let's bring it a different direction entirely. Festive cheers. Perhaps you'd like to share something uplifting, positive, or, you know, just from the soul to Toast.
Oh yeah. Merry Christmas. Almost a few days, week from now. Is that what you meant?
That was beautiful. Honestly, I don't know what I mean when I say that, but everyone's got a different answer, and they're all the right ones. So, Toast, give it a shot from your end.
Oh, God.
No, Sykkuno kind of said everything that needs to be said. Yeah, Merry Christmas. Are we supposed to trash talk? Is this a positive thing or?
No. Start trash talking. But why don't we just say something about how Lily didn't show up for scrims, and if we lose, it's because she didn't show up for the scrims.
Oh, she is gonna. You're ruining your team synergy, Sykkuno. You're gonna get in that call, and Lily's gonna yell at you.
She's a competitive player. This kind of thing makes her play better.
Okay, so we should both shit talk Lily now.
Well,
to make it even
I'm not
better.
gonna say that, but I will say she doesn't have a camera on, so.
Yeah, and she's also not at her regular setup.
That's also true. That's also. Is that a bad thing?
I'm not an authority. They just float me in this box between you two for this conversation segment, and you guys seem to have it actually just fine without me. So, any last words for each other?
Good luck.
Sykkuno, you know that op skin you have with the toaster on it?
You're gonna get it. Yeah, I bet.
Yeah, I'm gonna get it when I kill you and take it off your body.
Yeah, most likely. And then I'll get it 5 rounds later, and you'll buy a new one anyway.
Alright, I'll see you on the battlefield.
All right,
I can turn
you guys.
this camera thing off after, right?
You can live your best life right now, Sykkuno. You just go and do whatever it takes to be your most competitive. Toast, you already seem to be in the zone, so I've got 0 advice for you. Gentlemen, back to your teams. Why don't we get into the second match of the day here at the OfflineTV Valorant Charity Holiday Invitational.
And here we are. We're back. We're almost ready to go into the action here. I was enthralled by that trash talk. I was trying to understand who won. But then I realized it wasn't about that.
Yeah, or if anything, in the end, I feel like Lily lost.
I think
it got to a point where they both just wanted to talk about Lily.
Yeah, I think there was something that was going on there, Alex. We're gonna have to pay close attention, because I feel like something that was maybe beyond our comprehension was happening. But if we think hard enough about it, maybe we can work out what's going on. There's a next level to the mind games that are happening there, I think.
I think they all want this to happen inside the server. It's like, okay, we don't really want to smack talk. We're just going to let our shooting do the job. But at least one thing that's interesting looking at how the conversation went was that this guy's Toll said anything less than first place like we had on the first charity invitational is a failure for us. So I think now at this point, everybody's going to bring their A game here for Team Toast, and they might just want to try to win this 13-0. But this is something that's interesting too, Dan, because we're gonna go into split, right? If I'm not mistaken, with all the votes that we had in the chat. By the way, thank you, chat, for participating. And if you're looking at the composition in itself, Abe is usually a person that plays a Sova, and a Sova is not that quite prominent on a map like Split. So I wonder what else they're gonna try to bring out here.
It's a good question. It's a very good question. And I mean, one extra thing about all of this too is that presumably we will see the killjoy from Lily.
Yes.
If she's not been participating in the scrims, Alex.
Yeah, but here's the thing: is like she might have a different setup, she might not have a cam. it doesn't really matter because you're playing Killjoy. Sometimes as a Killjoy for deniability, you don't really need to shoot as much anyways, which is also a great reason why I like to play Killjoy, because I am an old boomer, Dan. I have a hard time shooting faces right now in this game because I think my reaction time is a lot slower than it used to be. So if I could just use Killjoy utility to stop pushes and to also get a lot of Nanostorm kills, I'm happy with that, and I've done my job. But overall, I see now a hover over chamber, and I'm looking forward to it.
Ooh, Shonik maybe going for the Astra. Astra is very good. Very, very good, especially on split. That would be pretty cool to see Astra. Astra's also one of the agents that does benefit a lot from synergies as well with the teammates, you know, with the gravity well and in particular you can do some nasty setups. So chamber as well from Sykuna. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, we might even have a mirror match, right? Because we talked about Toast, aka now in this game Buster, that might be switching over to a chamber onto this map too, so that mirror match is gonna be nice. I like the hover over a Shifter as Jet actually, and that brought back memories when I thought Shifter was playing an Omen, kind of like filling sometimes, but I think that the main agent that he usually plays is going to be a Jet. And although we are on a map where these days I do find that if you also have to go with like a single duelist type of thing in terms of like an agent comp in the pro scene, I'd rather have a Raze, especially with a combination that you could have with Sage and also an Astra. But the Jet individual gameplay could still be very, very strong. But overall, when you're looking at Team Lily's composition here, Dan, there is a lot of deniability. You have a lot of gravity wells to slow with Shonik as the Astra. You have the slow orbs coming in from Ivani. You have the nanoswarms from Lily. And now you also have the slow turrets coming out from Sykuna. So this is actually going to be very, very difficult to penetrate for Team Toast once they take the attacker side. And I'm excited to see how this is going to pan out.
Yeah, I'm especially given the fact that Ariasaki is on the Viper, and we're not seeing a Viper coming in from the other field of players here. This is going to be a definite edge, I think. Vipers gives a lot of free space on this map with the toxic screens and so on. So it's going to be interesting to see how that works.
Yeah, so let's see how this is going to come out here on the first round, being the knife round. And I'm assuming at this point we should have some comms coming out at the same time too. So let's wait and see what's going to happen or not. And if not, I do have a question for you, Dan, but we are going to have the knife round with the comms. So let's check it out.
And then we all lunge out at them.
Wait, does it make a big difference, guys? Don't right click, only left click.
Okay. Only left click, only left click.
Because you have 100 health, a left click does 50, a right click does 75.
Who's luring them over?
You.
Me?
Yeah, go bro. Go bro.
Oh, well, okay, I'm gonna take like one stab so they think I'm going all in, and then who is
Wait,
this?
they're not.
They're doing the same thing to you.
They're doing the same thing. They're doing the same thing.
It's a pit. It's a snake pit in there.
No, she's stuck in the corner.
No, there's 5 people down there. I swear.
Oh God, there's 5 people down there.
Yo, run around. Everybody, Eric, come this way. Come this way. Come this way.
Yeah, okay, we're going. Go.
I've got a plan. I've got a plan. They're gonna walk up and then they saw me.
Yvonne.
Guys,
Oh, sorry.
We're gonna loop in back into the pit on them.
I think they may or may not have left the pit. There's
I know.
No, we know.
They definitely left.
They left the pit.
They know.
Guys, they left the pit.
Keep them busy, Sykuna. We're gonna go to them.
Now we're in the pit.
Well, right now
We wait in the pit. We wait in the pit.
All right, now we're in the pit.
Okay, now they don't know.
Get ready here.
Get ready. Everyone get ready.
Get ready.
You are allowed
One of them
to
comes
plant
down
the
to check.
bomb.
We all lunge out. They're right above.
All right, we gotta fight. Let's go. Screw it. We're out of time.
Yeah.
I hit Rena once.
That's
and Rena Viper once.
Okay.
What is happening?
Oh, I hit Toast once. Just keep left clicking Toast.
Yeah,
let's go. Left click only.
I don't know what's happening.
Left click only.
Oh, what?
Wait. Oh no, you got it. You got it.
Well, that was a strat and a half here, Dan, and it works out for Team Lily, and I'm actually happy. Lily has a snow globe. Now we also have the classic with the Winter Wonderland theme as well, so I really like that Team Lily are actually pulling out here the holiday spirits onto their skins.
Yeah, and that's that 1-0 advantage definitely going to be A powerful one going onto split on the attack especially. And they are looking to barrel into that A site. And on the other end of it, we've got Abe and Ryan. Sova, Reyna, respectively, looking to hold things down from heaven. They may have to give this one up, though. So many players coming forward. Love the dash into the burst. And totally juking Abe there. And I respect the aggression coming out here from Toast, but it's not going to work out. Ryan taking his chance as well down a ramp, but again, the classic, only so much you can do.
Interestingly enough, because I saw a small shield come out, and I was like, oh, are they actually going to buy here? And it was only Toast that went for the Marshall and small armor buy. So he's not going to be looking good in terms of the economy into the next round. But overall, Team Lily has done a great job just to overpower the A site. And we are going to take this time also to look at Team Toast, rather, the agent comp. We talked about Abe, who likes to play the Sova. He's actually going to stick to a Sova onto this map. And we've maybe seen a little bit of that during like the Red Bull Campus Clutch, where was it Fnatic that was trying it out at some point too? But you know, there's still ways to play him. It's not like a bad thing to have to use a Sova onto this map. It's just really hard to actually land some Hunter's Fury because of all of the elevations that you have into this map.
So going into the next round, we have a buy for Team Toast, and it's looking like they're going for a passive opening, not looking like they're going to do any early pushes here. So might be a fight over mid though with that, sir, because as I'm mentioning that, we are going to see Ryan turn his attention towards the ropes area. The wall goes down straight away though. Yeah, and we'll get some pressure on that wall.
They utilize a lot of ability off the get-go, though, for Team Lily, right, Dan? They went for the Sage Wall, but they also went with the Toxic Screen right away. So once both of these calm down and when the wall breaks, that's a lot of opening for the mid-control if the attacker side of Team Lily want to go for that late lurk. But we're defaulting back. We cut some noise, and we got a nice pick from the Headhunter from Sekuno onto Higa to start things off.
Yeah, some early damage. And that's for the team that's bonusing as well. So nice 5 versus 4 advantage, and Toast just chilling right now. Again, it's difficult on the defense. You know, if you don't have control of the extremities or mids, you just don't know what's going on right now. So it's a guessing game for Team Toast, and Team Lily now rotating through to that B attack. On the other end of that, we've got Ariasaki waiting patiently. Oh, there's the dash forward. Ariasaki able to take down one. Ivani will go down. The site's been given up. B site is there with Team Lily now. Natsumi, though, just holding on to that retake position, keeping control of B Heaven.
Okay, a couple of nanostorms on the pulse pan, which is pretty good. Oh, dude. Sekuno with the Headhunter continues to pop heads.
Last player standing.
Oh my god. Sekuno, there's only 8 bullets in that thing. I think he's got 3 kills with it so far.
3 bullets. That's insane.
Oh my god. All right, well, there you go. Team Lily 3-0 up to begin. And that's a great start. That was their bonus as well.
Exactly.
So they're going to have a great booming economy after that.
And I wonder at this point, if you actually save so many of these Spectres, are you going to try to bonus into that again? And it seems to be the case, right? So Sekuno's going to probably keep his Headhunter bullets, probably going to buy a lot more of those. Use the Spectre to play close range, which is... Actually, it's not too bad to play in terms of that strategy with this Chamber. I was thinking about it and trying to theory craft onto these pistol rounds, Dan, too. Like Chamber in general could have a classic, a shorty, and a Headhunter for a pistol round to play long range, mid range, and close range, which is quite crazy to have. But we could definitely talk about that a little bit later once we get into these pistol rounds with these Chambers. But into this round, it's going to be Team Lily continuing to do these defaults. You talked about taking control of extremities. They're starting things off quite well. They're not using too much utility to try to get early control of the extremities, and it's more going to be like a 4-player side take.
Oh, don't do it. Don't do it.
How do you call this, Dan? I want you to practice with French here. What's this?
He's got the Headhunter out. Oh. And the tour de force.
There
indeed.
you go. Yeah, tour de force. Nice.
Okay, well, tour de force not going to find anything just yet. If only able to take down Abe, and that's going to create some space for us to site. It's a stack really in mid around the mid position for Team Toast, and there's a cosmic divide as well to make matters worse. In the 5 versus 3, the cosmic divide comes out just to make it even more hopeless. But in swings Toast, Headhunter in hand, and you know he's just going to push this surely. but this is going to be difficult. Which way do you look? We've got the tour de force. Oh, he's got the knife out. Sukuna, no! He's just done Toast dirty like that. And I mean, this is a bad start for Team Toast. You know, we heard him in the interview there. Anything less than a win is just unacceptable.
Yeah, and hopefully it doesn't get to his head right now this early into the game, because this definitely, if you're in the shoes of this guy's Toast, this is unacceptable. And on top of that, you're getting diffed by your opponent's chamber on a mirror match. And it's going to be the team captain that does a knife kill onto you as that chamber, as the agent diff. And he could have had to tilt the first kill right there. And it just decided to go for the humiliation kill instead. So this now continues. Like, funny enough, though, for Team Toast, you still have some good economy going into the further rounds right now. But this is probably their last buy here, Dan.
Yeah. I'm liking the use of the rendezvous there. It's such a good... It's a signature of chamber. Allows you to kind of teleport away to the other kind of little post that you put up. I don't know what the technical name is for it, but you are able to teleport and just reposition instantly, and it's very powerful in that sense because you can show presence in multiple locations very quickly.
Dan, you're already better than me. Usually you commend me for knowing the agent abilities that quickly, and you already know them better than I do right now.
Dude, I got the Wikipedia page up right now. I'm ready to go.
But Shawnee gets a nice opening kill. So this is actually a nice kill towards mid side. It doesn't really pull out any rotations yet because at the same time, everybody pushed really quickly into the A site. Although they have conceded the A site for Team Toast, they have to play the retake now.
And then we have it 3 versus 4 on the retake here for Team Toast. Shifter working on the A ramp control, but loses the battle against Abe. And Toast as well, picking up one with the operator. So now... there is the advantage on this retake, but can they close the deal? Can they get themselves back sight? Toast being teased there. Go to a turret, annoying, but will be dealt with. And here goes the swing from Abe. Whoa! Defense throw double from Ivani. Beautiful there. And just one player left to go. Ivani with a nice triple. Right at the end, 1 versus 3, effectively. No assistance required from Lily.
Okay, that was insane. That was insane, too, because... Abe, so far, playing as his Sova, is able to get a lot of information out of this kit. Not only the Owl Drone to see that it was going to be a 4-site hit take on the previous round, this round, the Recon Dart spot, and the last 2 players on the attack of Ivani and Lily, but somehow Ivani and Lily, even though they got pinged out, was just great in terms of just spray control for Ivani to get those 2 kills before and give the advantage back onto Team Lily. So it seems for me, Dan, that we're missing a little bit of teamwork in terms of the retake plays for Team Toast. I don't know if it's missing a little bit of utility play, but also you had an op out there for Disguised Toast that makes things a little bit more difficult to try to be aggressive in there. But Dilda Fuss to start things off here for Toast, while the rest are on a half buy. And first contact is actually missed, where everybody's falling back from Team Lily back to A once again.
Yeah, like you said, the operator from Chamber of Toast, the Tour de Force ultimate, is definitely really dangerous, but we'll see whether or not they're going to be able to find some defensive frags here, because in comes Shifter up A ramp, looking to keep the pressure on. Oh, great find onto A, but at the same time, Shornik takes down Ariyasaki, not leaving all that much left on the defense here for Team Toast. Trying to swing on in, though. It's going to be Saikuno losing that control of A ramp, so there is something, after all, to be worked with now for Team Toast on this retake.
Well, a knob here for Ryan Higa. Pistols on the rest of the takes. It's a double op retake. They have to come up huge. Is this going to be another knife kill?
Shornik. It's going to be able to find Ryan, and both players going down elbow. Is Shornik going to be able to finish this one off? There comes the pressure, just tapping the spike. They're going to line up, but still, somehow the frag doesn't go the way. And it's going to be Lily to get the trade at the end. And that's going to secure things here for Team Lily. And, okay, I understand why she's not turned up for scrims, Alex, because they don't need to scrim. They're 6-0. It's not worth their time.
It was all mind games. It was all mind games to start things off in a trash talk between Seikuno and Toast. And at this point, it definitely looks that Team Lily are pretty practiced in terms of like getting these entries. It's lots of solo plays. You're able to get these backstabs. Like this is the second time that Shonix is trying to go for these lurks, right? The first time he got stopped towards B Heaven, but the second time it pays off. He gets beautiful kills on the backstab. Not only that, it's 1 kill, but a lot of information. And the last player is on a retake. So that's already good teamwork and communication they could bring out for the attacker side. And this continues to be the routine right now for Team Lily on the attack. Lots of pressure towards the mid side to start things off. Break this wall, force out the utility early. Like 10 seconds into the round here, Dan, there's a toxic screen up, a sage wall that's broken, and a slow orb already that's up. This is why this allows Shonik to go for these late lurks towards mid side, because there's not much utility to hold it back in the end. But for the rest of the players, it's always a 4-player site take on either extremities, and this time it's still going to be towards B.
And playing for the ult there. Now, Lily is able to get that lockdown on the B site. And there is a gap at the back of the site that you can hide, but it's actually going to result in a Viper's Pit coming on down by Aliyasaki. And is she going to stay there and get detained?
Yep.
It looks like she is. I respect it. But there's nobody to keep her alive. Unfortunate. If only's going to be able to take her down, and that's going to be the site under control. But in comes Toast, point blank with the operator. What the hell is going on? Able to take down Shifter, and no, Toast. He finds another with the operator, point blank, and that's going to allow the rest of his team to swing on through. He's opened things up for the trade there. In comes Ryan with that trade. Nothing Lily can do. Overwhelming numbers thanks to Toast, the fearless leader, swinging on through.
This is what we call, Dan, overheating. In a sense that they actually had, like, they saw Toast come through the wall, and Toast is looking towards the air. It's like, oh my god, Toast is there. We can try to knife him. So Shifter is trying to, like, go back and forth, trying to figure out, okay, what do I bring out? Why is he dancing away? Why can I not get these kills? And then suddenly get 2 no-scopes like this. Look, they had so much of an opportunity to get these kills, and off this trade, look at what we have out. We're putting utility on the ground instead for Sykkuno, instead of trying to go for the kill trade instead, because it's also an op that Sykkuno also had. So it was a little bit difficult, but thankfully for Team Toast, they got the first point on the board. And that's going to be a little bit of a momentum shift, that they desperately needed here for Team Toast.
Yes. That's the way you get back in it. That's the momentum shifter right there. We'll see if they can build on that. Abe, oh my god, the re-peak's fearless. Absolutely fearless. Ryan gets the trade. Can he pick anything else up? Goes for the heal there. And Sykkuno trades out. And there's the res coming on through from Ivani. Nice shot once again. Toast back in position. Maybe he has to be the one to save this, preventing anybody from moving beyond the choke point. But it's so difficult. The dash comes through, and that totally stuffs Toast's defensive efforts there, leaving Natsumi and Aliyasaki on the retake 2 versus 4. And Natsumi able to take down 1. And maybe there's a chance.
Yeah. And that's one of the most basic things, chat, that you want to pay attention to when we talk about creating space, right? Just that simple dash, forcing Toast to look into a different direction and then allowing Shonik to come in and get the kill. That's what we talk about when we're creating space with a Jet or a Raze. But with that said, the spike is down. It's a 2v1 now as we have a beautiful trade from Sykkuno. As let's see what Natsumi could do here with Respector.
It's going to be tough. That Spectre, not the best at these ranges. We'll see. Well, we won't see. Shifter takes down Natsumi. And that's going to be a 7-1 scoreline. Team Lily looking extremely dominant on what was previously the home ground for Team Toast in the previous tournament. This is how they won the tournament, was these matchups on Split. But
correct.
We don't have the Cypher. Maybe that's the difference for Toast. No Cypher.
I think it's more that we don't have a judge. Because he's landing these shots right now with the operator, which is nice. But the other thing about Chamber is why we find that he's a little bit opportunistic with his op and how aggressively he could play is thanks to the rendezvous, these teleports that he could actually use. And unfortunately, I haven't seen many of those yet here from Toast. He's landing some beautiful shots, but there's no escapability after to follow up.
Here.
Look at the pressure here from Shifter as well, just really forcing a big rotation onto the A side. That's something that can be exploited, as we've mentioned on that past map of Icebox. Oh, Shifter is going to see one. Oh my god, there's Ryan right around the corner with the Spectre. And there's the dismiss. That's going to get some extra info there. So they know now, Team Toast, that they can keep these positions because Team Lily is just all in this spot. And they're going to keep pushing. And this could be the move here. Collect some weapons, keep the pressure up. And if we don't have the trace coming through, the dismiss is perfect. What on earth is Disguised Toast doing? He's pulling out the knife. This guy's crazy. And you know what? Ryan's going to take it down. And it's almost a flawless round. If Lily doesn't get any kills, if she's in the defender spawn. Oh, sorry, it's actually Shonik. My bad.
Yeah.
Of Team Lily.
That was just unfortunate in the end, right? So like I think because we also had a DC at the same time, so they The UI now puts it on Shonik as this Astra trying to come across. Nice kill onto Ryan Higa. But there's still 23 seconds left, so this is actually quite doable for him to still be able to make it into sight. He lines up the two, and there you go.
Uh-oh.
Some people want a knife. Some people bring guns to knife fights, and that's Shonik bringing guns to knife fights.
So Shonik doesn't know what Abe is, and Abe is very, very close. Abe should be able to convert this. Has all the sound cues in the world. Oh, are those smokes? We get the nebulas going up there?
Oh,
no. There's the quick jiggle. Throwing the gun away. The knife comes out. We get the gentleman's agreement. But Shonik has the health advantage after tagging him. Oh, this is just dirty stuff there. Okay, what is this? We've got the recon going out. Yep, just got to get that information right now. There's the Nova Pulse. And there you go. Shonik gets himself an ace. Not bad.
In the end, at least they were able to make that gentleman's agreement. But this round, we got the confirmation it's moot because of the DC. So we are going to replay that round right after.
Should I play some stars in this?
So here's that restart. But in the end, Dan, where we're trying to digest this first half is, we're looking at an agent composition, at least on the defense. I know chat was saying, oh, there's not that many smokes, but I think a single controller Viper is still quite good. When you're looking at the meta of how splits being played currently, you actually do have like a Viper and an Astra. Usually that's going to help out to get the double controller to basically do more rotations and splits across on the attacker side. But a single controller with Viper is still quite decent if you're focusing a lot on op plays that currently Team Toast is currently doing.
Yeah, totally agree with you. I think Viper is massively impactful as a controller on this map, and so you can definitely make it work. You can make it work for sure. The solo Viper controller situation. But going back into this next one, we've got, as you mentioned, the round reset. So we're back at 7-1 in advantage for Lily, Team Lily.
Ooh,
Stinger, let's go. Ryan there as well. Just going to keep running and gunning with that Stinger. Not as good as it used to be.
Agreed.
And trade it out.
Agreed.
It's a free A site.
Still a gun to be able to picked up here by Abe as they lost one dashing across with Shifter as that jet. The thing is, on that previous round, there wasn't many op shots that were being shot or hit by Saikuno. A nice lurk from Shonik once again. They gotta find a way here for Team Toast to make sure that they shut down Shonik, and I think that Toast would be a great answer to that from the way that he's holding mid site earlier on with the op.
At the beginning of the show, I called Team Lily as my favorite, and I just did it off of just a gut feeling. And I feel like any prediction in this tournament, given how the last tournament went, the fact that Team Toast won and they were perhaps one of the least expected teams to win.
Yeah,
I don't know if any prediction's really good.
any predictions in this game is very, very hard to do. Like sometimes gut predictions, even during the VCTs. Like I don't know, Dan. I don't know about you, but
oh my god, yeah.
I don't know if you tried to do any predictions for your pick'ems for champions, but I think I was like only 5% right.
I have to say, of any major tournament in esports ever, that is the one tournament where I got the most predictions wrong.
Yep. And they're supposed to call us professional casters and analysts.
Yeah. Yep. It was difficult, but. Hang on, we've got 10 seconds to get this spike down. Okay, we're going to get it planted.
That was
Arya
a TP.
Swinging on through spawn. The Spectre did. Oh, there's a quick catch on the Shonik. 1 versus 1 now against Sakuno at the back of the site. There's a snake bite available as well for Ariasaki. She's going to go for the swing. The jump. She jumps. I mean, all right, it's bold, but sometimes fortune favors the bold. That's the motto of the SAS.
Sometimes in like other games, it's working out quite well too. Like when you start with the jump and then the swing. I'm thinking about like Call of Duty, Fortnite, those type of stuff. But
Quake,
Quake, or even this game when it's pissing around with classics, because that could still be pretty good. But on a Spectre against a Phantom, unfortunately, the running and gunning in general, I think, could have been very good. And we already saw the display of that with the Spectre on how she was able to get a couple of kills the previous round. But on that one, I think if we stayed boots to the ground, there was a possibility that fight could have been won there for Ariasaki. But nonetheless, 8-1 here for Team Lily. No defaults this time, though, Dan. It's just 5 players getting ready for a late hit on the A site. These stars are coming down. That's potentially could give a sort of a clue, but they're actually rotating out of the site instead. They're putting Toast towards mid. So somehow the defenders fake themselves out.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because Toast is on the tour de force again, so that's the operator, the ultimate that comes through, which is why he's only holding a classic. And otherwise, yeah, it's effectively a full buy round. A minute left now. Team Lily just holding ground, just trying to see if there's any aggressions from the defenders early on, but there's not. So now they're forced to make a move, and they're looking to go through mid. I don't know if the wall was burned yet, though. So that might slow things down if the wall is still available. The ice orbs as well. There goes the wall. A little bit too late, though. That's unfortunate. Gets punished, Natsumi. As we'll get Shornik getting that entry kill, and you can see how fast the rest of the team is behind that. Team Lily looking to assault, but you can see that weird stuff on the ground. That's the slow that happens when you get a kill with the tour de force. Good trade comes through, though. Spike going down. 3 versus 3 on the retake. Abe has good timing on this one. He seems to realize that there's a player male. There it is. Shornik goes down. 2 versus 2. Ivani and Lily on the sites. Ivani could kind of bait for Lily here. Abe only has 30 HP. This is going to be very difficult. So Ivani can run the distraction there to allow a free kill for Lily.
Oh, no.
Position unknown, but Lily unexpecting the move along the rafters, along the heaven position. Abe. Oh, my goodness. Fantastic there from Abe. Ice in the veins.
That was actually
2 rounds on the board.
Beautiful clutch in the end. When you saw that recon dart came out towards that B-side wall, it's like, okay, we know 100% that Abe is going to coming out here towards this, towards his B heaven side. Where unfortunately, yes, that's exactly how they tried to play the pulse plan here for Team Lily. Den, we tried to go for the bait and switch, trying to use Ivani first to try to get some information, and Lily try to get a kill after. But unfortunately, she was still stuck looking down towards that default spot, and that's kills from above. That's 2 kills from above that Abe did on this retake into this game, or into this round. So we talked about the Sova into the round that also kind of prepared Team Toast on that hold on the B side, because he had a nice recon dart on mid side like he always does right now. So that could help a bit, but it was a lot of timing that was in favor of Lily when they were able to get above the wall.
Well, this is one of the reasons why the Sova is difficult on this map. The Hunter's Fury, it's hard to get those connections with the multiple elevations, and the A site under massive attack. However, Spike has not made its way all the way onto the site just yet. It needs to be planted still. In fact, this effort has been largely blown to pieces by the defense of Team Toast. So finding some success here late into this first half.
And that's going to hurt. That's going to spot here Sekuno, and is about to get flanked from the back. He's not even shooting the drone. So he gets pinged twice. And that's probably going to eliminate this tool defense that we have here from Sekuno. Oh, never mind. He gets that hit. And there you go.
And there we go. It's gone.
I like the idea, though, Danny. It looked pretty good for Team Lily, despite that they lost a couple of players in the beginning. It was a 5-2. But because they put a lockdown on the ground already, and Shonic actually pulled out the Cosmic Divide, you know for a fact that the A side is going to be open. So if they actually had an eco, and the main goal was to try to plant the spike, I think it would have been nice if we actually did have Lily just run in and go for the spike plant, despite them, even if they lose the round. At least you build that economy, because the spike plant allows for an extra 300 credits across the board for the team. It still looks to be a decent buy here for the attackers, because we still have Vandals and a Spectre for Shifter, and they're 1 orb away of getting Blade Storm. So this is why you see this concentration towards this garage side. Shifter is at the point, he's being met up by teammates too, and they're potentially going to try to get this orb so that he can get the Blade Storm.
Yeah, that gas is running out soon, so there will be an opportunity to go in, but you can see the Snake Bite goes down the Ice Orb as well. That will prevent any forward movement from B main to the B site. And now things cool down a little bit. We get the response from Ariasaki just preemptively to drop the Viper's Pit. So there's no... I mean, it's going to be very difficult if there is a commitment from Team Lily. What do? They're going back into mid right now. That's a huge kill to get from Sekuno. Ariasaki commits to the fight and doesn't pay off.
Okay, but the Owl Drone pings 2 players, so they know the hit's coming towards this B site. So Team Toast is already on the rotate, and a late lurk again from Shonic with the kill.
And now they're dropping like flies here. Team Toast getting caught out left and right. Shonic on the other end here. Natsumi lying in wait, knowing that this flank is real, and it's so threatening. Knowing that there is a flank. Are they holding? Are they going to try to push me? You feel like you have to deal with them first, and for Natsumi, that will be the case. And the res, indeed, that's a 3 versus 4. But a lot of time has been bought here now. Shifter making it even worse. Back to a 2 versus 4 for Team Toast as they start to make their way in. Natsumi and Abe looking to do the impossible here. This is going to be so difficult. They have to charge through. The time is so low at this point. There's so many players left. There goes the first engagement in favor of Shifter. And very little for Abe to do in this position. Trying to catch at least a couple kills on their exit.
Wow.
But that's another round. That's the end of the first half now. Team Lily going to finish this one 9-3. Great attacking half for them.
So I like that in the chat where we got the spams of the 9-3 curse. So shout out to the fans that continue to watch these tournaments in Valorant, not only for the offline TV but everything else from the VCTs, because 9-3 definitely is one of those curse. But we'll see what's gonna happen though, because this is 9 rounds of the attack that Team Lily has, Dan. And as I've mentioned before, they have so much deniability with the agents that they currently have on the defender side that I feel this could continue to be very, very difficult for Team Toast to take this over. But at least they have a chance to come back for Team Toast in this 9th round. So let's see what's going to happen here.
Now we
frag out.
Oh.
Now we look.
Now we have to guard. We have to guard.
Yeah,
the
we
bomb,
have to
though.
guard
Heaven,
because
heaven,
they
heaven,
can
heaven.
just form and guard it. Like, just
Okay,
make
I'll
sure
come in
you're
behind
very
you.
go
close.
Arya, go heaven, go.
On
go,
site, right here, running to CT.
Alright, make them come to the bomb.
One
Make them come to
rafters,
the bomb.
2 rafters. I'm watching. I'm guarding right here on garage.
In the back.
Or right here on site. Oh, and okay. Oh no.
Oh god, I got Lily for 1. Nice. Just hold left click. Let's go.
Left clicks.
Woohoo! Run.
That was big.
Is that allowed?
That's a strat. That's a strat. I didn't see that in the rule book, so I'm assuming that it's fair play.
It ain't in the rule book. It's fair play.
Look, if it comes down to, for example, what happened with this all around the world that we had on the first knife round, and let's say there was 5 seconds left, right? Technically, you would have still had the defenders win the round 2, right? So you gotta try to make sure that you force these knives to come in. And now the 9-3 curse, it starts. It starts off with that.
Because they're kind of starting now from like 9-4.
Yeah.
I mean, these are the philosophical questions we'll have to figure out the answer to as time goes on. We'll get the attack into the B site very
What is the
quickly
meaning of
coming
life?
through. Is to I don't know. Don't ask me
What
such
is
things.
your definition of happiness?
Pancakes. What about you?
I don't know. You know what? We talk about sweets. I had pancakes before, but I never had pumpkin pie.
You haven't had pumpkin pie?
And I've been alive for 37 years. Never had pumpkin pie.
Isn't that like a Thanksgiving thing?
It is,
Pumpkin
and
pie.
I've missed it. I've missed the Canadian Thanksgiving and the American Thanksgiving, and
Wait,
didn't
do you
even
do
have
it
any
like
pumpkin
the
pie.
same kind of deal as in North America? Like,
as in like turkey
USA?
stuffing and all that stuff?
Yeah.
Well, see, I'm an Asian family, so we actually just order Chinese food and then gather
Fair
around and eat Chinese food.
All right. Well, we'll return to that. Find out more about Vansley's Thanksgivings as we go back into the game. 9-5. Team Lily
Bonus
in
round.
advantage. And again, we're going to get ruthless savagery moving into this B site, or at least they'll try to. Look at all of this util that was burned to try to prevent this from happening. But still, it can't be prevented.
It's a good idea to start things off, though, Dan. Despite them not actually doing too much damage.
Oh my god.
Okay, never mind. The retake's beautiful, though.
Love the angle. Got to see the desperation of Abe when seeing all of his teammates just dying around him as he's planting the spike. It's a good perspective, different perspective on the hopelessness I'm used to seeing.
So you looked at that and you just saw how beautiful it was for Team Lily with the trades on that retake. But they didn't need that many trades because they were just popping off. But I got to take a second to say how good that initially the idea around the Behold was actually quite nice because you have an alarm bot and 2 nanoswarms. Now, the alarm bot technically is supposed to trigger some opponents coming in, but the wall kind of blocks it. But you still have a turret that's been set on the ground from the chamber. So you have a trademark that's set on the ground that slows them. If they actually had the nanoswarms at the right spot, that would have been so deadly. So Team Toast has to be careful of that. And into this round where they had all these bonus rounds and whatnot, you have a Nop coming back out once again from Toast.
Nice opening pick coming through from Toast. Oh, Shifter right before the Nebula goes up. Finds one. Oh, this is dirty stuff there from Shifter. And another one over the top with the updraft with the Blade Storms causing havoc. All the destruction there from the back of the B site. And there's no entrance here for Team Toast. And the confidence. Oh, ooh. Shifter. Oh my God, the energy.
Body shot there onto Abe, so Abe got hit for 101. So this is actually very, very winnable here for Team Lily.
Oh my. The energy there from Shifter, just laying it down, and Lily on the flank. Finds the spike. Impact frags from Lily. And Abe now stuck between 2 sides.
Oof.
And Shawnick will finish it off. 11-5 as Team Lily. They look indisputably the best of these 2 teams right now. Here,
yeah,
Alex.
I mean, yeah. You were gonna say Shawnick. I know you're gonna say Shawnick.
I was about to say Sean.
I know, but I was trying to cover you. Chat, you heard it here first. Dan's too used to casting with Sean that everybody has now become Sean. Or maybe it's just a compliment to say that I could cast like Sean. So thank you, Dan. Really appreciate it. Much
nice.
love. So this is, but yeah, just to get back into that, we were able to save an operator as well for Team Lily into that last round. So things are looking really good. And I know that you're saying that this is like Team Lily was a favorite to win the tournament, but off gut feeling. But on paper, it seems as though the finalist and the winner of the last Valorant charity tournament should have been Team Toast. Winning this, not necessarily convincingly, but at least make the game a little bit more challenging, right? But Team Lily, they're playing it so well, and I definitely have to give this over to Ivani so far. But it's not over yet, right? You have Matilda false sets out here from Disguised Toast, who was able to do some very good shots with this, and just very close to this crosshair. If the ponytail comes out, he could get a huge kill onto Ivani.
Yeah, it's 11-5 right now, but we'll see if the story changes. The patience from Disguised Toast. The conviction. The discipline. Looking for the opening pick for the team. To get his teammates into a position to win. And it's shut down. It's gone. Shawnick looking to make it even better. And Shawnick will. 2 quick kills in mid. Really shuts down the efforts here from Team Toast yet again. Not finding the openings that they're looking for.
Top fragger Shawnick there. That's why his skin for the champs is glowing currently. Top fragger in the server. Huge Hunter's Fury that allows Natsumi to move down and get the kill onto Ivani. But they're kind of pinned towards this mid side. At least the spike's still up. We're trying to get a res as well towards mid side, but there's only 13 seconds left. You got to go fast.
10 seconds left.
Uh-oh, Shawnick's on the back as well. Uh-oh. Natsumi, 1 versus 4. No time to plant. It's over.
Oh, TP behind her.
Shenanigans. 12-5. And I think it's time for a listening to hear the despair in action.
I don't know if it has infinite range or whatever. I forgot. Because sometimes I'm just going to leave ramp and I don't want them to be able to lurk through.
Oh, they're definitely mid. At least 3 mid.
Yeah, they're rushing. They're rushing.
They're mid. 3 mid. They're running up mid heaven now.
They're reviving. Yeah, they're heaven. Can't really see too well. So.
Oh, 3 there. 3 there.
3 heaven.
You're gonna see him second for sure. Nice.
That one?
A gift.
planted.
Okay, so we're dialing back into the 2v2 here. Alex is all on this one. For a chance to stay alive. Defending the spike, Team Toast. Oh, Toast in a great position. Ooh. Oh no, disaster strikes. But can Ryan make good of this one? Gets one in the back in a second to follow it up and keep Toast's dreams alive against Team Lily.
It's still doable at this point right now. We talked about the 9-3 curse. This time it's actually pretty much broken because you had Team Lily that was able to get a good defender side quite before when they were shutting down the attacks here for Team Toast on that B side. So yes, the dream's still alive, but with the amount of rounds that we've won for Team Lily on the defender side first here, Dan, this is still going to be a very, very heavy buy. And Shonix is just ready to toy with his opponents. He's pulling out an Odin for a mid-side hold.
I love the confidence. The wall goes up, the wall goes down. It's been good to see that Team Toast are also pressuring that wall away as soon as they can. But as you say, they might feed straight into the Odin of Shornik on the other end of it if they continue to press up mid, but right now it's a pretty passive approach coming through from the defense of Team Lily. They've got that 5 versus 4, so they don't need to do anything special here.
It's not too bad here from Shonix too. Like this spike, like this, oh, okay. Nice spray, but on top of that, it's nice deniability as we talked about before, right? If it's the wall, 2 slow orbs, now you have Nebulas coming out from Shonix at the same time. It doesn't allow for Team Toast to get any good mid control so far. And we're going to rely on Disguised Toast to get an opening once again. And he's trying to get this fight against Ivani. And he loses it.
Yeah. And it's just one by one. They're going down in these battles. And finally, Abe able to deliver. Against Shornik, though, it's not going to be the same story. But for Natsumi, able to make something happen. Time is limited. At least Natsumi does have the spike. Down to 17 HP. No heal available just yet. 8 bullets left as well. Has to go forward quickly for the plant. And you know what? Her opposition know it. The wall comes up, though. That's going to buy some time for this. And also give her some information if they try to strike down that wall.
Oh, big ult.
I think she would have had... Yeah, well, never mind. Shifter will take her down. And there it is. Team Lily. They're going to be picking up this match so convincingly against Team Toast here, Alex.
Oh my god, Dan. The story of the underdog continues now, at least for me, an underdog into this matchup. Lily Pichu. And on top of that, I think it's just overall, like, the whole roster in itself looked really, really good as much as it was on the defense. We had some great players on flanks. We had some great players that were able to frag. And Ivani as the anchor player. Beautiful. Chef's kiss. Yeah. Yeah, what I actually really like from how this Team Lily played on the attacker side, with an agent composition that we talked about, that they had a lot of deniability on defense, how is that going to pan out for the attack, right? And just having Shifter on that jet is going to help a lot for creating that space that actually... made it difficult for Disguised Toast to get all those shots that he needed to hit with the operator, and allowing the rest, the 4 players right behind or the 3 players behind, to get into the site trades in the plant. And then Shifter on these late lurks all the time is always working out here. It's working out for him. I think he lost maybe 1 battle on a lurk, but every single one after that has been quite successful for them.
And DDK, I thought we were going to see a lot more from Toast, and the times they did pop off as a team were brilliant. But what do you think kept them from doing that a little more often?
Yeah, I think there's a lack of sort of synergizing or like a attack-sided game plan. And given that they struggled on the defense as much as they did, that kind of left them out in the cold there. When we saw that second half playing through, you saw sort of, okay, well, these flat-out rushes aren't really working as well as we want, because even though they were able to maybe get the spike down, they weren't able to get good post-plant positions to defend the spike. And then when they stopped doing that, it was a case of just trying to kind of take 1v1s. And that seemed very easy to deal with. So it seemed like a lack of that attack sided game plan. All of it was kind of on the defense. I think composition wise, I think there was a struggle there as well. So I think just not as well kitted out to win this one.
The fights on mid side actually was something I was being tried to. Sorry, Rachel, as I wanted to add on to that really quickly, because when they tried to get those 1v1 on B side extremities, we talked about how Sykkuno was doing a good job with a Marshall to get a couple of kills there, and then once they tried to go for mid take controls, then they had to face off against Chonic on mid side, and they didn't have the utility to try to flush those opponents out of ropes. And even if they made it at least on the top of the staircase, there was still a nice crossfire between Chonic and Ivani that allowed all those kills to happen from heaven side onto B. So the first layer of defaults, the idea is there for the attacker side. We just needed to bring it up an extra step.
Taking a quick look at the replays here, starting out with the giggle between the opponents, but quickly turning into violence, boys.
Oh yeah, and I think the violence started with some nice mind games with the knife kills, Dan, and this. Not only knife round, but literal knife kills on that second round there that we saw from Sykkuno on Titos.
Yeah, and I also have to give the shout outs to Shifter as well. I think, knowing what needed to be done on the jet, like creating space, that was definitely another thing that you didn't really have the same ability, I think, for Team Toast. There was no agent that could really claim space. You didn't have a raise, you didn't have the jet. On those entries to sites, having that player that could draw the fire wasn't quite there. And I think that was something that was abused quite a lot by, or I shouldn't say abused, but just used effectively by Team Lily. And that was another difference maker, I think, for them. And so, I felt like everybody for Team Lily really did a great job synergizing with each other and everyone. There was a good... They had all of the roles that they needed for the varying situations that they found themselves in.
Yeah, when you look at it, too, on... the differences of the controls that you had. Like I said, Ariasaki playing as a Viper is still quite good, that you could still run things as a single controller if you want to go for a straight up sight hit, if you're going to eventually make it to that point, right? When you've gained that map control, you scaled up to where you needed to go for that explosion on an execution. But to have Sonic instead playing as a Astra, there was so much that they were able to do. Not only does he place the stars over onto heaven and onto screens, but he's able to add more stars across the map to try to maybe sell these fakes. We talked about it, Dan, at some point. We had the smokes going into A heaven, into screens, and then you had 2 more stars going into like mid side and B heaven, and that actually forced a rotation out from this guy's toes from A to B side, where it just allowed an easier take for the attacker side of Team Lily getting to the site. So overall, in terms of agent comps, you're right, you nailed it. We had a little bit of a better agent composition here for Team Lily. Worked out for that type of game plan.
Well, gentlemen, thank you so much for your assessments. We're only 2 games in, and I feel like not only am I learning, but you guys have had moments where you sounded pretty impressed by the play that we've seen here this weekend. So we have 3 more games coming up today. But before we do that, this is all for charity, and I want to say thank you and remind our audience that we are trying to raise money for Thankmas. It's the 3D printed houses and housing opportunities for houseless people around the globe. It's an incredible cause, and I'm sure you've seen it a lot across YouTube and Twitch with all these wonderful content creators trying to raise money and bring that in for this charity. So if you wanted to be part of that, if you've been enjoying the games you've seen here today, please consider clicking that link or hitting !donate to bring up the window in chat. And we've got more games coming. I did promise you that, but we're going to head into a quick break right now. And you're definitely want to stick around for this break because we're checking out the second contestant in the AIM Lab Tourneyception. Let's check it out.
Oh, it's a mass genocide! Oh! This is an any percent farming route, highest score. So I do one slide, perfect execution. Second slide, perfect execution. One spin, big. Two spin, big. Don't even wait for the results. Come back to the first one. Doesn't matter where it goes, it's all random. Doesn't matter where it goes, it's all random. Back to the spinning machine.
What's up, guys? My name is Jay, and we are OTV. Today, we are playing our version of hide and seek, and this is our prize. It's a computer sponsored by MSI.
Let's go! He did it!
Welcome to the annual OfflineTV Hide and Seek Challenge. This year, we rented out a sprawling Hollywood mansion. Our friend Jay joined us all the way from South Korea to be our seeker. Here's some of his music. With plenty of space to hide, our seeker's gonna have their work cut out for them. It's gonna be really hard.
Next week, we have interviews for new employees, so make sure you guys are all there because it's really important that we find the right people, okay?
I like your car. Thanks, dude. It's my favorite.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the official first ever OTV Sumo tournament to determine the very best OTV member.
Bonk. Why am I doing
Get your arm.
this?
Come on, get your hand in the game, okay? Get your hand in the game.
Go!
Oh, hit her in the dick.
Okay? Oh, go! And that's a win for Ivan!
Coach, did I do it? Am I a winner? And will my mom be proud?
No.
The semifinals between Michael Reeves and Poke Iman. Go. Oh my god! Pokey wins the epic clash. Yvonne and Disguised Toast.
Fuck, he's meditating on something.
He's asking his master for forgiveness
God,
right now.
he's astral projecting. He's going into Yvonne's head.
Go! Oh my god!
Oh yeah!
I'm the champ. What a win!
Yvonne moves on to the next round.
Fire, 3, 2, 1, go! Oh my god, that fire's off to a great start.
Wait, Toast, you haven't heard of my move?
No, what's your move?
What the?
Oh!
I'll never walk. Let's go.
The #1 OTV Wade.
It's pretty.
Who's this?
Bring it on!
Okay. Go! For the greatest. Oh!
Bring it on! Oh, let's fucking go!
A 1v3. Go! Congratulations.
Alright. This event was a surprise announcement of our lovely 3 new members, John, Jody, and Sid, who I'm sure you guys are so hyped to see in OTV videos as we are.
No, we can't wait to be here and be a part of everything, and thank you so much for supporting us.
Thank you. Oh, yeah.
Hey guys, Thanksgiving's coming up and we are going to make a feast. The problem is we don't know how to cook. So we found
I'm do that.
oh my god.
That was a classic.
That's a classic. That's a classic.
What we're doing today is a arcade Olympics of sorts.
Oh, it's a mass genocide! Oh! This is an any percent farming route, highest score. So I do one slide, perfect execution. Second slide, perfect execution. One spin, big. Two spin, big. Don't even wait for the results. Come back to the first one. Doesn't matter where it goes, it's all random. Doesn't matter where it goes, it's all random. Back to the spinning machine.
What's up, guys? My name is Jay.
everybody, welcome back to the OfflineTV Holiday Charity Valorant Invitational. We've had 2 matches so far, and now we are about to head into our 3rd, and then all our teams will have played at least 1. So I'm really excited for Team Poke's debut next, but before we get too far into it, let's bring on DDK and Vansily, who have been calling the action in our matches, and who have been witness to some wildly good Valorant play. What do you guys think?
I honestly think that the operators coming out from these players is actually quite, as esports Doug would like to say, crispy. Lots of crispy shots. I really like what I saw here from both ends, from Sekuno and also from Disguised Toast on that map on Split. Not an easy map to like play aggressively and op on, so I'm quite happy to see that coming out from Chamber agents.
Yeah, I'm loving the confidence.
The gameplay hasn't been enough of a gift. We are also doing a ton of giveaways all day today and tomorrow. So while you're hanging out and watching in chat, hit !giveaway, and that's going to give you the information you need to enter into our wonderful giveaways. We're giving away 20 North American $10 Valorant point gift cards this time. And this is practice, too. You're collecting these gift cards. You're, saving up for a skin. But we also have some OfflineTV merch that's going to be working its way into the giveaway. So this is like a training ground, an aim lab, if you will, for our giveaway challenges.
Oh, yeah. We showed Dan's shirt, but I think you got a new one, too. So I want to see that one that you have.
Thank you.
Is that a long
Thanks for
sleeve?
noticing. First of all, this is the long sleeve, which very rare with gamer merch, kind of odd. But I'm so happy to have a long sleeve shirt. It's going to get a lot of wear.
Yeah.
Because it's one of the few ones. Got the TV in the back, my hair's all over it, and some special messaging down the arm.
It's actually been a while since I've worn long sleeve shirts. It makes me think of like my days as like a punk rock kid. Like the Stewie from Family Guy that says like, I wear long sleeve shirts under short sleeve shirts under long sleeve shirts, just so I can look cool. Something like that.
Did we look cool in middle school when we were doing that? I don't know.
I thought it was amazing. I still think I'm amazing now. But
listen, if you want to look cool these days, I'm taking all my hints from Pokey. I love following her on social media. She's always got great fashion sense, and the girl can put together an outfit. The girl can put together a team. Let's take a look at Team Pokimane, our last team that we have not seen compete in our tournament yet today. Last bag of surprises left for us, and a roster that is certain to make an impact here. Take me through it, Vansily.
Yeah, this is actually, I'm very, very excited about this one. Like I said, I feel like this might be our team that's going to make it to the finals, being Pokimane, how cracked she is when I watch her streams and she's playing Valorant, but also on Binan's experiences in first-person shooter titles. And I think just overall, this is going to be a team that's going to bring a lot of firepower all together. But, we talk about these favorites that actually haven't been performing as much, so I don't want to gas them up too much just in case it gets deflated into like the against the underdog story once again.
I don't know if there's such a thing as gassing anybody up too much in our charity invitational. We have 25 amazing players. We just scattered them around over these teams. True. Team Jojo, we did see earlier today, and they are looking to pick up their first win of the day. DDK, what do they need to do that?
I think just keep doing what they've been doing. I feel like we've had really great dynamics on the team. Obviously, we've got a couple buff, and that's been working out well in a Broden, working so far. I mean, doing the Toast shenanigans from the previous tournament that we're no longer seeing Toast do, but also finding some success with it. The Judge on the Cypher, we've been seeing generally, I think, a great awareness on the map. That's one of the things that I really liked from watching them on Icebox earlier today. Super aware of what's going on the map, especially when they're on the attack and they're pressure positions. They know what the response will be for their opponents, and they make it really hard for their opponents to know what's happening. And I'm really liking that. So if they keep doing that, keep hitting the shots, and Masayoshi keeps taking point, as we've seen on the duelist, I mean, it's going to be success for sure for Team Jojo.
A lot to look forward to here, and of course, the X factor is gonna be the map. So chat, we're turning to you again and asking you, where will this grand battle take place? A lot of options, and I'm gonna tell you, Icebox is not one of them because Team Joe just played on that one. And, from what I understand about Poke's preferences, she's probably pretty happy with that. So
Exactly. And this time I'm not going to say anything. I'm just going to chat this side. I don't want to sway any votes. I'm going to stay quiet, and then we'll wait and see voting to see what map we're going to go to.
Dan, do you want to sway the vote?
I already said fracture. I'm seeing some in the chat. I feel like we got to get the fracture in there.
Thankfully, it's not in the map rotation yet. So as much as you want to sway the fracture, we're not going to get the fracture done.
You say that, Alex, but I feel like through overwhelming numbers, I feel like maybe we can break the system.
True.
Right. Just have our way with it. Right. I mean, why not?
Puppy gets a vote.
Right?
What does the pup want?
But
Pup,
I think
from
people
the
have seen
looks
a
of it, he just
center or
wants to
Haven
sleep.
or something.
Yeah, Haven would be nice. Haven would be nice. A Haven or like an Ascent. I wonder, because right now when we think about Pokey, we talked about how she's really good on her Raze, but she plays a lot of Sova as well. So if it goes over to a Haven or an Ascent map, it could still be pretty good for her as a Sova player.
Alex, I changed my mind. I want to see Bind now. I mean, I feel like for both teams as well, it's a map that will be, because Bind's cool because it's simple, but you can do quite a lot with it, like more so than Icebox, I would say. So I think that would be kind of cool to see, based on what we've seen from both of these teams and the agents they like to play. I feel like that could be quite a fun map for both of these teams.
Bofa.
All right. Well, as chat finishes their vote and as we decide on the single map, I'll let both of you guys go get ready for the next match, and I'm going to bring in our two trash talkers for our Game 3 today. Looks like it's going to be... we have Masayoshi, and we have Fusli. Good to see you both. Welcome.
Hello.
Hi, good to be here. Thanks for having us.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me. I'm so excited to be part of your tournament, Fusli, and we haven't seen your team play yet today. How has practice been leading up to this weekend? You guys feel prepared?
Phenomenal. It's been incredible. We haven't
Good,
lost a game. We've been scrimming all week. We actually knew the teams in advance. So.
Damn.
Yeah. Sorry, John. Yeah,
wow, that's wild. So you guys are coming in with a huge advantage here. I mean, Masayoshi, how intimidating is that?
Leslie, are you lying right now?
Yeah, no, we didn't know the
Are
teams.
you full of baloney?
We didn't know the teams until yesterday. Wait, last night. Yeah, John, tell us how is your practice going?
The 5 queens. It's gonna be a match.
How did your first game go?
Oh, easy stomp. It was like, I think they got one. It was like 13-1. Yeah, it was no big deal. No biggie. I landed all my ults on Raze. The usual. Yeah, 4 for 4.
Well, am I allowed to trash talk John now? I've been waiting.
Yeah, please never let me stand in the way of that, by all means.
John, all I know is I got more sponsors this week than you're gonna get kills all tourney.
Oh my god. When you recover, feel free to fire back as usual.
Oh my god. I have no response.
Don't
here.
care, didn't ask, plus L plus ratio, plus I made you, plus make better content, plus get a real job, plus Jojo see what gets more kills.
Leslie.
The game hasn't even started yet. She killed you like 6 times.
Leslie, no. Leslie,
John. I'm sorry, John.
I'm not sorry.
I'm not sorry. I'm not sorry. No, John, no, it's because I'm scared. It's because we're scared of you.
You better be. God damn it, I'm mad now.
Oh God, we're fueling his anger. He's only gonna
Nobby's
play
gonna
better.
sick you all. Nobby's gonna end the world.
No.
Just you wait.
Are you playing Raze?
We'll see. I'll dabble.
You're
No,
playing on
let's be
Raze.
bad. Let's be bad. If I bust out the sky, you know me.
Okay, well.
With all that devastating damage dealt, I'm actually going to invite you to put a little compliment band-aid on that, perhaps, Leslie. Is there anything maybe festively cheerful that you'd like to say to Master Yoshi?
I did not prepare anything kind.
No, that's fine.
I hope your laundry stinks.
It's true. I need to do my laundry.
You're welcome.
All right. Team Jojo. I knew I was gonna end this all nice, damn it. Well, just because they're so talented and so good, they have the couple buff and everything, and they're immortal, and we're scared of them, honestly. And I think it's gonna be a good game either way, and I hope that you guys do well, but still lose, but do well.
Yeah,
like
best
it's
of luck
close.
to you too.
Like 13-11 kind of thing.
Best of luck to you, Leslie. Firm handshakes. Firm handshakes. Best of luck out
Love
there.
to see that sportsmanship. I'm feeling ready for this next match. I'm going to send our 2 teams off to the races, and I'm going to throw it back over to our casters to take us into it. So I hope you all enjoy this next match.
Thank
See you there.
Goodbye.
Good luck.
Here we are.
She came in ready.
Think about that.
She came in ready. She came in ready with the 1-2 punches outside of game, ready to bring it into the game. And Dan, you wanted bind? We got bind.
Nice. Again, yeah, I feel like this is going to be a good map for these two teams. I'm curious to see the agent select, because you never know until you lock in those agents as to exactly what's going to happen on the server. But I think with some of the, I mean, we know, or I feel like, I mean, again, you never know, but I feel like I know that Poke's going to get on that Raze, and I think Raze is a lot of fun on this map. There's a lot that you can do with Raze for pressure, for the showstoppers, the close choke points as well. You know, Broden with the judge, definitely going to find a lot of spots for that. So it's it should be a fun map, I think.
Yeah, I think especially for Team Jojo, if we looked at their performance on Icebox before, and they're not using a jet. I feel that Bind could also be one of those maps where you don't necessarily need to have a jet as a duelist to go in. So if you do have Masayoshi playing towards the Raze or even a Sky, but you also have Quarter Jade that's going to stick over to Reyna, that could still work quite well, because we've seen, for example, Team Liquid with Scream trying things out with a Reyna, and it works very, very well under Bind, except for versus Sentinels, of course, but it worked pretty well against Cloud9, so the agent comp for duelists for those two players works well on this map. On the other end, though, for Team Poke, Dan, now we want to find out, is Pokimane going to use Sova, or is she going to use Raze as well? Because on their end, they usually have Box playing duelist.
Yeah. Well, we're about to find out, as the agents are going to get locked in for both of these teams, and we'll see if some of our suspicions are correct. And Poke swapping between Sova and the Raze.
Well, there you go.
Sova is really good as well.
Yeah.
But we're gonna get a Phoenix. That was the first lock.
Ooh.
I haven't seen Phoenix in a hot minute.
I haven't seen Phoenix in a hot minute on Bind. Probably not since like TSM drone.
Yeah.
So it has been a while since we've seen some Phoenix on there, and I think especially now that Fuslie is going with Arena, we probably do need to have somebody like Pokimane play a Sova, because when I look at the agent comps that most of these players are used to for Team Poke, Pokimane's usually the only one that plays Initiator. Or unless they want to go triple duelist, then we're really playing TSM style.
So what do you think? Are you edging anybody based on the picks so far?
I'm edging towards a Sova. I'm edging towards a Sova here, but at least while we wait for Poke to choose. On the other end, though, this is what we're talking about, right? No jet to come out here on the attacker side, but you're still going double duelist, and potentially like double duelist and a half. Masayoshi going out with an initiator that's going to help to get information as a Sky, but also could use that agent selfishly, as a duelist to help entry into the site. And Katamina continue with an Omen is going to be huge with the paranoias, and I don't think that it's such a bad take to take an Omen into these maps. I think we've seen like a small resurgence of Omen into pro play, especially during the Champions Tour, when we actually saw that coming out here from Team Sen with Volcold, if I'm not mistaken, on Split.
Yes, you are correct. Yeah, Bone Cold with the Brim, with the Omen, all the off-meta picks, but it works if you have a plan. You know how to play to the strengths of the agent and synergize with your teammates. It can always work in Valorant. That's one of the reasons why I like this game so much. Provides like a lot of different looks.
Damn, we're fragging out. We're fragging out for Team Poke. We're going triple duelist.
Ooh, man, I haven't seen triple duelist in a long time.
Yeah, since TSM. So, yeah, let's see how that pans out. I mean, it did work out for potentially, like, maybe one event, I think, when TSM was trying that out with the triple duelist comp. And it was exactly with a Phoenix in there as well, right? They were going Phoenix Jet, of course, on Wardell. And then the last one, potentially a switch between Raze and Reyna. And I would say it'd be Raze, right? With Sabrosa, hence Rosa ults. But let's see what happens, man. We do have this ninth round to come out. And let's see if we got some in-game comms as we start things out here on Bind.
Oh, they're going for the planter! They're going for the planter! Oh my gosh! I got him. Oh, I got one more!
Okay. One hit Sky.
Wait, we just win, don't we?
Yeah. Oh, is that how that works?
the plant. They have to defuse.
Stop him!
Let's go.
Die.
Let's go, team.
Do we go in the top
I
order
had no
or?
idea it actually like revolved around the plant.
Yeah, it's kind of
I'm
weird.
so confused.
There you go, Dan. The strategy of going around the spike plant does work on the attacker side.
There you go. Just like that. Team Pokey going to start off with the 1-0. Very nice indeed. Okay, this is crazy. This is crazy because if Team Pokey do anything except just run it down, I'm going to be surprised. They got 3 duelists.
And that's what I'm saying. This is a great way to start things off too, Dan, right? We talked about the plant that they got 300 across the board around the win, so that's 3,300 across the board for all of these players. And on top of that, we could just go aggressively with the Spectres. This could snowball into a huge momentum shift for the attackers. So we're going to have to play this very, very smart for Team Jojo, where you already see Masayoshi playing inside U-Haul with a shorty, while the rest are sticking with classics. So they really want to bring the economy back on their side immediately into round number 3.
With early pressure on B as well. Get the ultimate orb. Always very nice. And there we go. Pokey on the double satchel. Clearing out the site. Nothing here to stop the plant from going down. That's that nasty one from Fuseli already. Getting on top of the game right now with some of these headshots. I mean, they're just against pistols, but hey, you know, when you're hitting nice martial shots, it feels good.
Yeah, with an entry like that, amazing. And on top of that, Dan, you talked about it, that they had to run it down. They definitely ran it down for Team Pokey right there, and that was a beautiful martial shot from Fuseli. And just, I like the continuation of scaling, not allowing Team Jojo to actually go for the rotations back from the A side to B. So only losing one player, not much damage has been inflicted from Jojo, Team Jojo, sorry, onto Team Pokey. So the economy is going to be quite good for the bonus going into this round, following after that. Now, triple duelist. Again, Dan, I feel like we got a couple of upgrades, actually. I saw a Vandal being purchased for a bit, and then, okay, now we decide to stick to our bonus. So because we're going with bonuses, I'd like to see the attackers stick together, which they currently are, trying to get some early sands control.
And Pokey with the Boombot lineup, that's going to clear out Hookah on the left side. So now you only have to worry about the rights.
Correct.
Good angle there on top of the B site. Paint shot's going in as well, so just keep that pressure on. And there's just 3 players here on the defense, so lots of players ready to go for the defense. Quarter Jade opens things up nicely, but Pokey right at the back of the site with the double, able to deal the damage that's needed to clear it all out and allow that spike to go down. Masayoshi trying to get these pop flashes through, but not having too much success here for the team right now.
Wow.
Pokey is looking dangerous.
Well, Broden continues with the signature judge into this round, but the entry for the rest was super nice there for Team Pokey. Box started things off, and that's what I like that second round where they kept running it down. It was Box that kept running down with the Phoenix so that they could actually build the ultimate into that round. So picking up the orb towards long B, you go with the run it back from the Phoenix ult into the site. You're trying to scare out and force your opponents out of their positions of where they're hiding inside that B site, therefore creating a diversion so that Pokey could actually get towards the back of the site and get those 2 nice double kills in the end. So the bonus round was huge. She picks up a Vandal for a beautiful kill onto Masayoshi on that rotate into Hookah. And into this round now, you're putting Team Jojo into a tight buy. So back with a judge, using it for you. I'd like to see a judge more towards Hookah, though, if Broden's going to keep using that judge here, Dan.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, they're going to be switching things up here. Team Pokey looking to assault the A site instead, and it's a half buy for Team Jojo, and they guessed incorrectly going to be the side of the round, but Spike goes down. Binaz opens things up. This wall is there as well to make life very difficult for the retake. See Binaz holding onto U-Haul, and again, that's the only point of entry right now. Until that wall goes down, the only way they can get in is through U-Haul.
Yeah.
It's starting to work on the wall.
So I like that they're knifing it half and not fully breaking it down in case it gets spammed as soon as the wall breaks, trying to bait it out. You saw one towards showers. They're trying to hunt it down for some econ damage, but this is looking like a sealed deal here for Team Pokey on the pulse plant.
Yeah, making their way forward, but they can't deal with the weaponry advantage coming through for Team Pokey. They'll convert against the half buy of Team Jojo, but because it's a half buy, that means the next round we're going into will feature a full buy. here for Team Jojo. So this will be the first best chance at taking a round, I'd say, against Team Pokey. So we'll see what their adjustments are. And right now, Alex, it's really hard because Team Pokey are kind of just sending it A or B, and it's just hard right now, it feels like, for Team Jojo to kind of really figure it out.
Yeah.
In terms of how do we manage this?
And that's exactly it. They're playing this more reactionary, right? You're playing those 3 players inside B site. You're playing 2 players inside A site, but the A site players are always holding in towards you, so not really using much to try to get information. Even you're looking at this mini map, we already have a smoke down towards bottom long B. But this allows for the opponents to scale up, but you don't really have anything to try to gain that information. So I feel that it'll be nice for them to try to fight back, fight early, especially when Team Pokey doesn't have an initiator. You have good opportunities to catch your opponents off guard. And there's the first one that's caught off guard as Box gets killed as he was trying to spray towards Heaven's side.
But it's still quite confusing for Team Jojo. They've heard noise B long, they've heard noise A short, they've heard noise on showers with the all picked up. So again, it's still quite unknown, but the Seekers go out there from Masayoshi to try to confirm the information. Where are these players? The Seekers will allow you to understand where most of them are. And Masayoshi's going to follow on behind, and it's going to convert the kills. 4 against 3 now. Desperation starts to sink in here for Team Pokey. Going into that B side, the dismiss from Quarter Jade. Beautiful to get out of that position. And Albinaz knows she has to commit to this one, but the timing is just better for Quarter Jade again. Resets to another fight, and Quarter Jade locks the B site down.
Again, going with the couple buff, and you really needed some big kills coming out from Masayoshi there towards that short A side, because yes, you had the Seekers that came out to get some information. It spotted 2 players, and it was the same 2 players on the default that Team Pokey was using towards that A site. But at the same time, you still had an orb being picked up towards B side, so there's still a lack of information happening at the same time. I like the idea from Star Smitten though, as the Seeker came by, it was actually wasn't going against her, so she just let it through so she could try to potentially get some sort of like late lurk kill. But after losing her teammate early in that round, it didn't pay off in the end. So this round, less of a default, more of a initially looking like a 5-player hit towards short A side, and we got some nice actually poison clouds being set up here. As a showstopper to open up
from Pokey straight into that triple position, and out goes Masayoshi. Big kill to get on the opening. Box as well, finding success and grounds gained. U-Haul here for the team as well, giving massive advantages in holding this site now for Team Pokey as they wait for the spike to detonate. And it looks like that is exactly what's going to happen at this rate, unless there's some magic here from the remainder. But Box, fantastic position, picks off Casamina. There's very little left to work with now here for the remainder of Team Jojo.
Such low HP there for Quarter Jade, as we saw before, I think, right? 3 HP that she had left. Oh, no, she's at 100. It's actually Fuslie that's at 3. So we're going to see what's going to happen as the wall breaks, but they're running that clock down so well for Team Pokey, and there you go. The round finishing for Team Pokey, and I kind of like what I'm seeing here, Dan. The regular going for the Poison Cloud throw from the Palm Tree into U-Haul to try to cover that up, putting that wall up to allow Pokemon to go for a satchel charge. Not this time a Rosa ult. She gets a +8 out of that one because she's able to get the ultimate kill onto Masayoshi into A site. So we talk about this communication, this teamwork that works well for these teams. It's still pretty high level from what I've seen so far in terms of the site executions for Team Pokey. So I really, really like this so far.
So now we'll get that pressure once again, and one thing to remember as well, with the composition that Team Pokey's running, the expectation is that they win the attacking side. So that's one thing to bear in mind as they're running the 3 duelist opening. And
that's true.
Box with a pick onto the B site. It's going to deal with these saving players for half buy.
Ooh. It was a nice little dink that came out, though, from Broden. And now Quarter Jade is on a big flank.
Might get a good timing on with that one. Walking into the Viper's pit, takes down, starts smitten, and there's a lot more players to go, but is there even a gun to be collected? I don't think so. Oh dear, there goes the flash. It's going to whiff, but doesn't matter. Trade is in place. 6-1 the score now in favor of Team Pokey, as this aggressive playstyle with the 3 duelists is really working out for them. And they're staying in packs mostly here, Alex, and it's working for them.
which is great because staying in packs like that allows you to be very quick and reactionary on what's happening, because as Quarter J gets that kill into the Viper's Pit and that Viper's Pit goes down, then the immediate reaction is BNANS is going to throw slow orbs into short A. That allows for the double swing from Box and her to get the kill into Quarter Jade. But not only that, while that sticks together, I like how we're continuing to scale forward, for Team Pokey, because Pokey made it into the spawn of Team Jojo. So really, they're pulling out all stops, and it's working very well. And Team Jojo is having to use every single round and try to adapt. And this time they're adapting the Sky onto the B site, trying to fight back towards long, and it works out only for one.
And right now the defense is kind of displaced. All relies on this judge from Broden, and the judge is going to deliver on Hookah. But the rest of the team here for Team Pokey making their way safely through B long into the site. Timing not looking good around elbow though, but Box still gets the kill. This is an interesting one. Quarter J's managed to find a way backside. A nice pick off. Catching the Phoenix ult though. The running back will deal with that one, and very little left now. Just Brook swinging on through Kuka. 1 versus 2 now with that frag, and it's so close against BNANS. That was such a good engagement. Unfortunate for Brook, and that's a 7-1 advantage now for Team Pokey.
And like I said, the idea worked out to try to have that Sky towards long B to get information, but we didn't have an extra player to try to set up the crossfire here with Masayoshi, especially when you're playing a Sky where you don't really have that escapability, right? The only other exit that you may have is taking a teleporter out, and if you take the teleporter out, then you're already weakening your B defense there and keeping one stuck towards the shower side of sight. But again, it continues to be Team Pokey to get these trades that are nice, but also continue to scale up into these sites. Like the run it back from Box. We talked about how it's difficult how we haven't seen Phoenix in a long time. And it's paying off here for Box. In this round, a little bit of a change. Triple aggression towards Sands, but it's still here won by the attacker side.
Getting the orb control is always nice. As Pokey just having fun with the satchels, getting a lot of space there.
Oh.
That might be a gun to be picked up, but Pokey might be good for the hunt. It's actually going to be Fusely, though. So right now, it just seems like there's no real answer on the defense for Team Jojo. What would you want to see them do as an adjustment to deal with what Team Pokey's offering here?
I like that they're fighting back here, Dan. So the last round when they had the triple Sands push is like, okay, we know that they're defaulting a bit towards Sands, towards long and short. Not much showers control, so it's okay to leave that open. I like that adjustment, or how they decide not to work anything here for Team Jojo. But now, on that previous round was only on pistols. I'd like to see more aggression coming out with the gun rounds, where you could potentially catch these players off guard here for Team Pokey. And as I mentioned, like the showers is open and they never really use it for Team Pokey. We actually have a double push here from Masayoshi and Quarter J to go for a longer flank.
And there comes the showstopper again. That's going to... should have cleared Octagon, but doesn't find the mark. So that's going to be awesome here, because Broden's still with that position with the operator. Has that line of... Wow! BNANS out of nowhere. Decapitates Broden. Nothing left on that B-long position. But they still have to hold the site, and they don't have the best positioning, but Box finds a favorable timing.
Flank is still coming.
Here comes Matsuyoshi. Speaking of favorable timings, Matsuyoshi looking to save the day. And Quarter J comes through as well, and it is that couple buff as they work on this retake. Just down to Quarter J now, as Fusely works her way around, but Quarter J, better position, better timing, and plenty of time for that defuse.
Yeah, Dan, in this round, the adjustment went towards like this double pressure on both extremities, and allowing Quarter Jade that found success previously with a flank with a Spectre, I think, when it was in that Viper's Pit 3 rounds ago. This time goes with a full flank into B, but I think the operator that was heavily invested here for Broden came into fruition too. With the amount of times that Team Pokey went for the Boombot into Sands, but having 1 or 2 default towards long B, that definitely helped Team Jojo to hold initially what happened there. But it still came down to a 1 versus 1 though, Dan. So despite getting that early information, it's still Team Pokey that takes the upper hand on the trades to enter into these sites.
And there's the showers control attempt coming through from Masayoshi. I like how active Masayoshi is as a player, trying to get that info.
Look at that.
To get that good position, the angle unexpected by Box. I think the guiding light caught any players there, but Team Pokey actually have a good timing to re-clear showers.
This is the game plan here, Dan. Look at this minimap. As right now, Masayoshi is fighting towards this area and throwing his utility. On the other end, Quarter Jade was getting ready to push down towards Long B. She falls back and she's now ready to TP, and they're going to try to do a showers crunch. Off and
Quarter
ult.
Jade with it all to do here, coming through the TP. Oh, Binance
Wow.
just straight in there. No fear at all. That's
I love that.
huge frag from Binance.
No.
Brendan walks into that one. Unfortunate. However, Masayoshi's still active towards that short A position. Now, if they choose to go through this, the problem here is that this could be a one and done for Masayoshi. There's no way to back off after getting a frag, although that wall might provide some cover. They're going to line up here for Masayoshi, but still Pokey very fast to that one, down to 10 HP. Katamina against the world here. 1 versus 2, spike in hand for Star Smitten, and they'll get the plant on the B sites.
And Pokey still pushing towards spawn side. So Katamina, okay, she lands that one. Nice little run and gun. It's a 1v1 then.
Yeah, Katamina! Oh, that's just so sick there. So ready for that one. The triple kill, the clutch coming up huge for Team Jojo when they needed the most. And now there's an opportunity to maybe get that 4-8 first off. It's not sexy, Alex, but it's better than 2-10.
Exactly. If any round that you're able to salvage right now, or even ending on an 8-4, is actually still a pretty decent finish on a half in the end. But you definitely got to give credit to Katamina on winning at 2 versus 1. And the way that she just continued to push very aggressively, I got to say that there was a little bit of luck because Team Pokey was ready to go for a spawn side, and they didn't expect that Katamina was going to be that close. So it actually catches 2 players off guard. And I'm talking about luck on timing that allows Katamina to be able to get those 2 kills quite fast and save that round there for Team Jojo. This round, though, it's going to be very, very fast and explosive off the hunters. Sorry, to run it back. And it's going to try to create some space. It works out with hot hands. We canceled it out from Masayoshi. He has it up, a big slow orb, and lands a shot there onto Star Smitten.
And there's that fight kind of raging on for this Siren. Now the ball broken, utility streaming in. Masayoshi can't get there in time against Boostly into U-Haul. And that U-Haul position is very well held at this point. But they're all stacked up, so opportunity here possibly. If these fights go the way of Team Jojo on the entry, that's a good start there from Quarter Jade. Broden with the boombot to keep that pressure on, but Binance in a good spot to shut it down, and that's exactly what happens by Pocket. And now it's down to Katamina once again. Can she do it again? Yes! Katamina locks in the triple kill and the clutch.
So I was part of Tarek and Shroud's watch parties into the VCT Champions, and this is one of those moments where Tarek would usually say, we have a game in our hands. It looked like it was very one-sided to start things off, Dan, but like I said, an 8-2 scoreline to finish things off to stop the bleeding, and now they also switch sides into a triple duelist on defense. If you don't continue to snowball the way that Team Poké did on their aggressiveness on the attack, if they don't do that on defense, there's still a great chance here for Team Jojo to come back into this game.
Yeah, and it took a lot of heroics to do that. But again,
thanks to Katamina,
it's about weathering the attack-sided composition with the 3 duelists from Team Poké. And weathering, could that be classified as a success for 4 rounds? I think so, like you're saying. So we'll see, because being on the defense with the duelists won't be as easy. They have to play active and aggressive on the defensive side. And that's what's going to happen towards B long.
But it is like
The British are coming. The British are coming.
Plant the bomb. Plant the bomb.
Planting. Hold me. Hold me.
Yeah, we're covering you.
Planted, nice.
Okay,
Alright,
they're
back.
protecting the fucking bomb. Okay.
You ready to? Oh wait, I guess we let them come.
Oh god.
Oh.
That Phoenix is low.
They're defusing. They're defusing.
Oh my
God.
god. Half, it's half.
Okay, to get this Phoenix.
What the?
Who has the gun?
Whoa! What the hell? Oh.
One enemy remaining.
Oh my
That's a
god,
garden.
Mia, go off! Get your 4K!
Oh yeah, Mia, it's all you.
Get my 4K. You guys are crazy.
Get it!
She's one.
Get the 4K! Yes! Let's go!
Oh my, thanks, T. Wow, thanks.
Oh my.
Yeah, and they're really gassing up Katamina. I mean, she deserves it.
Dude, Dan, at this point, not only is she gassed up, the whole team's gassed up. This is good momentum right now as they take over the attacker side here. So I can't wait to see what happens for Team Jojo, because Katamina, after 2 clutches and the whole team standing behind her and getting a 4K on the knife round, this is definitely going to help swing that momentum and gain that confidence to take the attacker side, especially now that they could bonus up with the Spectres.
Oh man, like just over the last few rounds, turned into a completely different game now. It's totally different. Masayoshi with the Trailblazer will find the Viper by the pocket position.
There's flank
that is
for info.
Doesn't matter. They're just going to power on through. There's still a work in progress on this A side, but it's looking pretty decent. However, these pistols doing a lot more damage than expected. Quarter J swinging in the back though, leaving it all to box here for Team Pokey, and Team Jojo should be good to convert this one. There might be a gun to be collected.
I was going to say,
anything away.
Yeah, I think there's still a gun towards Palm Tree that could still pick up. So the plan's going to happen towards the A side, but he's going to have to go for a full cross to try to pick up the weapon. So he's going through Cave instead to pick it up, and that's going to be a weapon on the X that we're trying to recuperate. But that flank from Box, even though that we were saying that it didn't get too much information, was good enough because we had a 4-player stack for Team Pokey there.
Yeah, and so much noise was cut here as well with that rotation to pick up that gun. At this point, it could be anywhere. And there is the element surprise for the first kill, the second offering itself. But, I mean, in Katamina, we trust a safe pair of hands in these clutch moments, time and again. I believe, Vansili, Katamina's closed out, what, like last 4 or 5 rounds in a row?
At least, yeah, at least 4 in a row. Like, and 3 of those 4 were clutches, Dan. So 3 clutches and a 4K knife round for 4 rounds in a row as Katamina. Yeah, she ends the round for Team Jojo to catch up into this one, but this was fairly expensive. Thankfully, the most expensive gun that was spent was saved into this round. But Team Pokey will have to see what they're going to try to do. You're looking at the way they're setting up the defense. It looks to be pretty much of a default, right? There's no aggression coming out from the duelists. You have to be a little bit more reactionary if you're going to stay back inside of the site because you don't have these initiators.
And we get the walk down short B coming through actually from Binance. Now this is very scary stuff. You don't want to go too deep here. Binance is gonna maybe find the timing. It's so scary. Gets the perfect timing. Nobody's looking. And able to get away. Okay, no. Masayoshi able to stop that one. I was about to say get away scot-free, but obviously the trade comes through. Fast response. Big rotation into the site. Masayoshi gets caught out. And,
oh my.
Oh no. They're not really in position, Alex, here to kind of capitalize. They weren't. We didn't have the spacing ready for Team Jojo to actually explode onto the B site.
I'm still surprised that we waited for it after we heard the run it back coming out from back site. Yeah. So the run it back that came out and the paint shells, but unluckily enough is by the time that we were able to react into, oh my god, there's actually a run it back from the Phoenix in the back of the site, the spike got picked off and dropped right there in that kill, that box. And I see chat, I think you want it. Bok. Got the kill there onto Masayoshi into the hookah area to drop that spike. So it makes things difficult for Team Jojo to continue with the execution inside the site. And Team Pokey, well, they take that point.
Now the sheriffs come out to play. Masayoshi gets shut down. Box says, shut up. Knocks him on his ass and is continuing to really just dominate with his Vandal. Obviously only against pistols, but you know, it's the confidence game. And so you're taking those big swings.
We talked about aggression, Dan. We talk about aggression, and what I like, it's actually coming out from Binance instead of the duelists usually. So the Frost Orbs have been on point on how she's been throwing these so far to really slow down Team Jojo. So it's off to Broden and Quarter Jade to go for a big flank here, but they have to go in such a long route to try to pick up this spike. So I like that Team Pokey are not trying to really chase these downs. They're just really trying to watch out the angles to cover this spike.
Still some damage to be done here. It would be great if, for either Broden or Quarter Jade, if they were able to just take away a couple guns, just keep that economy in check. But difficult angle and shot against the Vandal, but Quarter Jade takes down Fusli, and there's a Vandal to be picked up here, so more damage is certainly possible. But how much more? Vandal collected. Boombot's going to be...
Oh, she's going for it.
Empress is coming out as well. I like it. Quarter Jade is looking for some damage, looking for some fights. However, time is of the essence, and Team Pokey don't have to go anywhere.
And it's two players that could be very, very quick in terms of rapid fire rate, because you have the Empress with the buff coming in from Quarter Jade, and an Ares. But back on the flank!
Back on the flank, and maybe Quarter Jade picks this one up. The Invis comes through on the Empress. And suddenly, some extra kills just landing at the feet of Quarter Jade. Of course, can't win the round, but again, the objective, you know, with the spike down at Fountain was to get the damage in, and I think it's fair to say that happened.
Oh, definitely. I think in the end, you're pretty happy to at least save the Vandal onto Quarter Jade after getting a couple of kills, hurt the Econ on the other end, and this is what I'm talking about, man. The Frost Orb on that ground, allowing their box to move forward for those kills. Yes, they are eco chasing, but I like it because you continue with that confidence to say, look, we're playing triple duelist, so you have to be afraid of us. They have rounds where they're pushing forward. They have rounds where they're running defaults here for Team Pokey, or at least more contained on a defense rather than defaults. And this round is one of those that's going to be slightly more contained, at least towards the A site. But you still have box looking for aggression into into Sense. But on the end, what's there, Dan? Another Frost Orb towards the B side to hold such an aggressive push and fast push from Team Jojo into B.
Yeah, some good pace on this one, on this attack. The Seekers come through as well, and Quarter Jade will follow those through. And it's a really good opening coming right now from Team Jojo. The dismiss is perfect from Quarter Jade as well, but Fusli was just that Rainer diff. There's the heal up as well, the flick to Katamina, but you just cannot stop Katamina. Can't stop, won't stop. We've got now just Pokey left. It's starting to look quite difficult here for Team Pokey on the defense. 3 rounds now, the deficit for Team Jojo as they start to speed up this recovery. And this is looking like the momentum is, I mean, you mentioned it, Alex, like the momentum is with them, and it's not leaving anytime soon.
And it continues on the other end too. Like we were commending how Team Pokey were doing very well into continue to push outside of the site into the spawn side, into elbow when they're getting these post plant situations. But Team Jojo is definitely doing the same thing. And again, you're going triple duelist is not necessarily a bad thing, but there's also the fact that their single controller is also already placing most of her utility into the A site, right? So if they have to play a retake into B site, they don't. Oh, look at this push, Dan.
Yeah, box, kind of great timing. Oh, we've got to be good on the shots though, and that's the opportunity gone. Binance, though, on the other end of it, takes down Katamina, and the wall goes up to slow things down, make it difficult. That's actually already backside, though, and Quarter Jade with the defense towards Huka. It's very difficult here for both sides as they try to force their way in here, Team Pokey, but they will be largely deflected. Star Smitten working through from spawn. Oh, fantastic series of kills, though, making the difference.
Yeah, so I was going to say too, like what makes it very difficult here for Team Pokey on these retakes is that you don't have any other controller that's going to allow to like smoke out these main choke points when you're trying to retake the site, right? So for example, trying to go back into this B site, you don't have any smokers that's going to be able to put a smoke up into hookah, a smoke into long octagon, so they could try to go and pinch into the sites better. But thankfully, for me, box, I don't know how many run it back that this player was able to pick up into this whole game so far, but this has been one of the key moments that allows Team Pokey for these nice retakes. So if they continue to farm these orbs or farm these kills with box, and it continues on the way that it does, they could potentially drag it out to a victory. But the momentum is continuing back towards the sand side.
Well, that's been blown up completely. It was a good attempt, but timing not favorable there for box. Now, for Team Jojo, they don't have to just go heavy into that B site off of the back of this. Given the fact that the spike's being found, this is obviously huge info for Team Pokey. But look at Quarter Jade wrapping her way around. This is just insane.
They have a Viper's Pit. There you go.
Oh, but Quarter Jade's wrapped back around again around the site. Now she's been discovered. This gets really weird now. And they're just going to force the issue. Pokey with paint shells again, refreshing that one with a double kill. And Quarter Jade finally finding a way through to the Viper's Pit.
That was crisp. And a res too. Big paranoia. This allows a huge flank here, Dan.
Oh, the dismiss just in time from Quarter Jade. And really making it doable here for Katamina, despite very little health. Again, there indeed, from the shadows to allow a spike plant coming in. And we've seen Katamina win these clutches before. Now, the remaining players are quite low, Binance and Pokey in particular.
Yeah. And she's used her paranoia before to try to take Spike with her teammate, Quarter Jade. So she only has the smokes and a rifle. That's gone.
Well, at least, the showstopper had to be burned for that one. They also got rid of the Viper's Pit as well.
You're right. But it's also 12 to 7 right now for Team Pokey, so you have to try to come back for 5 rounds in a row. But let's see if Team Pokey could actually just close this out, because they're now at match point in this BO1, and we want to know what the comms are going to look like. So let's check it out. That's the hype. They're just meditating here, Dan.
No noise.
Ooh.
Showers. At least one. My bad. You got this,
They're falling off.
Oh God, they're everywhere.
Keep one outside
My
of
smokes are
TP.
falling.
Actually, one is showers.
Like 3 showers?
Really?
Yeah.
They could rest short.
Short.
Hannah has good flank.
Last player standing. I've got your 30 seconds left. Spike planted.
Well, Dan, it seems as though in this 2v1, we'll see if Binance could get it done. But you saw that big flank was coming, and you wanted your players to stay alive towards Hookah. But let's see if she could actually clutch this out.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. No idea where these 2 players are. That's a good slow, though. That's going to find one. They still don't have the information. Binance, will she check the cubby? No, unfortunate. Katamina again, the one to close it out.
Katamina's owning in these clutch situations. But yeah, as I mentioned before, it came down to like, okay, if we were able to stay alive for maybe like 4 more seconds from Hookah, or sorry, from you. If Masayoshi actually didn't get those 2 kills onto you right here, that was no Seekers, which would allow Binance to have such a huge flank then towards Palm Tree right after, and then it would have potentially been that map point here for Team Pokey. But you definitely got to give it, once again, another nice clutch situation from Katamina to keep things quiet, keep things calm. And by the way, quiet comms, I like it right now from the from Team Pokey. They're really just focusing on the right information and when to give it, and not over calm.
That was the problem, though. We just saw an opening pick coming through. I like the reaction, just taking that position up B long into the site. There's nobody there to defend this one. Oh, but Binance is going to strike back from over the top of the dark cover. Oh, and just like that, there's a real chance now for Pokey to close it out. Team Pokey. But Katamina again. She says no. Katamina says no. There's still one more to go. Pokey satcheling in. Katamina just playing with her food at this point. We all know how this story ends. We've seen it over and over again. As that spike ticks away, it's going to be Pokey that has to take the battle, and Katamina's going to close it down like she always does.
At this point, Dan, every time we see that Katamina's alive on a 1 versus X clutch, let's just go into the next round. We can just fast forward knowing that Team Jojo is going to win this one. That is
just unbelievable.
It's so good. The amount of clutch situations she's able to win. Probably higher than like so many of the VCT players.
No, exactly. It's like you don't see just reliably one person just always winning every 1vx. It just doesn't happen.
Yeah. So this is looking great. at least for Team Jojo to continue with this this momentum off these clutches. But there's still a great gun round here for Team Pokey. There's still probably one more kill right now that allows Box to get a run it back, and it's Box trying to clear showers first.
Pushing all the way.
And her spike drop.
Masayoshi. He's going to catch Masayoshi, but no! Can't find the damage. It's Masayoshi to defend, and that's an early advantage. I love the play from Box.
Yep.
But it's getting worse for Team Pokey.
And it was just nice game sense there for Masayoshi, too. Probably understanding that his opponent was also one orb away of picking it up, so wanted to make sure that showers was covered.
And it's going to be commitment here towards the A site from Team Jojo to finish it off. Pokey holding on to the U-Haul position. And quarter J goes down. Nice little flick there from Pokey. Suddenly it swings in favor of Team Pokey. Will this be the round? Pokey picks up the showstopper, the satchel on through to find the last target, sending it down short. And it's just Katamina again, 1 versus 2. But there's the defuse. It's getting stuck all the way. Pokey's going to do all of it with Binance helping out as well. And that is a beautiful finish there. Team Pokey get it done. You can't help but feel sad for Katamina given all of her efforts, but Team Pokey with the triple duelist comp is going to win binds.
Guys, I'm listening and I hear Katamina, Pokey. This was a wild back and forth. I'm so happy that Pokey was able to clutch it out for her team in that final round. Like, what a hero move. But oh my god, like, it's wild that the story is Katamina here. Like, impressive clutches all across the board.
Just unfortunate that last round once again came down to Katamina on a 2 versus 1, and she probably would have had that 1v1 if it was Pokemon on that spike with the timer coming down. But Binance, like I said, the experience that she has in tactical FPSs and making sure that she just holds angle instead of wide swinging and able to get the backstab kill onto Katamina to win that round and securing that on a triple duelist setup here for Team Pokey, it pays off for them in the end.
Well, I'm hoping we've got a pack of replays here, but I feel like it's just going to be like a Katamina frag reel, so I'm excited to watch it. But, gentlemen, I mean, I kind of got obsessed with Katamina and Pokey's performance here. Who should I watch out for in this replay?
Ooh.
I don't even know anymore. It's so close. It's so close to say. I got to say that at least when it comes down to, like, the high impact frags, high impact moments, you're probably going to have to give that to Katamina. Because if it wasn't for Katamina, Dan, after winning, 4 clutches and a 4K knife round, that was already potentially 5 rounds lost, and it would have been already like a 13-4 scoreline or something.
We need the stat of how many 1vx's she actually won, because it was pretty huge, and that's extremely impactful because it just keeps your team in it for more rounds. You're giving your whole team more chances to have impact. So yeah, hard to. I mean, Katamina. I mean, you don't often like pick an MVP of the team that didn't win, but for me, it definitely would be Katamina. Given all of that. So, but yeah, this explosive U-Haul control there from Pokey was pretty enormous. That just came out of nowhere.
And so chat, by the way, is saying that she clutched 6 rounds. So if she clutched 6 rounds and it was that last round where she didn't win, and I think there was potentially maybe another 1v1, so maybe like 6 out of 8, she was really stuck in those positions where she was like that impact player that had to play retake and rotate quite often, actually, right? Which means that, you know, she didn't have many opportunities where she could anchor into a site. She really had to try to do a lot and rotate for the team, and she did quite good.
Yeah, totally agree.
6 rounds in 1 earbud?
Well.
I don't know what that means.
Yeah, it's great to see on the Omen as well, because it's one of those agents that, you know, you want to have that agent alive late into the round. So you want to have players that are good at lurking, you want to have players that are calm, good at communicating, and do have like very kind of a solid like mental game in those clutch situations, because you're often going to be left in the clutch situations. So it's cool to see that, you know, Katamina really embodying what it is to be an Omen player right there.
Well, Katamina extremely generous with those clutches for her team. And on the topic of generosity, chat, now is your time. If you have been enjoying the show, if you're enjoying all of our wonderful streamers coming together and competing for your entertainment, consider hitting !donate and donating to our Tiltify charity. It is, of course, Thankmas. And guys, they're doing some pretty cool stuff, right? DDK, are you impressed by the Thankmas cause?
Absolutely. I think it's a beautiful cause. You know, we will have a lot to be thankful for, especially around this time of season, but there's so many that that don't. And so this is a great way to offer, as I think you put it very nicely earlier, something that is a very base need, and to do so in a way that is very scalable. I feel like this is also great awareness and proof of concept for this method to provide shelter. And it's something that I think is just the methodology is something that I want to support. I think this is a fantastic cause.
You can see on the bar there, we're at almost $6,000, but there's a lot of that bar left. Fortunately, Vansili, there is a lot of Valorant left. So before we get into it, gentlemen, I think I'll let you rest your voices because we do have one more game. It's going to be a banger. We've got... No, we got 2 more games. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. That's awesome. Okay, the next one is actually, this is me being I'm really enjoying these games, guys. The next one is Scarra and Toast. This is the one I've been hyped for all day because known these 2 boys a long time. I'm really excited to see them go head to head here, and I'm hoping that I can just sit back in the eventual trash talk segment. But before we get there, we're gonna go to a quick break. Make sure you stick around because you can see our next entrant in the AIM Lab Tourneyception. We'll be right back.
Oh! This is an any percent farming route, highest score. So I do 1 slide, perfect execution. 2nd slide, perfect execution. 1 spin, big. 2 spin, big. Don't even wait for the results. Come back to the first one. Doesn't matter where it goes, it's all random. Doesn't matter where it goes, it's all random. Back to the spinning machine.
What's up, guys? My name is Jay, and we are OTV. Today, we are playing our version of hide and seek, and this is our prize. It's a computer sponsored by MSI.
Wow. Let's go! He did it!
Welcome to the annual OfflineTV Hide and Seek Challenge. This year, we rented out a sprawling Hollywood mansion. Our friend Jay joined us all the way from South Korea to be our seeker. Here's some of his music. With plenty of space to hide, our seeker's gonna have their work cut out for them. It's gonna be really hard.
Next week, we have interviews for new employees, so make sure you guys are all there because it's really important that we find the right people, okay?
I like your car. Thanks, dude. It's my favorite.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the official first ever OTV Sumo tournament to determine the very best OTV member.
Bonk. Why am I doing
Get your arm.
this?
Come on, get your hand in the game, okay? Get your hand in the game.
Go!
Oh, hit her in the dick.
Okay? Oh, go! And that's a win for Ivan!
Coach, did I do it? Am I a winner? And will my mom be proud?
No.
The semifinals between Michael Reeves and Poke Iman. Go. Oh my god! Pokey wins the epic clash. Yvonne and Disguised Toast.
fuck, he's meditating on something.
He's asking his master for forgiveness right
He's
now.
astral projecting. He's going into Yvonne's head.
Go!
I'm the
Gonna win.
Yvonne moves on to the next round by 10.
Fire. 3, 2, 1, go! Oh my god. It fires off to a great start.
Wait, Toast, you haven't heard of my move?
No, what's your move?
What the?
Oh!
I'll never walk. Let's go.
The number 1 OTV Wade.
This is pretty.
Who's this?
Bring it on!
Okay. Go! For the greatest. Oh!
Bring it on! Oh, let's fucking go!
A 1v3. Go! Congratulations.
Alright. This event was a surprise announcement of our lovely 3 new members, John, Jody, and Sid, who I'm sure you guys are so hyped to see in OTV videos as we are.
And we can't wait to be here and be a part of everything, and thank you so much for supporting us.
Thank you.
Hey guys, Thanksgiving's coming up and we were going to make a feast. The problem is we don't know how to cook. So we found
I knew you were going to do that.
Oh my god.
That was a
Ooh,
classic.
that's a classic. That's a classic.
What we're doing today is a arcade Olympics of sorts.
Oh, it's a mass genocide! Oh! This is an any percent farming route, highest score. So I do 1 slide, perfect execution. 2nd slide, perfect execution. 1 spin, big. 2 spin, big. Don't even wait for the results. Come back to the first one. Doesn't matter where it goes, it's all random. Doesn't matter where it goes, it's all random. Back to the spinning machine.
What's up, guys? My name is Jay.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the OfflineTV Holiday Charity Valorant Invitational. We're raising money for Thankmas 2021, and you can find the links and the alerts in chat. Please consider donating because it's an amazing cause, and we're doing it all for you today and your entertainment. So let's bring in our casters, DDK and Van Silly, who have been taking us through the action and who have witnessed some truly incredible Valorant. Van Silly, real quick, we got a big match coming up here. It's gonna be Scarra and Toast. 2-second prediction.
Ooh, Scarra and Toast. I don't even know anymore because, like I said, Toast had like that mentality. It's like we're gonna win everything, and then they kind of did win everything, especially in that last matchup. And then Scarra, I am actually quite impressed with how they've played so far, and it's got to be off like Jummy, for example. So I think I might have to give it to Scarra. Let's go with the underdog story.
All right, DDK, even shorter than that. Tell me, who's gonna win?
Team Scarra because H June.
Okay, Team Scarra, H June. Wow, you
That's
really
true.
figured that one out.
You want to do it fast, and there we go. That's how it.
Good Reyna.
That's it. Yeah.
Press DDK. Now, this is a speed check for chat coming up next. We're going to be doing another giveaway. We've got 15 surprise OfflineTV merch packages up for grabs, and you can use !giveaway to enter. Make sure you enter before the countdown ends to be included, and anyone in the world can enter this one. This is an international prize package, so get to typing, folks, and while you do that...
I'm going to do it as well.
Yeah, no, not you, not...
Okay, no.
DDK and Van Silly do not.
Hands are up.
Thank you. We have to talk about our teams that are going to be facing off next. So let's take a look at our lineup. We've got Pokemon's team, who just had a very impressive win. Oh, nope. We're way far. We're actually looking at Scarra's team. It's Scarra and Toast.
Yeah.
I accidentally said this was the last match of the day, and then I looked ahead, and the last match of the day is Lily and Pokey. So
But still,
it's nonstop fun.
Even if you change the name from Pokey into Scarra, this is still a team that impressed us looking at this matchup when they played on Icebox earlier on against Jojo's team. So I think, I mean, as Dan said, I was mentioning on Jummy, like, yes, he didn't have that many frags, but I think, like, the mobility that he had with satchel charges on Raze to create space was actually quite good, and it allowed somebody like H-June to get all those kills and to lurk in Reyna. I can't wait to see what's going to happen, depending on what map they play here, Dan.
Yeah, I think one of the cool things about H-June on the Reyna was just how active H-June was playing, and it created so much threat against the other team, and oftentimes H-June was able to confidently win those opening duels and get those first bloods and then dismiss away. So it created this huge advantage that the team was always able to play off of, and they were quite good at managing information as well. So that's something I liked a lot from them, and that's why I am thinking that they're gonna take this one. But the map can definitely can make things very different, and we'll have to see what that's gonna be. But yeah, looking at a team Disguised Toast, I mean, they did have a great showing on Split earlier, but that's not to say that that one map is going to dictate the rest of their tournament.
Yeah, because even looking at Disguised Toast, or they even had moments, if I'm not mistaken, that they had double ops on Split. So because one of them had Tour de Force, the other one had an op. And I think if they want to try to, or if they're able to play on a map that's gonna allow this to happen more, because even if you're looking at this sticker that has a meme of a judge onto Toast as a sussy Among Us, he actually didn't really use the judge at all. He's been pretty much not necessarily saying one trick, but using the operator a lot more. So I'm looking forward to see if that's going to be ringing true going into the next map that they're going to play as well. So how do you play around that operator from Toast as well?
I'm glad to hear you
maybe
guys
we'll
have...
switch back to the Cypher.
Maybe. If it's Split, maybe.
A lot of these players have a pretty impressive agent pool that they can draw from, so that's been interesting to watch as well. And you guys called out how important map is. Chat, that's exactly why we left it up to you. I already saw some people advocating for certain maps, trying to get people on their side for others. I love this attention to detail, but really each of you gets one vote, which you may exercise now to choose where our two teams are going to duke it out.
Yeah. Now that I think about it, since they cannot play Split anymore, so there's a possibility that there's going to be a lot of these maps that allows this operator to come into play. So I see right now there's people voting for Ascent, people voting for Breeze, so this is actually really looking good for a team like Toast that's going to potentially play double operator. And Dan, we've even seen like some teams trying to bring out the meta and trying to bring back like the Counter-Strike meta of a double op setup into Valorant, and one of those teams being Team Liquid back in their online play.
Yes, that's true. They do like to go to that. It's going to be interesting, as you say, if we get some of those more open maps, that will be more where that style is more beneficial. But it's interesting because one of the things that we kind of measure the pro Valorant teams on is flexibility.
Yes.
And you're looking at not just having a good map pool, but just also with the way that the players play together on specific agents and their flexibility within the team in that sense. That's also a huge indicator of how successful a team can be. So I'm super curious to see what we're going to see out of these teams as we switch up maps and in terms of where the composition is going. Because, for example, for H-June, you can just plug and play Arena pretty much anywhere. Like what we saw H-June do on Icebox, you can kind of do that anywhere. So that's another reason why I'm confident, because H-June's not going to really be put out of a comfort zone, I don't think.
True.
Well, we don't want to leave you guessing for too long, guys, so I'll let you go get set up to cast the next match. I'm going to bring in our two captains for our next teams, and then we're going to see exactly who is going to be victorious on this map. Scarra, Disguised Toast. Good to see you, gentlemen. I gotta say, esports has been very kind to you. You both look excellent. You seem sunny, awake. I feel like my compliments are news to you. You're receiving them as if they were funny. But Scarra, you got a little extra beauty sleep today, didn't you? Were you sleeping late today?
I still wasn't the last one here, which is shocking given that I missed the warm up by 30 minutes. So, yeah, I'm feeling good.
Yeah, you guys you had a very impressive victory in the first match today. How are you planning on snowballing that into another win now?
Well, I thought everyone just did a really good job. And then I just, now that we're warmed up, we're going to do an even better job on the second game. So, rather than asking me, you should ask Toast. What's he going to do?
It's true, Toast. That is my question for you as well. How are you guys going to come back from that devastating L?
My morale is broken, and I have no confidence in me or my team anymore.
What? No, your team's not bad. They can do it.
No, it's over.
No, I'm sure your team can do it.
No, no, we can't, Scar. Don't you get it? We suck. We fucking suck. I let everyone down.
I mean, just because you have Abe doesn't mean that like you guys are gonna lose. Like you guys got it.
Oh god, I tried to trade him away, but no team would take him.
I understand.
Hey, you want to do a trade, Scar?
Yeah, you want to? We'll take Abe from you.
Okay, can we get a H-June?
Yeah, sure. They're both gold players, right?
Yeah, they're both gold players. Well,
Yeah,
actually, Abe is
players.
plat, so technically.
You guys want to smooch on it?
Yeah. Mwah. All right, swap it over.
Okay.
I'm telling
But
Abe
maybe
right
after
now.
this tournament.
Abe, go
maybe
over.
Maybe after this tournament.
You don't want to swap for this game.
Maybe after this is the one we'll see. I don't wanna stop June from joining the team. You know, the bros. You know.
That's a good coach. Doesn't want to stand in the way of player development. But I gotta say, guys, this has turned into you complimenting, building up each other. This is not at all the intention of the segment. So,
look,
Toast.
I feel like Toast needs it though.
Oh. See, I'm wondering if this is actually a bit of a strategy from Toast. It was Lily that came on and sandbagged last time, so they weren't gonna win. They weren't confident.
Oh.
And, actually, that was Sakuna? Confident? No, we had a lot of confidence all around here. So Toast, I think this is gonna work out for you here. You're the only one not saying you're gonna win it. So, you know, Scarra, continue your encouragement. A festive cheer, perhaps.
I think we're gonna lose even more than him now. I didn't realize this.
Okay.
Oh, I understand what he's doing now. I think we suck, and we're gonna lose this even.
No,
harder
we
than
suck
you.
more, Scar. We're trash.
We suck more.
No. We lost our game. You guys won your game.
It was just lucky that we won. Like we actually are the worst team. Honestly, you're gonna just snowball. It's like dogpile us. Just go easy, okay?
All right. Well, you guys have really sold this match, so I've always been excited to watch, but now I'm pretty sure everybody is. I'll let you get back to your teams, and I'm going to hand it back over to our casters, DDK and Van Silly.
Thank you.
Oh, it's muted. I'm back.
This is just one of those moments where I need to pull out my meme again, where I just put my face on like my office setup, and then I'm just like, I just want both teams to have fun. I don't want anybody to lose at this point if both teams think they're gonna suck that badly.
There's only winning. There's no fun, Alex. Come on. You gotta have a spirit of a competitor.
You could always have fun losing.
I guess you could. In theory, I guess you can. But you shouldn't. If you do, you're a bad person.
Well,
Alex.
yeah. Maybe that's why I'm only casting, because when I play ranked games, I get so mad, and I hate getting mad at my teammates, which is why like I probably can't play competitively or professionally, just because I might be like one of the most toxic players trying to win.
Well, that's the problem with matchmaking, because you have no control over the people that you'll get matched with. So actually, you're in the most horrendous environment, because no one has any investment coming into these matches as well. So of course they're going to be toxic. They can just jump off. That's
true.
Off their back.
That's true. Thankfully, we have
a good team with wholesome people.
Exactly. And speaking of good teams with wholesome people, that's why I was like, I'm happy that we have this with the OfflineTV Holiday Charity Tournament, because it's 25 wholesome players. And
this is the most wholesome place to be on the internet right now.
Oh yeah, indeed. I agree. Fully agree. 100%. And I think we're going into Ascent, Dan. So we talked about where the operators could be quite important. There was a mix between Ascent and Breeze. I want to know if there's going to be more Chamber coming out of Toast, because I feel like a map like Ascent, just like Breeze, you could do kind of a lot of shenanigans with the with those teleporters, because for example, on Ascent, you could get on top of those boxes on A site. You could try to get off these like these off angles that could potentially take your teammates off guard. So I'm looking forward to this.
Yeah, if it is the case that Toast is going to go to the chamber, if we'll see chambers, I completely agree. This is a much, I mean, we haven't seen how it plays out in pro play just yet, but theoretically for me, this is a much better map for a chamber pick. There's a lot of opportunities to get aggressive with the headhunter, the sheriff that you can use as an ability, or the operator, the tour de force. There's lots of opportunity around the maps, and as well as you mentioned, the TPs that he has, his signature ability, the rendezvous. It's all good stuff, I think, for chamber. So we'll see if that comes into play. But at the same time, if we're going to see that Toast going back to the Cypher pick. That works too. That works too on a map like this. So, yeah, I'm super interested to see how this pans out. I do think H-Tune is going to be super dangerous on the Reyna on a map like this. And I can't wait to see, how that dynamic plays out, because there should also, at the same time, I feel like, be more ways to shut him down.
Yeah, this is definitely one of those maps where Arena could still be very good. We've seen the example being played by Scream from Team Liquid, but I think on top of that, that matchup or that composition still has Yampi playing as a Jet, if I'm not mistaken, on that map too, right? So they go double duelist in the end. So it depends what happens right now. If we do keep H-June onto this Reyna, will somebody else play that duelist? Is it going to be Scarra playing a Raze? Is he going to switch over to a Jet? Because he's played some Sage. Jummy played the Raze, by the way, on Ascent. So this could still be a good lineup, a good map that plays well into Team Scarra's game. So I think at this point, with the performances from Toast and the performances of Scarra, maybe the Underdark story flips around now, and it's basically Team Toast, the winners of the last tournament, that are coming into this tournament a little bit under the weather or underperforming in the series.
I mean, you could see that Toast in the interview seemed mentally broken, perhaps.
Yep.
But we'll see if
all
there
mind
is...
games. All mind games.
It could be a huge bait.
Okay.
Yeah.
Double Viper. Viper on this map, and it's one of those moments where, remember when we saw Box on Phoenix play Box play Phoenix on Bind? This is one of those moments where I haven't seen some Viper on this map in North America, at least, since we did it with Wombo Gaming. So to see Ariasaki and Valkyrie playing some Viper onto this map, I still think it's pretty good, especially now that on the defender side you're going double controller. But now we just have to find out, though, for Team Toast, are we going double controller as well? But if it's Abe, the last one to go, he's probably going to be playing that Sova, because it's been that insta-lock Sova every time.
And it makes sense, too, for Arya and Valkyrie just kind of picking into their comfort picks, because I think it is their main for both players, respectively. But yeah, we'll see H-Tune also on that Reyna. We kind of highlighted that, and the Reyna on the opposing team. Similarly, Ryan picking it up again. So yeah, it looks like we're seeing mostly the same kind of stuff, composition-wise, from both of these teams, actually.
He had to change his name. Maybe it's just now Chamber John that's going to work out here. Instead of, I forgot what the other name was. But we know what it is.
Bussin' or something?
Yeah, Bussin' or something like that. I don't know. Some TikTok dance, I think. I don't know.
Bussin'?
Yeah. Busker, right? He was buskin'? Oh, buskin'. When you're actually play on the sidewalk, putting your guitar case on the ground, play some guitar, and hoping to get some money. You're busking and not Buster.
I don't know if that's right. I don't think you're right. I think your definition of that word is correct, but I think it was Buster Bussin'.
Yeah.
Buster of Bussy. Apparently.
I just don't want to go into that conversation.
We've solved it. We've solved it. Okay. And here we go. We're going into the match. And of course, like all of the matches so far, we are going to be starting things off with a knife round between these two teams to see who has the better knife strats and the better team play. And to get a glimpse of that, we're going to be listening in to the knife.
Spike planted.
Alright. If they go for it, we rush them. Yeah, let's go for it.
Oh, I died.
Nice.
That's fine. Play it out. Play safe. Nice. Let them go for the defuse again.
Okay.
June's coming in.
Go Peter. Nice. Okay. 3v1.
Yeah.
3v1.
Nice, Ryan.
Guys, the left click doesn't work for me. I have to right click it. I don't know why.
Whatever works,
That's
baby.
okay.
We needed that. We needed that for Team Toast, When they were so down into the trash talk, and then now they could actually get the knife round and go into the Spectre round. This is going to help, especially on the attacker side now of Ascent. We're going all out here, Dan. What? Oh, actually, we're going to Vandal round 2.
Vandal round 2. It's bold.
Okay. Abe could potentially just spray with the Ares to the wall, and then have Ryan Higa trying to entry up here with the Vandal.
Oh, no catches with the recon. Oh, there we go. Market, there is one. And actually, we have a stack from Team Scarra towards the B side. So they've got H-Tune just solo towards that catwalk position. And Peter Park has found himself a... Oh, dropping the dark cover aggressively. Love that. Will they try to take the weapon away, prevent it from getting picked up? I don't think that they were able to do that. Peter Park making a play for the gun.
Definitely had some spidey sense to come out of that smoke to get that kill.
Yeah, early 5v4, looking for the thrifty.
This is where it gets dangerous though, Dan. We still have a headhunter here for Toast. 2 bullets left. It's a one-shot. So if you guys are unfamiliar with Chamber, with this gun, it's an instant 150 damage with the headshot now, no matter the distance.
And we'll see now the work through onto that B site. At least they're trying to do so, but they're going to get stopped, it looks like, due to the counter utility. There is not a lot of time to rotate here, and they're rotating through mid. They've got to get to the A site very quickly. Ooh. Nice shot from H-Tune.
Another
doing
hit.
so much damage with this Marshall. We've seen it before, and it looks like even still, Team Toast will make their way across to the A site, but Valkyrie's found a way, but she hasn't got the gun in hand, and that is an opportunity now as the spike goes down from Natsumi. There's nothing they can do to stop it. Here, Team Toast, or Team Scarra rather.
Aside from you saw it from Valkyrie. She was trying to go towards that door and close it, but didn't expect how close her opponents would be coming up on that tree side. And we're trying to hopefully land some more Marshall shots, but it seems to be a round that could potentially be lost here. It's such low HP of the last 2 players on defense.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, looking really good there. Ryan will finish it off. Good stuff there from Team Toast, converting after a scary start. And those rounds can get out of hand very quickly. So, you know, what it shows us, I think, is good communication for Team Toast and trust in the leadership.
Mm-hmm. So at least the crisis was averted, as you mentioned here, Dan, at the same time. So still a very strong gun round going into the next here for Team Toast. Full Vandals, 1 Guardian, actually, for Scar. That's going to try to get a pick towards A main with this. And this is exactly where we're starting things off with Arya. Oh, it's so quiet right now.
Yeah, he's just waiting for this. Oh! He just walks into the angle and domes Scar with the Ares.
Laser beam. Didn't even lose any HP going into that battle.
It's a good spot there for Valkyrie. Might be one and done depending on how the utility falls, but actually rotating off of this position, and Peter Park's going to win the battle against Abe. That's kind of a problem. Need to go, though, so plenty of time still for Team Toast to decide how to manage this, and then looks like they want to go to B now.
Yeah, and that was the big part, too. It doesn't become a one and done anymore, because if you try to reset back towards the A site, there's no more Sova to try to clear out Valkyrie, so she's in a great spot there. Lots of pressure towards mid side, and we've rotated all the way towards B side, though, for Team Toast. So this is an open site for now, and the huge contact on Catwalk is right here.
Yeah, such a good timing, and that's going to shut down the fast approach through mid to market. That's going to force everybody on defense to just stream through spawn. So lots of info here for Team Toast as they make their way through to B, but there's still...
Good spot.
We still have Peter Park back B.
That's it. That's such a good spot to be, and there you go. He capitalizes with 2 kills right there, Dan.
Yeah, that's a huge hold, and I think it seemed like there was just too much left undone for Team Toast to really cleanly take the site. Had to kind of worry about too many things at once and couldn't focus on just clearing the site together, and that was the opportunity Peter Park needed.
Yeah. At least I do find that for Team Toast, how they entered into the site was quite decent, though. They still had snake bites from Ariasaki, so she put that towards the spawn sign. It didn't allow anybody to really run through and get debuffed to get melted down on that staircase. But it's one of those basic things as being like a B anchor player that if the attack is coming and you have to forfeit into B main, holding all the way in the back of the site is actually quite strong as a position you could dance around with. And Peter Park, he definitely demonstrated that into that previous round. So now we hear the Tilde Foss. We hear also from the shadows coming out that's going to spot the information of 3 players at least. So this is really good right now, and it forces the full rotation from Team Toast to stack up in this area, and only 1 player to stay behind. And that's their main fragger, H-June, to anchor up towards the A site. So great positioning here for Team Scarra.
TP out of position there from Peter Park. Minute to go, and Team Toast haven't found any ground just yet. You've got a very passive opening from the defense here of Team Scarra.
He's waiting for a dart, I think.
Or refresh smoke on B main as well. That's annoying for Team Scarra, for Team Toast.
I was wondering if they're trying to go for, if they could have a rotation back from Jummy to go for a dart into B main so we could go for an airy spray, but instead it's just going to be an all-out push. It's 30 seconds left for committing here towards this B site as we get a pick towards mid side from Toast.
Yeah, Toast working way up to market. Valkyrie's in a good spot. Such good defensive positioning here. Oh, it's very hard to break. Scarra connecting with the Ares again. Unable to get out of there, though, and falls into a 2v2. The site is under control now, but can they make it across with the spike? Oh, they're going to have to defend this fight. And you can see HU knows it.
No time.
And there's no time. Oh, there is just enough time to get the spike planted. Yeah, I think he's got it. Now it's just going to be HU coming through. Which way is he going to go? And oh my god, Abe somehow wins that battle.
It doesn't matter. There was no time. It was like what, 3.95 off the 4 seconds to try to go for a plant. So they got it off time here for Team Scarra.
I thought my clock said 3.9.
Exactly, it's 3.9, but it's 4 seconds to plant. So that was a GG right there.
Oh my goodness.
Yep. I mean, the Odins...
I'm doing Counter-Strike timings here, man.
That's true. That's true. It's all good. Well, you sort of have it right, though, right? 3.5 for a half defuse. You know, it's all good. I got you.
It's going to be interesting now to see who wins this round because the economies of both teams are pretty stretched. So this is a very huge round for the momentum. For that mid take coming through here as well. As splits worked on by Team Toast. And Peter Park's been distracted, actually, going back and forth between two positions. Oh, the timing still works out as Toast goes down.
And this is, oh my god. You saw Ryan Higo trying to go for like a hero play through that toxic screen, but we're just reacting very, very quickly so far, Dan, for the defender side. So far, there hasn't been really anything that's been going on in terms of like utility. It's like a lot of these like single lurks, single pushes, and you're going for these 1v1 duel fights, and it's paying off against Team Scar that seems a little bit more alert. Like we said in the beginning of the game, like Seltzer said as well, because Scarra got an extra hours of sleep, then he's fully alert with the rest of the team here to win these fights when you're going for these 1v1 duels.
And Natsumi, it's not a good spot to be in. It's a noble effort, but looks like Team Scarra will come out on top. And again, it's a pretty important round because from an economy point of view, it's starting to get a little bit stretched here for Team Toast. Looks like actually they have just enough to still cobble together a buy. I'm liking the approach though from Team Toast. It looks better on the attack compared with this when they were playing Split, where they were kind of struggling to get the openings. They were not kind of playing the map control as effectively as right now. So overall, I feel like I'm seeing a better Team Toast.
Yeah, I do like it because they're playing a little bit more passive. Well, not necessarily passively, but they got to scale a little bit slowly into these rounds, except for this one. We're just going all out into the B side then.
Just straight in. The pacing is crazy. Catches Team Scar off guard completely. Very fast though on the retake effort, but that you can see that ice wall is slowing things down a little bit towards the sidewalk. The side alley. Team Scar is just coordinating behind this one. Empress is popped. And they have to pick their timing. The ice wall still causing problems. I think, okay, we still have a possibility to enter from the sidewalk now as well, so they can coordinate this attack from two sides at once, but it's going to be difficult to get in. So many defenders still in the site. Here comes Valkyrie, though, on that side alley. Still Natsumi in position, though, able to deal with Valkyrie, leaving everything on Aishun's shoulders. But Ryan, again, has the answers on the Reyna. Beautiful stuff.
Really nice on Team Toast to hold things off there. You saw everything from the overhead view was that we really tried to coordinate a retake for Team Scarra, waiting for H-June to get into position at Shed to go for the double leers. You saw Valkyrie trying to pull out the snake bites onto the ground, some smokes towards the back of the site to prevent any white swings coming out from the back of the site on the attackers. But the positioning was actually closer to the wall side for Team Toast by those boxes, by the staircase that actually actually inputted a lot of damage onto Team Scarra on their rotate. So very well done on super fast-paced play, and they're trying to do it again. But this time it's fully denied by all of Valkyrie's utility, and it's traded off on mid-side, though, at least on these rotates.
Oh, nice punish there from Abe off the Odin. Oh, Peter Parker in a good spot. There's one, two. That's a lot of damage. I don't know that there's position to deny that you plant the spike, but that Hunter's Fury is going to... Oh, is it going to find Abe?
Oh my god, so
the dodge. Abe is so lucky to be alive.
This allows for a mid-fight, though. This could make it a 2v2. If Jummy stays, okay, he's not. If he stayed and he actually got the kill, that was an Odin picked up on a 2v2 right after with the Spectre on Scarra. But now the odds are really swinging back here towards Team Toast.
Standing ahead.
How he's going to get pinged by this. Nobody getting pinged by the arrow. Playing 2 in hell. This is a very good setup, actually, for a spot like this. Will they expect 2 to be there? Scarra turns away and can't find any connections there. Can Jummy, and that's going to be Team Toast taking the lead. Really back and forth here between these two sides so far. It's really good to see that level of competitiveness. And I don't know, it's hard to separate them.
Yeah. Yeah, even then, I was saying, like, when they were trying to scale very slowly into this map of Ascent, and it wasn't paying off here for Team Toast, is also when it comes down to, like, default site execution was very difficult when you don't have, again, yes, you have Arena, but you don't have anybody else that's really trying to explode into a site like a Raze or a Jet. So for the last 2 rounds, we saw Team Toast just go out for 5-player site hits, and it's been working out. Like, go very aggressive, very fast at the beginning of these rounds, and stick together for trades. It's been paying off. It's been working out. So this is the 3rd time in a row that they're doing this, but this time they're stopped once again by Valkyrie. We're trying to get some sort of wall bang from the Odin and try to take Valkyrie down, but as that slows down, we'll have to see what the next step is. What is the next layer for Team Toast? Are they going to go back to a slow default, or are they going to stick together here? So noise has been broken down, or noise has been cut. We're holding a very slow, passive back mid control for Team Toast to scale up here towards the catwalk side.
Yeah, that Viper's Pit's really slowed everything down. It's going to force Team Toast to slowly work their way towards the catwalk, and Jummy in position to deal with that. Again, at this point, you know, Team Scarra with the Viper's Pit down on B, they can kind of assume that mid and cat is where their opponents are going to go. Jummy, great second frag on the follow-up on catwalk, and there's a crossfire with Peter Park now as well. And, oh no, I think Peter Park just dropped off just at the wrong time and can't capitalize, and that gives opportunity now to Team Toast, even though they're in the 3 versus 4.
Still a good defense here for Team Scarra, though. You have still the Viper's Pit on the B side. You're playing against a star player for H-June on the A side, and they're walking right into this. H-June's going to play around the dice.
Yeah, really well played here. Finds that perfect moment as they start running on up, and one more player to go. The spike does get planted, actually, by Natsumi, but I think the door is closed. Odin, perfect gun to knock the door straight down and possibly make something of it, but H-June shuts it out, and the 3K from H-June will give another round to Team Scarra. Let's go tie things up again, as have we just gone round for rounds just constantly here?
It seems like it at this point,
rounds together?
It does seem like this so far. I feel like it has. Maybe it got like 2 rounds strung by Team Toast by winning pistol in 2nd round, but I think since then it's been really going back and forth overall. And this is off plays like these, right? When I talked about it, when it goes back to a 4-site hit that doesn't pay off, and you're trying to hold a default, what do you really have to support to try to get entries? I feel like maybe if you want to try to owl drone clear behind the people trying to entry into the site would kind of help here. But if not, when it comes down to the face-to-face fights, Team Scarra is taking the upper hand.
Yeah, really trying to pressure that B side again. It's been a favorite. Showstopper's available for Scarra, but Scarra cannot survive. In comes Toast with a vengeance, and that's the B site now. Should be under control, but it's just Toast and Ariasaki left on the side. The pit might help out here. Valkyrie, nice spotted timing as she goes across, spraying and running, and it works. Ariasaki goes down, as will the Viper's Pit. All on Toast now with the Headhunter. Can't find it, though. Valkyrie in position again to take advantage.
That is still so insane that it's disguised Toast that walks into B site and gets an entry with an operator. He's entering with an op. And that's pretty crazy that he landed that first shot. But you know, like we said, favoring these type of site hits, I think it was slow to split off when we finally saw the utility being pulled up here by Valkyrie towards his B main side. So you're just spraying a couple of guys with Abe, with that Odin that allows Valkyrie to just swing out from her own smoke to get the kill onto aim. And that really shut down the rest of the attack there for Team Toast into that B site. So again, Dan, it's a seesaw battle going back and forth, back in the lead here for Team Scarra, as the economy is finally actually broken for Team Toast. So this is finally an opportunity where we have a team that might be able to string 2 rounds since the pistol in second round.
Trying to get rid of that drone. Slowing things down here for Team Toast. Our Team Scarra with some of that early cap presence, and Team Toast looking to work on A main here. You've got Toast, the Headhunter. Oh, hello. Headhunter is what it's called, and that's why. It's a nice little upgrade.
Yeah, Judge on the ground, Vandal picked up, and they're actually giving it to Natsumi. So I'm wondering if they're trying to have her maybe stay a little bit further back while the rest are entering forward, right? Because this could be good for her to try to get some trades in, try to get a spike plant, and then try to build up the ultimate so she can get a res on these post-plant situations. But you still have 2 players stacked pretty much towards A side, as we still see Team Toast cutting noise and looking to commit towards A.
Ryan knows Peter Park's shenanigans there, looking over the smoke, and
yep,
Jummy's in a dangerous position. Has to shoot the Lear, and oh, they're actually going to rotate out. All that presence to A is going to draw the defender rotation towards the A side of the map, and at the same time, look at this rotation coming through from Team Toast all the way to the B side that they know is now completely open.
Yeah. And H-June had an operator here too, right? So are they just going to look to save this? They're always cutting it close pretty much here when it comes down to these default rounds, but at least they get a plant in with 8 seconds left into the clock. But you can see the positioning here from H-June and Valkyrie. They're just holding back here towards spawn side. If you're going to try to be a little bit complacent and try to rush into spawn side and you get a couple of kills on the defenders, I could see them moving forward and try to retake the site. But if not, you could definitely see these last 2 players holding their weapons. And Dan, I do like the execution coming in from Toast. This time killing noise, but not really going off owl drones, but at least using utility and knowing, like you said, the shenanigans of the positioning for what Team Scarra was. So an easy kill onto Peter Park, onto mid side, using the Lears to actually force Jummy to aim outside of his crosshair placement to break the Lear to actually get picked off. Definitely helped here for Team Toast to split up and open up the defense of Team Scarra. So another back and forth, 5-5 now.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, I wonder if the second half is going to yield any differences in terms of the kind of stalemate that we have at the moment, because it is looking like it's destined for a 6-6 finish if things continue this way.
That was a half. I like that we can do stuff like that.
Okay.
So we're not
then we
too
can bounce
predictable.
them back and forth.
Yeah.
Arya?
And then we can rush every now and then.
Yeah.
Over here, and then goes up to here.
They still have an op, right? Probably Cat.
Yeah.
Could be mid.
I think they have an op.
Yeah, they still have an op. For sure.
Arya, your
I'm
wall
gonna
gets
make noise.
mid, right?
Be careful. Be careful.
Oh, never mind.
Let me know when to send it up.
It's Jummy and oh god!
My ult's not ready.
Alright, let's send it up. B team, we need to lurk and try and find something here.
Nice.
Good
That's
kill.
mid.
That's big.
That's an opper.
Okay, Toast, I'm gonna drone.
Okay.
Close, in smoke, in smoke.
Oh, fuck.
Out of charges.
Shoot.
Just don't want him to get that op, but.
He left to
let's
CT.
go. Yeah. We can go. We can push B.
It's smoked off.
Like,
Somebody else
you
leave.
have to go through the smoke. Wait, yeah, you have to go
Wait a
through the
little
smoke. Go with Wendy, go with Wendy.
Can someone check back site? I mollied it.
Nice.
30 seconds.
Oh, that's CT.
CT.
Ape has post plants?
Does have a red? Oh, on site. Wow, that was
Nice,
so
nice
lucky.
Arya.
On site, he's on site. And T.
That was too low.
Wait, how did Ray get there?
She was
just
already
chilling
there.
there.
She was
there the whole
just
time. No one cleared
patient.
it.
It is over.
Yeah, we didn't get on.
Should I have just like went in backside?
Normally, if you're the first one
you
in,
have to clear it. Like,
yeah.
like someone has to clear it.
Damn.
Yeah.
Valkyrie did him like that. In that side, let them plant. Let them think that it's safe.
That's actually really well done. Really well done too. And
yeah,
the communication was there for Toast to understand what they have to do for next time, but it's also we needed more players to make sure that you swing into the backside too, not just only one. So if it was the spike carrier went there by themselves and they actually lost that fight, that's a spike down too. So you need probably an extra body, but overall you kind of see through the communication that they are trying to scale up a little bit slowly and try to go with this pickoff game and trying to eliminate H June with the operator at the same time. It worked out. And they're going to try it again this time.
With a tour de force here as well from Toast. And if the script is...
That's huge.
It's functional. If everything follows the script, we'll have Toast winning this round. Team Toast.
Yeah.
Oh, so close. Stuck in the corner. Lear surely going out there. But there's just too much behind this. Early opening 5v4 Peter Park though. Oh, hello. There comes another one. Nice peek from Toast. Able to get that 5v3 for the team, and a quick call there to go towards that A site.
Killed H-June as soon as they're trying to pop the Empress as well. And Jummy, though, in the top of the heaven side. That's 2 through window. Even up the tally instantly.
That res, though, is going to be huge. And Jummy actually popping the ult here. Unable to find the planter in time. It's unfortunate. And Ariasaki going around the side through the glass. Undiscovered right now. And there's the swing from Jummy. Ariasaki in position. And indeed, it's going to be Team Toast evening things up here. Alex 6-6. It's just... You can't separate these teams.
Let's keep following that script. So it's 6-6, and it's on that momentum of this knife round now, Dan, going into round number 13. But you have to commend how hard these two teams are fighting on either ends. And even when we were talking about 2 rounds ago, you were talking about how Valkyrie had such a good position in the back of the site. I also like how Scarra also just did a perfect timing to get through the smoke and to kill off the owl drone. And that was like, yes, he's low fragging, but that was such an impactful kill with the judge to allow for them to get that previous round before. So I like how this continues to go back and forth. I hope it continues this way. I mean, the later we get into this tournament, the later we get into these teams, it's looking that, you know, we're going to have some very, very close games. And it's going to go down to the wire to see who qualifies as the top 2 teams. But knife round is now underway. Let's have that listening. And so far, you can see that they're all split off across the map.
They told them to back up. All right, they're on a timer. They're on a timer. They're on a timer.
Yeah, play for time. I'm looking here. No one's here. I think B main probably. Most likely B main.
This stack.
Yeah, B main, B main.
It's B main.
Yeah, B main. Yeah, law B main.
They're going to site. They're going to site.
Sandwich him here. Sandwich him here.
Oh,
oh,
2 tag.
no. Okay, I hit the.
Sage is weak. Sage is weak.
Oh,
Sage is weak. Nice.
Yeah.
Arias 1 hit.
Oh no!
Oh.
Run, June, run!
Nice.
Yeah!
Oh my god! Holy crap! The knife god!
No way!
Way.
My god, Dan. That was effing insane. Those are all knife like almost headshots at that point. Right clicks? I don't know how you hit right clicks and he's hit 3 in a row.
That's how you do it. H-June. Showing us how it's done. Oh my god. Just savage.
That's insane. And I actually like the initial tactic. I thought that maybe 1 player was going to stick that spike on the defuse for Team Toast, and 4 players around them would try to defend that. But it's not going to be the case. We're back into the second round. We do have the attacker side going into the Spectre round, and a double, like a half buy, a double Marshall coming in here for the defenders of Team Toast.
Yeah, we're getting broken pretty early to keep that pressure on, and right now 4 players here for Team Toast ready to defend that A site. They're just leaving Ariasaki all alone on the B main position, but there's lots of info still for Team Toast to understand that they can keep players in position here. There's a check for mid. So Toast is seeing that, okay, maybe they're rotating out now off of A main. And you can see they're actually going to go and rotate pretty quickly through spawn. But this is genius, right, from Team Scarra, because they're going back to A, and the site is now weaker 2 players.
That's true. And it's the Marshall continuing to come out, and a couple more hits. That's a couple of them down. But it's still Spectres, Dan. It's still Spectres.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely a heavy advantage. Good to see the way that the map is being played, though, by Team Scarra, showing that sort of awareness of how the defenders' rotations work, and yeah, just closing it down. Looking pretty good off of the back of that opening, and 8-6 is the score, as we'll look to find Team Toast now moving into a bye round, and they'll be against some of those Spectres unless we get some upgrades.
Yeah. So at least now it comes down to following the same script as we've seen. Whoever won pistol round won the second round, and then it tied up and went back and forth. So we'll have to see what happens now as we develop into the second half. But so far, it continues to be June, continuing to push aggressively and still being on point with how they're placing their crosshair for these kills. And now we're looking at this bonus round, and it is going to stay a bonus. So we're still keeping that Vandal previously bought from H-June in that previous round, leveraging on them to actually get the entry. But then for the rest, Spectres to follow behind the Owl Drone.
Big play coming through from Scarra, trying to create space for the team. They're going to take down Ariasaki, though.
Ooh,
it's
nice.
a great double coming in from Ariasaki, the reposition as well, to just keep the opponents guessing. And that's it. The push is being just completely stuffed by Ariasaki's efforts on the defense. They're playing that anchor.
And a flank. Oh, it's spotted.
Be really careful here not to give this one up. Oh dear, the angle's not favorable. Oh, the TP coming through.
Oh, I love
not
it.
Gonna work out though. Oh, I thought they were going to line up for a second.
Same.
There's a lot of damage being done here. After the opening, it's going back in the favor of Team Scarra. Somehow they find themselves in a 2 versus 1 advantage. But the Spike is walking towards that B site right now. Actually, scratch that. It's going to run possibly back to Natsumi, but now back towards B again.
Okay, they hear a door close towards the A side, and Natsumi might think that it's towards A, and that allows Valkyrie to get into B. I thought she was going to get such a good timing with Valkyrie going back into the mid side. But this is looking to be secured now for the attacker side, Dan. Unlucky.
When H-June is going to actually be making a lot of footsteps up towards Cat, and you can see that Natsumi's now pieced it together. Might be able to catch H-June on the way across through the market, but H-June is in position. Crosshair placement's good. And that's the round, 9-6. That's crazy. That's crazy, given how well Ariasaki held down that B side to start with.
It was actually super nice from Ariasaki with the Viper utility towards that B main side for sure. I think that slowed things down a lot and allows like for this flank to even happen potentially here from Team Toast. But I like how Valkyrie actually placed that snake bite at the bottom of the rendezvous, so that no matter what, if you're trying to get away with that judge here from Toast, you're still going back into a snake bite and getting debuff where you get melted down. And speaking of melting down, we're trying to melt down with the frenzy super aggressively at the beginning of this round.
Yeah, and that fight is so far looking pretty good here for the defenders, holding on to A main, winning that battle 3v3 though, and of course might be thinking about finding a way to pick up those guns. We've got the big flank though coming through from H-June, worked away all the way up mid, and I think this is going to be pretty deadly. Oh no, there's so many easy kills coming in here from H-June, finishing them off, cleaning up the site, opening it up for business for that spike plant.
You're definitely seeing that on the attacker side, there's a lot more comfort leveraging on H-June to just hunt down on all these kills. So we're kind of happy looking at the trash talk here, Dan, that Scarra decided not to trade out H-June to Team Toast. Because H-June is still making quite a difference into this game. We were talking about how Peter Park was actually playing very, very well on that defender side, and he was like, I think like 16-7, and everybody else was like kind of low. But as soon as we switch sides here, look at H-June now. He's caught up with Peter Park. Now you have two very high impactful players into the entries, and three very good players in terms of utility, deniability, getting information, and also creating space with Valkyrie, Jummy, and Scarra. So it's looking to be a very good composition for the attacker side.
It's a nice opening kill though from Abe, keeping Cat under control. There's not a way in right now for Team Scarra. They've got to go back from B as well. Looking to get some control in mids. And there we go. H-Tune able to tap down Abe. And opening up that cap position quite quickly as well.
Yeah.
That Viper Wall really helping to cover them as they make their way towards A. But actually going beyond it, H-Tune looking to catch somebody else with that Empress. Big plays here for H-Tune. Oh, that's a massive kill to get. The heal comes through. Another frag is opened up here. Natsumi stuck in that heaven position, taken down by Jummy. H-Tune creating so many problems right now.
One enemy remaining.
Whew. Just keeps going and going and going. The H-Tune train isn't going to stop. Team Scarra, 11-6. What happened to the scripts, Alex? What happened?
It's H-Tune. He's going off script. He's like, you know what? I got a place to be. I want to be back in my trailer. I don't want to follow this script for the film anymore. I'm just going to take the matter into my own hands. And it comes down like, you see this pick that he gets on Catwalk, and everybody, just everybody from Team Scarra just rotates back and follows off behind him. And especially when he pops an Empress, and you mentioned his Viper Wall that helps him split into the tree side, and he continues through that. They're just leveraging off him so far. So he's being a nuisance right now for Team Toast for sure.
Oh, Border Force ready to go.
The leg.
Ready to go. Nice shot coming through from the man himself. Peter Park's been having a great game of Ascent so far. And now Team Scarra really need him to try to find a way back into this one. Ryan has to hold this by himself, and Peter Park, that's a huge entry. That opens the round up completely now.
Should put this wall down here on the attacker side quite soon. That would allow for the Tilda Fuss to get a pick into the sidewalk side. They could play with a lot of time, but with this time wasted, it also allows a Viper Spit to come out from Valkyrie, and that's a deadly spot to be when you're facing against Valkyrie inside B-side Viper Spit.
Just spamming that Tour de Force to find Jummy. There's a nice find from Jummy as well on the 2K. Here comes Peter Park again to finish it all off. Out comes the classic. Oof. Oh, Peter Park is just having such a sick game of Ascent right now.
Oh, yeah. Both of them. Oh, I was talking about Valkyrie. It doesn't even matter when actually off that, the pulse plant from Team Scarra to just swing outside and not play within the Viper's Pit and just let Valkyrie be the final boss in case everybody else falls down around her. That was actually very well done for Team Scarra to actually catch Team Toast off guard on that rotate. So this is going to put them in like a tight economical situation here for Team Toast. I think I saw Marshall for one of the players. I think that was Abe. And then we'll see for the rest. I think we still have rifles. Okay, so it's an Ares and a Spectre. So we still have 2 Spectres on defense. And we're hoping for that kill to start things off there for Toast. But this is map point once again for Team Scarra, Dan, when we have a low econ buy for the defense. So they're in a really, really tough spot.
Yeah. It's very difficult. And actually, Ryan might have been looking for an engagement there towards a main. And that is where...
Oh, wait. Once tiles. It's 3v3, guys.
Spike planted.
I have no smokes for 3 seconds.
That's Viper.
Oh, 80.
There's gonna be 2 tree. Heaven dead. One more heaven.
One pushing you, Gray.
Okay.
Last player standing.
Nice.
Nice. Heaven.
Oh!
Damn.
Oof.
Natsumi keeping the dream alive for Team Toast. They're in a position, once again, Alex, where they have to make a pretty huge comeback.
Yeah, and that's a huge res too for Econ, because I was going to say that was such an expensive round for Team Toast to actually win. You're having to use the Viper's Pit, you're having to use a res, a tool de force at the beginning of the round, and also all of your economy depleted. So what's left going into this round? So that res was super important to allow 2 rifles to be carried over into another round where Team Toast is trying to stay alive. And I just saw this before the replay. We're seeing some old school Toast right now from the OfflineTV Charity Invitational number 1. A judge to come out now as they're stacking 3 players towards the B side, and everybody from Team Scarra is looking to go quick here.
Look at the delay. Look at the slow here.
Oh,
all
huge.
these abilities coming through, and it's causing a... Oh, the double from Abe. Oh my god, so much damage. There comes the counter Hunter's Fury, and it's not going to find the mark. And, oh, Team Toast are in such a good position here to close this one out. Arisaki bringing the fight to them, making it worse for Team Scarra. That said, Team Scarra, Valkyrie, and Peter Park making things look a little bit dicey. There's not a Viper's Pit or something available here, but there is a possibility, of course, with Peter Park and Valkyrie, that they can make this 2v3 a reality.
From the shadows is huge there for Peter Park, and he avoids the Owl Drone, so he's in a great spot on Sidewalk.
One enemy remaining.
Peter Park, he's taking down 2. Now they're looking to play the 2v1, slowing things down. Actually, it's Valkyrie with that paranoia.
And that ping hit them both for info, so this is good for Ryan.
Swinging through. Can he find them, though? They're going to be trying to play off of each other in the smoke. Oh, that's so dangerous right now. Ryan trying to bait them out here. Going to be forced to go close, and Peter Park finishes it off. What a huge game of ascent for Peter Park. Team Scarra pick it up. Oh, wow.
Oof. Peter Park and H. June. I don't know what you got to say about this, Seltzer, but it looked pretty good and one-sided in the end here for Team Scarra in that second half.
Yeah, you know, the minute Scarra started sandbagging in his trash talk interview, I was like, yes, you're doing it. This is the play. And, like, whatever gameplay came after that is, you know, secondary to the early sandbag strike. But really, like, very impressive stuff here. H-June with the 3 kills on, like, the head knife. What is that? The technical term for that one?
The right click, which is called the backstab, the shank.
Backstab.
I don't know. But that's
that
like
wasn't the back of anybody. That was
exactly in the
ear.
front, right to your face, right to your chest. I mean, the right clicks is what, like 75 damage, if I'm not mistaken. So I think all 3 players were at least like a little bit more than 50. So those were like important right clicks that had to be hit there to bring that momentum in for Team Scarra.
Oh, for sure they better show up in the replays as we take another look at this map. Scarra and Toast really brought the energy. Both of their teams had so much...
Oh, yeah.
It's not animosity. They just came to play. So I saw a lot of great stuff from Toast team as well. DDK, what would you say was their standout sort of achievement as a team?
Well, I think one thing that I actually really liked was how they played off of Ariasaki's utility on the Viper, because I think, you know, that's one thing that you have to do very well when you have a Viper. You've got a huge amount of ability to just give a sight to that one player, and I felt like they did a good job of doing that and playing off of it, because you can stack other parts of the map, you can make plays elsewhere. And I liked as well how much we saw Toast sort of moving around on Chamber also. Something that is needed, it's necessary. You've got to find engagements early on, you've got to take initiative, and you've got to find ways to kind of get reads on the map. And I felt like they were doing those things. So there's a lot of, you know, they're doing a lot of things right. But I think, you know, switching sides when we started to see Peter Park and H-June on the attack, that seems to be a trend. They are pretty unstoppable on the attack.
And maybe if you're fans of Team Toast, it's like, oh yeah, they won the championship last time for the OfflineTV Invitational. If it comes down to Team Scarra winning, you could still be kind of happy, because you did have Peter Park and Valkyrie play for Team Toast the last time. So there's still like winner in your hearts if you want to go for individual players from the previous roster going into this one too. And it shows there for Peter Park that, you know, this continues to stem through from the OfflineTV charity tournament #1 into this one on just how he's able to freely move around with his Omen here. It seems as though he's just able to shrouded step, catch players off guard, get some right timings, off angles. It's just been really, really good how he's played the attacker side of Omen. Battle Omen.
One of the things you mentioned early on, Vansily, was that in the default rounds, they seem to be a really closely matched team. So where do you start to see them separate in terms of, you know, skill expression?
Yeah, so I think it's definitely looking down as what Dan was mentioning before in terms of like how H-June was playing on the attacker side. Because when it comes down to like the opposite team or Team Toast on the attack, we definitely saw like some moments of some flash in the pan when it came down to very, very aggressive site pushes that worked out in training conditions for Team Toast. When it came down to defaulting, the defaults seemed to be a little bit better for Team Scarra, because we mentioned it and we heard it. It's like, hey, I'm going to drone, we're going to try to work this out. And H-June is just able to get those entries the way that he does in terms of being a little bit more... quicker in the draw in these duels that just sways around over for Team Scarra in the end.
Right on. Dan, any last words on this matchup?
This is an exciting one. I think the scary prospect for me is that we're also seeing Peter Park now really popping off. So this team is starting to really come together and to be very dangerous. I think on the first Icebox, I didn't feel like they were as dangerous as they just showed us. But if we keep seeing more of their map pool and it keeps looking like this, it feels like we're going to have a team that's definitely good for those grand finals.
It's exciting enough. You got to grab the pub for stability.
I mean, he's always like, oh, if Vansilli's on camera, I got to scratch his leg because I need my camera time. So he's always, he just knows every time.
He does know. He knows we're happy to see him.
Got a
of
fresh
course,
cut.
I hope you guys at home are also happy to see the pup and happy to hang around for one more match today. It's going to be Team Lily versus Team Poke right after this break. Stick around.
Highest score. So I do one slide, perfect execution. Second slide, perfect execution. One spin, big. Two spin, big. Don't even wait for the results. Come back to the first one. Doesn't matter where it goes, it's all random. Doesn't matter where it goes, it's all random. Back to the spinning machine.
What's up, guys? My name is Jay, and we are OTV. Today, we are playing our version of hide and seek, and this is our prize. It's a computer sponsored by MSI.
Welcome to the annual OfflineTV Hide and Seek Challenge. This year, we rented out a sprawling Hollywood mansion. Our friend Jay joined us all the way from South Korea to be our seeker. Here's some of his music. With plenty of space to hide, our seeker's gonna have their work cut out for them. It's gonna be really hard.
Next week, we have interviews for new employees, so make sure you guys are all there because it's really important that we find the right people, okay?
I like your car. Thanks, dude. It's my favorite.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the official first ever OTV Sumo tournament to determine the very best OTV members.
Bonk. Why am I doing
Get your arm.
this?
Come on, get your hand in the game, okay? Get your hand in the game.
Go!
Oh, hit her in the dick.
Okay? Oh, go! And that's a win for Ivan!
Coach, did I do it? Am I a winner? And will my mom be proud?
No.
The semifinals between Michael Reeves and Poke Iman. Go. Oh my god! Pokey wins the epic clash. Yvonne and Disguised Toast.
Fuck, he's meditating on something.
He's asking his master for forgiveness right now.
He's astral projecting. He's going into Yvonne's head.
Go! Oh my
I'm the
champ. What a win.
Yvonne moves on to the next round by 10.
Fire. 3, 2, 1, go! Oh my god. It fires off to a great start.
Wait, Toast, you haven't heard of my move?
No, what's your move?
What the?
Oh!
I'll never walk. Let's go.
The #1 OTV Wade.
This is pretty.
Who's this?
Bring it on!
Okay. Go! For the greatest. Oh!
Bring it on! Oh, let's fucking go!
A 1v3. Go! Congratulations.
Alright. This event was a surprise announcement of our lovely 3 new members, John, Jody, and Sid, whom I'm sure you guys are so hyped to see in OTV videos as we are.
No, we can't wait to be here and be a part of everything, and thank you so much for supporting us.
Thank you. Oh, yeah.
Hey guys, Thanksgiving's coming up and we were going to make a feast. The problem is we don't know how to cook. So we found Oh my god.
That was a classic.
Ooh, that's a classic. That's a classic.
What we're doing today is a arcade Olympics of sorts.
Oh, it's a mass genocide! Oh! This is an any percent farming route, highest score. So I do one slide, perfect execution. Second slide, perfect execution. One spin, big. Two spin, big. Don't even wait for the results. Come back to the first one. Doesn't matter where it goes, it's all random. Doesn't matter where it goes, it's all random. Back to the spinning machine.
What's up, guys? My name is Jay.
Hey everybody, welcome back for the final match of today's Offline TV Holiday Charity Valorant Invitational. Of course, we've got a lot more Valorant coming to you tomorrow, but let's really savor this last match. I'm gonna bring in DDK and Van Silly, our two casters for the day, for the weekend, for the game of Valorant. We are lucky to have you as you've traveled all over the world casting our pro players in this fantastic esport. But Van Silly, I'm gonna let you do my job this round.
Sure.
Do you want to give the people a present this time?
Yeah, more Doggo airtime. Yeah. No, I'm kidding. It's time to actually do the giveaways, chat. We actually do have the 20 North American gift cards, the $10 value points for the Valorant points that you guys could actually try to win. They're up for grabs. All you have to do is do exclamation point giveaway in the chat, and make sure you put it in the chat before the counter comes down. So 20 of them to give away. $10 VP cards for North America only, unfortunately. But, you know, hopefully it works out. Hopefully it works out. Good luck.
Yeah, the timer is going, but we've got other things to cover, including the teams for our final match. Both of them are undefeated, DDK, and both of them have put up very impressive performances already today. Now I think it's a perfect end of the day to put these two winning teams head-to-head. What do you think?
I couldn't have said it better myself.
I'm sure you could have, actually. I used a lot of words to get a very simple point across. But guys, we're getting to the end of the day here, and I know what you want to see. You want to see Team Pokey and Team Lily. So let's take a look at the first team card. That's going to be Pokey's team here, and remind ourselves what made them so powerful in their match against Team Jojo. I'm looking at a lot of names here, and I'm pretty sure all of them got a shout-out from you, Van Silly, during the match.
Agreed. If you're looking from top to bottom, everything looked really good from this roster. From, Pokemane's, the way that she played with everything in terms of, like, entering with the Raze, or just doing her job with that. You had B-Nance, the way that she was aggressively pushing towards the defender side when she was playing the Sage on Bind, but also some great slow orbs, so great utility usage from B-Nance moving forward. You also had the Phoenix, so an agent that we haven't seen for such a long time for Box, and was able to farm so many of these run it backs to actually create such a huge impact on a triple duelist setup for Team Pokemon.
Yeah, that was particularly impressive, and also just the skill behind it. I think that team has a pretty. I feel like we have only scratched the surface with that team. And going to Lily Pichu, I think the thing that for me was particularly impressive was actually a lot of the team play.
I think it's the same thing across the board, yeah.
yeah. Well, there we go. I mean, we had, I think, the right players doing the right thing on the team, which is fantastic to see. And we had a good mixture as well in the composition that I think is pretty adaptable for any map. So this is an interesting one for me because it's not a team that necessarily, I think, on paper, you would say, hey, this team's going to go to the grand finals. But I do feel like they are going to give Team Pokey, who for me the favorites in this matchup, they're going to give them a run for their money, and I feel like the defense will be stronger. And the duelist setup, if we see it again, I think it will be harder to make that work.
Yeah, who are we picking as our player to watch here on the roster? Because once again, I'm looking at these names, and Sekino is the one that was, again, popping off in the match, but all of them had these moments of brilliance that were really exciting.
Oh yeah. I think when it comes down to that team again for Team Sekuno, I also have to give it to Shonik most likely at the same time. I mean, I don't know, man. Shonik's been good on these lurks, but at the same time, I think Ivani was like an amazing like anchor player, getting a lot of like 2Ks into like some very crucial rounds. But I think it has to be somebody with impact, and you're gonna have to look at the lurk plays. That's very, very important in this game too. And Shonik demonstrated that very, very well.
Yeah, Dan, I want to hear your opinion too, and I do want to encourage chat through. We're going to be picking the map that they're going to be playing on, so we'll pop it up and let you vote, and then Dan, take it away.
Yeah, no, I was going to say as well, I had the same answer to Alex, but I'll add on Shifter as well, because on the other end of it, not just having the luck, able to capitalize on what the team is doing, the kind of the main pack of people walking around, it's going to be your duelist as well, creating space. And Shifter did a great job on the Jet doing that and doing it in the correct ways. So you got both things working there: the pressure in the right places, and then the players performing in that regard with Shifter, and then also the luck, as you set up with Shawnick. I think those are the two players for me.
Definitely players to watch as we head into our match, and I'm a little excited to get into the heads of our team captains. I think it might be Sakuna that's coming out and doing the team interview for Team Lily Pichu. Any questions that you guys think I should ask them before we see them duke it out?
Ooh, I want to continue with the festivities, Seltzer. I want to go with like, hey, what are the nicest thing you could actually tell to your opponent right now as you're going into this final match of the day?
That's a contest I'd like to see anybody win. Dan, any questions for the people?
No, I'm just going to let you do your thing, Rachel.
Thanks, man. I'm going to let you chill out. Then both you guys take a break, bring the energy for this last match of the day. And of course, make sure you get some rest because we got more tomorrow. But go, young man. I am going to talk to our team captains next for the final trash talk of the day.
Is that us? Huh?
I'm so excited to see you guys. Hello, Poogie. Hello.
Hello.
Oh, that's us. That's us.
That's us.
Where's you guys?
Oh, you're here.
Hello.
It is me. Hello, I'm back. I'll try to make this less awkward for you this time. Sakuna. I'm sorry about that. That is all me because you are a pinnacle of just.
Oh no,
poise,
it can't get any more
brilliance.
awkward. Don't worry.
No, you got this. I'm gonna get out of your way, man. Let me just do the speech that I heard you rehearsing and tell the people what you wanted to tell them and say all the things.
Rehearsing.
Yeah.
We didn't rehearse. I mean, Pokey told me to.
Yeah, he was gonna slap me.
What?
Like abuse, yeah, abuse.
Wait, what?
And now
No,
I'm
she
invigorated to get revenge in game.
Okay, I guess it worked in a weird way. Yeah, well, this is gonna be good. Hopefully we put up a good fight. I'll be honest, team, we're demoralized.
Wait, why? You guys won, didn't you?
I mean, we won, but we like barely held on. Like we're about to fall off, like Simba from Lion King. Actually, I don't think he falls off. No, he doesn't. He doesn't.
Plus
the other guy,
L?
the other guy who does
Plus
fall off,
Rachel.
that's us right now. We're barely holding on. It's rough. out
Leslie
there.
told me to say that, by the way.
Oh.
Yeah, she did.
She's kind of right. She's kind of right.
I don't know, Pokey, this is exactly what you have to watch out for because this is the attitude that he brought into the match against Team
Oh
Toast.
no, I know. He
And they
likes to like underplay his contribution
just-
and his skill, but I will not let that throw me off. I'll be jump peeking every angle. I'll be droning. I'll be darting. I'll see if you're opping. I will telepathically know if you're opping, Saikuno. We're on the same wavelength and you don't even know it. I know you're gonna op rounds 5, 9, and 13 when you lose.
Dude, she is in your head.
Calculated.
You are
I mean, I don't know
prepared for
half
this
the
question
things
mark?
she said because I'm bronze. I'm bronze in this game, but you know, we're gonna try our best. I think Lily's gonna carry us to victory. She's a good captain.
I will end the interview on a nice note. Saikuno, I think you're at least silver 3.
Oh, thanks. Well, I think you're also really good at the game because you stream in the morning, so I get to watch you when I wake up sometimes.
Oh,
so.
He's doing the flattering thing, so I'm thrown off, but it's not gonna work. It's not gonna work.
Get to you, Pokey. You got too many
like
great people
immortal?
on your team and too good communication to fall for
Yes.
that. But like, you know, you got a great team yourself, so I'm excited to see how this match pans out. Thank you for the lovely wholesomeness too, Pokey. That's the last question I wanted to ask, and you already nailed it. So I'll let you both get back to your teams, and good luck to you both.
Hope you guys enjoy. Good luck.
You too.
All right, let's throw it over.
There we go. Again, another fantastic interview. Do you edge any one team from what you heard, Alex?
Oh my god, this is a tough one. But I think I might have to give this to Team Pokey. I think I'm going to be in the Pokey camp here. Are we going to be split in our decisions for the predictions, though, Dan? Because I feel like if you're going to go for one, I want to go for the other one.
Oh, don't do that, Alex. That's not what they call analysis. You can't just pick it based on that. Okay.
But because it's going to be so even on both ends. And I feel that because we're going into Haven as well, I don't think we're going to see like a triple duelist come out of Team Poke anymore. And I think we're going to see her play, speaking of Poke herself, probably play a Sova into this map as she was mentioning. She's going to drone out. She's going to do recon. She's going to try to ping everybody out. So I think that from teamwork, from the teamwork of how they want to throw these executions and retakes, then it's nice because I don't think that Sykkuno has that in his team, right? I don't think they have an initiator in there.
Right. I mean, I want to go with Team Pokey, so I guess that means
so I'm going with Team
Sykkuno.
Sykkuno. So. I got it. I'm going the other
there
team.
We go.
I got this. Easy.
Awesome. Well, I'm glad you're happy with that. Okay. So yeah, it's going to be interesting because I think the individual skill factor that Team Pokey has is it's going to be interesting to see, as you say, if that's as transferable on a map that's maybe not as good for that playstyle that they were using on Bind. So, I mean, it remains to be seen. We get such a small sample size, so generally speaking, I feel like a surprise could happen at any moment.
Yeah,
I think we've seen that a few times today, so it's good to see kind of where everybody's at in their map pool. Because of course, this is just day one. We've got another full day of this.
Another full day, another 5 games, and then looking at the format, just to reiterate things, is whenever we're done these 10 games, and it's going to compile all the final scores, then the top 2 plays into a grand finals of a BO1. So really the same format as we had on the first Offline TV charity tournament. So this is finally going to be the matchup to figure out who's going to be moving forward in a 2-0 today between these two teams, because they're both 1-0. And you know what? If you're telling me you want to go for Team Poke and I'm going for the other team being Team Lily, I was like, you know what? It's not so bad, because I commended every single one of those players going into their split game earlier on today too. So I'm counting my lucky stars with Team Lily.
Yeah, I mean, I do like the compositions that they have access to with their players. I think that's a lot of fun for me, because this is a lot you can do with it.
Who are you going for?
Again, with Team Poke, if you're a fan of just brute force, then there you go. That's what they're all about. If they continue to run something like a triple duelist setup. But like you say, you know, we did hear from Pokey that she was probably going to be playing a Sova. She's talking about shooting arrows and stuff, so I assume that's what's going to be happening. So maybe that will break up that triple duelist composition, and we might see something completely different from them. I expect CBN's probably on the stage still, but other than that, I think it's hard to predict.
I think the biggest thing is looking at Shifter and looking at Shonik for again the other end for Team Lily, because you're playing a map like Haven. I think this is going to open a lot of opportunities for lurking plays, especially as an Astra, if Shonik's going to try to lurk as an Astra again. Because yes, there's 3 sites, but there's also 4 openings to get pretty much anywhere around the site. So if you have something like Shifter that's going to be able to create space as a jet and dash in and not up onto a map like Haven, then you're pulling out rotations that allows Shonik to get good timings on these flanks. So I think that is going to be something that has to be looked after, that T-Poke have to be very wary of. Although, like I said, they have the experience in that roster for Team Poke to keep that in mind for those type of flanks.
Well, I think we're operating under possibly a lot of assumptions, so I'm very happy about this next sequence we're seeing here on screen. Just
another back and
look
forth,
at
Dan.
Haven. That means the agent select is near.
Oh yeah.
And here we go.
Hey Dan, what animal is that?
That's a dragon.
Dragon. I'm not gonna finish that sentence, but I had you. I got you.
You got me?
I definitely got you.
Is this some Zoomer thing?
Yeah.
What's happening?
Yeah. Don't worry, Dan. Chat will understand. But yeah, let's look at the composition though. We're gonna have Sykkuno continue here with the chamber, so I think that's pretty good. So pretty much a very same combination right now for Team Lily as they had on Split. And I still believe that despite not having an initiator, it's still a pretty good comp right now for Team Lily. But I feel like, Dan, we could definitely say the same thing here for the defenders of Team Poke.
I definitely agree with that one, but I want to draw the attention to the fact that we're seeing again the Astra from Shonik. I feel like this was such a good look on Split. I think the Astra provides a lot. One of the things we mentioned at the beginning of that match was the fact that with Astra, you have a lot that you can do when synergizing with your team, or some of those gravity well setups that we tend to see in pro play. So I'm curious if we'll see something like that. Obviously, you can shut down a lot of the forward choke points with that on the defense, which I think, around A lobby, for example. The A lobby control is a big part of focus for me when it comes to Haven. So we'll see if that comes out as well from one of these teams.
Yeah, so let's definitely wait and see what's going to happen in this knife round between Team Pokey and Team Lily. And of course, once we start things off here, the final game of the day for day one of the Offline TV Holiday Charity Tournament. It is going to be now looking at the team comms to figure out who's going to get this knife round. That's it, Dan.
I was about to say, what?
Oh, they're defusing, they're defusing. Oh, I'm gonna go from heaven. Hey, Jesus dismissed. Oh.
No problem. No problem.
Oh.
One enemy remaining.
Oh my God, we're winning? Oh my God. What? Does that count? Do we win? Yeah, it counts. We won.
What did you guys do? We were getting wiped.
Yeah, I thought we were getting wiped.
They couldn't believe it. They heard about it dismissed. Did Fusli actually dismiss after getting a knife kill? That's hilarious. And he still ended up winning the game, or winning the round in the knife round.
Amazing. Man, the shenanigans. I'm loving these knife rounds so far. But that is going to, of course, mean that Team Lily will be... Oh, do we have the replay? Is that...
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow. Oh, my God. The moves.
It's just Shifter.
Okay, well, I mean, we called out Shifter for being someone to watch for that jet play, and there we go.
Nice attempt.
That's going to be the anti... Oh, go ahead, Alex.
No, sorry. I was going to say, nice attempt to try to get into a corner into the C cubby for box, but I like how all these angles are being checked from this Spectre round in. And that's a fast round.
A fast one, and it's good to see that pace coming out from Team Lily straight away. The guns will be coming out here for Team Pokey, so this is where things could all start to change. Box still on the duelist as well, on that Phoenix. And again, it's quite cool to see Phoenix. It's not as commonly seen at the pro level at the moment. It's not in meta right now.
With the exception of potentially like Stick from Sentinels, right? But even then, when you're looking how Sentinels played on this map later on at Champions, when I thought there was going to be a full overhaul of their agent composition, bring a KO out, they just went for the standard getting a Sky out instead of a Phoenix. But yeah, you could still do a lot of damage with farming these orbs and these kills the way that Box been playing it.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely a great strategy. You can see the pressure that coming through from Team Lily on the A lobby position. Again, it's usually quite a big focus because it's quite threatening and usually draws a rotation from the defenders. You can see them now kind of drifting between B and A. They're not sure what's going on.
Yeah, they're probably just waiting for this wall to thaw up and to break here for the attacker side, and it's just going to be B-Nans actually going for an early pick onto mid. So a high risk, high reward, and that's already the lurk and all the utility from Master down.
Ooh, Box in a pretty exposed position, wins the 1v1 and gets away. That's a fantastic result for Box. In comes Ivani to try to find the trade. Here's the reload behind, but doesn't hear Fusli sitting backside, and it's a good opening coming through from Team Pokey. Wrapping around, Lily gets that trade onto Box finally, but now for Team Lily, all that's left is Sakuno. It's gonna be a tough one. Headhunter comes out.
Oh, and they're pushing down towards the garage too, Dan.
Committed, and there you go. Finished off. B-Nans is the one to deal the final blow. And Team Pokey straight on the board.
Yep, great job there for Team Pokey actually to shut down the bonus round coming out from Team Lily right away. And again, off the back of B-Nans, when you're actually walling off so early into the garage, you could just focus more bodies into other parts of the map. And you could already see there where B-Nans is playing out in the open, trying to gather some information because the Sova's all the way back towards the A site. So this allows now to see if there's going to be any type of like split happening from Team Lily towards mid side. And she gets perfectly to be able to get that first kill onto Shonic. So an important round to win Team Lily now with the rifles coming out and looking to focus towards A main to start. Pokemon is going to spot one, not only with a jiggle peek, but it's still going to be first blood on mid den.
Yeah, and this is what we were talking about too. Just between Shornik and Shifter, able to get those opening pressures and duels towards B and A in this round. And then you've got, of course, the flank covered at the same time. So really wonderfully worked here this round, that is, by Team Lily. And even with the flank possibility from Shornik, they're in spawn, taking down B-Nans.
Last player standing.
This is a great round from Team Lily.
Oof. Barely any damage taken in here, Dan. So this is off like a lot of aggression that came out from the defender side and immediately punished, right? We'll talk about this a little bit more as we're trying to hunt down the last player, which is going to be Pokimane, just trying to save her rifle back towards A site. So we'll take that time. After the initial jiggle peek and the information that was taken from Pokimane by actually pinging one, which was shifter towards long A, this forced B-Nans to maybe go for a jiggle peek towards B side. And this time Shonic was ready for that. And not only that, this is like the third round where we actually see Box pushing down towards long C. So Saikuno is actually holding back towards spawn side and is able to get the backstab. So this whole type of like early aggression, early information jiggle peeking could actually maybe switch away from Team Poki going into this round, into further rounds after that, because now they have to be wary about all these ratty angles that Team Lily are positioned at with their slow defaults at the beginning of the rounds.
I'm liking it. I'm really liking what we're seeing so far from the attack strategy. And we saw previously, again, it was Bind, it was a triple duelist setup, but, you know, whatever it was, Team Poki had a lot of success on the attack as well. So it's good to see the Team Lily have got their approach all fine-tuned here so far. The opening aggression, though, coming through from Team Poki. Out of garage, out of the B doors as well at the same time to collapse. And so far, so good. They're going to keep committing those, and it's going to be very difficult to win against those rifles.
Big flank.
I guess B-Ness, it's just a Spectre, though. Oh, she just wishes it wasn't a Spectre. And we'll be forced to engage close range. Just a little bit better for that weapon. And we'll get caught out on the reload, though. And a lot of damage still. Opportunity for Box. Guns on the ground as well in this 1v2.
I kind of like this. Even Box, he does like a little with his stinger, because he wants to make noise to say, hey, I'm here. Rotate it over towards A, and I could upgrade to a better weapon on 2v1. So he picks up this Vandal, and he also has to run it back for the retake. So this is still very doable to see how effective Box was when they actually didn't have the ultimate ready on their side.
Yeah. It's going to be very interesting to see if Box can actually catch one of these players off guard. Got the wall here. That is going to force Box to announce presence. So no element of surprise now. That's gone. Here comes Run It Back. Needs a quick kill out of this. Can he find it, though? Oh, there's the teleport. Beautiful maneuver with Chamber. That is so annoying. Doesn't really leave Box with much opportunity or time here to work this round out. To go for it anyway. And there we go. Sakuno closes it down, but love the use of the rendezvous there.
I love how Chamber says, "Oh, good." I didn't know that title was in there. That's so awesome. But yeah, I think it's also totally fine that Box just went in, even though they were like really low on time, because it was a half buy that we got here for Team Poki. I like the idea of just pushing out towards the garage and also front B, just to try to disrupt Team Lily on this default that they always had towards front B side at the beginning. It turned out to a 2 versus 1, but they're still very healthy into another buy this round here.
Yeah, once again, it looks like we'll see the same kind of default out of Team Lily. You've got, again, pressure on mid, on A long, actually walking the spike down short A as well at the same time. And you can see that Shornik is going to make some presence here. We'll get tagged by the drone. So creating distraction. And that's the drone gone. That's a big piece of utility for information gone now for Team Poki.
Yeah, and only leaving B-Nans on her own. Almost had that.
Oh no. And that's it. They're in the site. They got the lockdown there to just guarantee post-plant positions. Wall comes in.
No ultimates to
this is so
cancel out the
painful.
ult. So you have to wait for this to finish, and then you're going to have to play the retake.
You are divided.
Recon Dart should be available for Pokey. There you go. It's on the top. It's going to ping out Ivani. It's only going to ping out, maybe... Actually, I didn't even see it ping out. Was it too high, Dan?
I'm not sure, but the Cosmic Divide is going to be used here as well, and it's just disgusting how strong this defensive setup is. I mean, they've invested for it. And that's... I mean, they didn't have to use the Cosmic Divide. They decided to. And it's just so difficult to deal with.
Very dangerous too, though, right? You saw from the way that Shonik was placed in that Cosmic Divide, so that he could actually have a Jiggle Peak angle going into spawn side, but it also kind of creates an opening if anybody's dropping up from heaven side. So thankfully, it didn't really happen. The drop that went in was like an off timing where Star Smitten, went down and then drop in the other side of the wall where Shauna could take advantage of that and get the kills. So 5-1 for Team Lily. I don't think this game is over yet, Dan, because technically on a map like this, on a map like Haven, when you're actually when you're able to play these type of defaults and you're punishing your opponents that are playing aggressively on defense, it turns out to be easier rounds here on the attacker side. So if Team Lily could get punished the same way, it could actually turn back into a very close game.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I am really enjoying what we're seeing here from Team Lily, but we've got a push coming on the A side of things from Team Pokey on the defense. Looking to collapse on what has been some A lobby pressure in previous rounds. There's nothing here, though. And there's that alarm bot. Lily goes for the face, swings wide, and Pokey is going to deal with that. And here comes Boxbox catching them as well with that garage push. The timing couldn't be better if only trades, but Pokey's already in position, and there's very little left here. But Shifter looking confident on the aim battles there in mid.
Yeah, Spike though.
That is a problem. You've got Sukuna who will have to work on that. But the wall is... Oh, that's a pretty tight wall. No vision. You have to break that one. Oh, the res coming through as well to add insult to injury. Shifter trying to punish, but can't find it in time. The updraft, gets the first one. 30 seconds. And the Blaze-Storm still activated. I can't believe he doesn't manage to find the kill on that one. Very unfortunate. Star Smitten as well around the corner.
Oh my God,
the
last
headshot.
bullet.
It's labored. Oh my God. That looks so doable.
All right, Dad, I need your help here. This is me with my 3 languages, right? Because I speak French, English, and Vietnamese, and I never knew this term. So it's adding insult to injury. I always thought it was just adding salt to injury. Because you know when you have an injury, let's say you have a knife wound and it's open, right? So if you add salt, it burns. So I thought because of that, it's like, oh, let me add salt into your injury and not adding insult to injury.
Wasn't it salt to the wounds?
Is that also another expression?
Yeah. Wait, am I just dropping British things in?
No, I think it's more me. I think it's more me.
Yeah,
I'm trying to help you explain it to me. Nonetheless, though, here comes the attacker side. Quick push from Team Lily into the C site, and they open it up off the Brimstone ult too.
5 versus 2. Looking fantastic here for Team Lily. That'll make things, I was going to say easier, but Ivani with that res ready to go. Picks one up again. So still the 2v4 here for Binans and Pokey coming on through. Again, these walls have been very annoying in the post plant. The element of surprise is usually all you have to work with, but here it's not even going to be operating in favor of Binans and Pokey as they make their way forwards. Both positions known at this point, and everything's held. It's just going to come down to hitting those shots, and Ivani is going to be quicker to it. So that's Pokey down. And now that leaves just Binaz. Binaz not able to find anything. So another great conversion from Team Lily. They look so organized.
Yeah. I was calling the orbital strike too that I thought was going to be really good on the defender side to hold things back from Team Lily and not allow them to get into sight. Hey, Dan, what is that?
It's a dragon.
Yeah, but nonetheless, I think that the dash in coming in from the blaze wall right after for Shifter to clear out the site as well. Like 3 kills, huge right now there for the attacker side to really catch Team Poke off guard. We talk about a lot of like shifting gears, Dan, when we're looking at the ways that you could play the attacker side, because a lot of these rounds for Team Lily has been a lot of defaults, and then suddenly you're just going for an all-out push and it catches your opponent off guards, and now we're doing the same thing on the defense, so Sykkuno gets the first kill onto Box.
Now Spike is down in the forward position to fight over it. They line up for Ivoni. She'll have that every day. So those ones feel good. And that's a 4v2 as well. So the whole team is feeling good here as Team Lily make their way up C-Long. And Spike plant will be guaranteed at this point. Shonik already covering Garage. So not really too much in the way of opportunities here for Binans and Pokey again.
Yeah, Dan, my prediction of Team Lily has been looking pretty good so far. But again, I don't think this game is over yet, but it's looking really clean on how fast Team Lily are able to get the execution, to get these rounds, but also understanding when Team Poke are on these half buys, low buys, that they're always very, very aggressive. And it was actually read upon and readied up there by Sykkuno towards the long C side. So 7-2 scoreline is what we see. And by the way, I also want to give a quick shout out to chat. So it was definitely 2 different expressions, and I kind of like mixed them all in together.
So that was very funny.
You're right, Dan.
I was quite confused by that. Yeah.
Listen, Dan, I spend too much of my time watching movies and playing video games, and I don't read books, so I don't know any of the expressions. I'm trying to catch up on animes too, man. Like I'm 37. I have a little time left, and lots of movies, lots of movies and animes to watch and catch up to.
All right. Well, there's quite a bit of catch up here for Team Pokey. 2-7 down at the moment, and looking for possibly some information. Star Smitten gets struck by Shonik, and that's a problem. That's a 5v4 early on here for Team Lily on the attack. Pokey, though, answers that towards the short position, and there's another frag there as well. That's crazy. Here's the footsteps on long. Pokey has it every day. All 4 kills, 1 player left. And maybe Pokey can find Sykkuno as well. Tour de Force out in hand. Sykkuno looking ready for this one. Opponents on all sides. Totally pinned in. This is not a good look whatsoever. But Sykkuno will try to find a way out. 40 seconds, and you can see just absolutely surrounded. Not giving any opportunity right now to Sykkuno. But Pokey is hungry for the ace. And here she comes, Sykkuno. It's going to be absolutely timed right from the back. Pokey's got herself the ace. Oh, it's a quad kill.
There's a V in there.
There's a V. It's close enough. It was essentially the ace.
It was still a very good hold in the end. I think right now we wanted to see something a little bit more out of Team Poke, especially on our defense so far, as, you know, any type of like ideas that they were trying to go for, shifting gears on the defense, that is, right? Trying to find information early, trying to go for any type of aggressive pushes. They've always been punished. So it's nice to see that it's paid off with an anchor hold that was actually an all-star play there from Pokimane. To have a 7-3 or 3-7 scoreline right now with 2 more rounds to go, this is still potential to close it up on a very close half in the end.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be interesting here because the approach is totally different from Team Lily as well. You know, they've given up the A lobby side of the map completely, going for a fast split on the C side of things, but have to get through Garage first. Firstly, unable to escape. Box with the trade, has no idea where next to look, and that's the C site now under control here for Team Lily. Hunter's Fury to try to delay, goes for the backside plant, but Lily able to escape there.
Even saw the Hunter's Fury that came out. So the spike is going to be just planted at a default spot. So this is actually a bad position here for Team Lily on the pulse plan, because you're stuck in a cubby. There's a flank coming in from long C, and you also have to wide swing when we eventually get into sight. So Sykkuno has to come up huge with this op, and he does.
That's a great start. Oh, 2 players in cubby, that's a problem. Binans doesn't even get a chance. Star Smitten charging forwards, confident. 3 players to go. It's going to be a tough one. Very convincing first kill, but time is of the essence, and there's nothing left. And another round here for Team Lily. Honestly, they're so impressive, I have to say, Alex.
Yeah, definitely. And we talked about it before, too, and just post plants utility. And to have actually Ivani being the one that's playing the off angle, right, on that double cubby, so that you could just make sure that Lily's the one that's going to stay alive, so you could run the Killjoy utility on pulse plan, really just securing the round based on time if you're losing players too. So I just love how they're applying like the layers into their attacking rounds here for Team Lily to potentially close into a 9-3 curse on the first half.
Yeah, and it's back to that A lobby control here again now for Team Lily. Just constantly switching things up, keeping Team Pokey guessing on that defense.
You're right.
Oh, gonna get spammed. There comes the spray through the smoke, but can't quite find the damage.
That's two.
Saltzman got tagged down very low though.
2 players so low too, because we had some sprays going on towards the C side earlier on too, and you now have Box down to about 45 HP as well.
Yep. We're having some jiggling around the garage position here from Team Pokey as well, so they're getting some information, and I would expect that they've worked. They've definitely worked out what's happening at this point. Already 2 players on that mid flank. There's a trap, I think.
They can hold it off here. There's just so much.
Oh, they got stuck in the slow. It's so unfortunate.
Can you imagine that? You saw all that? There was
Insane.
Nano Swarm's alarm bot on top of that too, Dan. They had so much to watch that flank. Sorry.
And just look at this massive rotation coming through as well. And this is just not going to be discovered in time.
30 seconds left.
So an open sight plan, a late lurk coming in from Sykkuno with the Yop. He's going to hear the rotates coming out from Sewers. Could potentially get this kill onto Star Smitten. And... Oh! Okay, at least gets the wall bang. At least gets the wall bang. Oh my god!
Sykkuno!
That was insane.
Oh man.
That was insane.
Yeah.
That's what we call the aim lab flick of the day, Dan, usually when we're casting these games.
Hell yeah, that was beautiful. Oh, the orbital strike coming in. I love that. From the last round, obviously, you got to burn it, and at least we get 1 kill out of it. All right, so it's going to be a 3-9 finish. The 3-9. Team Pokey, we know they're good on the attack.
Yes, I definitely do think that as well. And when we talked about these rounds where, you know, Box is able to get a lot out of the run it back, and with the type of composition that you have a Brimstone that has some thick smokes that last super long at 15 seconds. So you could actually, like, if you're actually trying to get into a site and you're slowly slowed down or denied by, let's say, Nano Swarms from Lily or from these trademarks left behind by Sykkuno, once those are broken out, you still have potentially enough smoke time to even get into a site, commit, and plant. So the comp is still really, really good here for Team Pokey on the attacker side, and it starts off with a knife round, much needed here for Team Pokey. So let's check out the comms.
Running up long. On Astra.
Got her.
Good job. There's
Alright.
a jet here.
150. Yeah.
2 CT. Too long.
Too long.
I'm zoning him off. I feel like we're playing football.
I agree.
I did 50 to chamber. Oh my,
Sykkuno's-
Nice.
Last player standing.
Oh god.
You could play
Oh
time.
god.
Oh. We didn't play time enough.
NT.
NT. Honestly, that started off well.
Yeah. Oh, this is gonna be so hard.
Dan, I love that snow globe knife. Just the clubbing that you get, right?
Yes, I love that was the weapon to get the final frag there. But you could also hear though, Team Pokey, this is going to be so hard. You know, they know that this is such a difficult spot. 7-round deficit. It is a very difficult spot to be in.
And you could see the desperate measures, Dan. Because of that, they're like, we have to buy into this. So full armor across the board, a Marshall, 2 Sheriffs, a Spectre, and an Ares from Box. And they're just going to try to use the advantage of the distance of these Marshall to try to get this pick towards long, and it works out for that kill. Sykkuno falls.
Yeah, the Astra Star is there, though, so that could slow things down, but it's going to be a smoke there. And the slow orb comes in. Is it going to be enough here? Shifter looking to get the swing, and they're going to line up here. This is going to be a massive damage from Shifter. Somehow, those Starsmen able to bring it back and gets that backside control. Spike can now go down. Doesn't know how far away they are, though. So going for the bait. Trying to draw a player out. So they're going for the guaranteed plant, and it's going to be Lily to take the kill. And it's all on Pokey now. And they have no idea about the flank. They have no idea at all. Pokey knows the trigger discipline. Takes down the first and the second for the round. 4-10. Team Pokey. Not maybe all the way back just yet, but this is the way that they had to do it.
Yeah, you saw that coming from miles away when you already saw the positioning from Pokimane on that flank. And you mentioned it, Dan. It was a great way to actually salvage and try to start and announce this comeback because that allows for you to get a little bit more rifles coming into the round because some of them only got Sheriffs, right? So 2 players only got Sheriffs on that previous round. You have an Eco round coming in for Team Lily. So you have a chance to build up this Econ into the next few rounds. But looking at it from the defender's side, it's kind of like a half buy, a mixture. Sykkuno does have full armor, but with a judge. So Shotty needs to break this. There you go. Trying to bait it out because he only had a shorty. Oh, no. Yeah, that's it. Oh, it doesn't ping him. Does it not ping him?
Nope. I'm confused. There didn't look any pings?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. That is a ping though from Shifter with the Sheriff finding the head of Box. And more comes on through as well with the Sheriff. Shifter pulls out the knives. It's not over just yet. There's more frags to be had here as they go for the challenge. Pokey puts an end to that.
I had enough is probably what she said.
Okay. It's a 2 versus 4 though. And here comes... there's more. There's more. Oh god, the Shorty's coming through the shorty.
Oh my god, Foosley. Yeah, I thought she was going to walk into that.
Oh, they both avoid the deadly timing of getting absolutely wrecked by that smoke. But oh no, you can't avoid it. Pokey has to do it all.
She's going to have to clutch again. Is this going to be another Katamina situation in this series where now this is Pokimane? If she wins this one, that's a second clutch in a row.
Oh, she got the pings as well. That's actually really helpful. She got the 3rd ping. She's going to have a good idea as to where Lily is. Just charges it down. Does she go to another site? She doesn't have any time to do so. Sticking it. And that's going to be Avani straight in the back there. And that's going to be the round saved for Team Lily. And oof, that is difficult. Didn't get the spike money for the team. And
correct.
They just won a round. So they've got nothing in the bank.
Well, they got some Vandals, though, because they ecoed on that second round, right?
Of course, you're
But the
right,
money's like going to be broken all across the board, so it is going to be weird. You're going to have to go with a couple of hero buys here. Same thing here for Team Lily. They have full rifles keeping out that judge in the end, but yeah, definitely Shifter. Oh, man, sorry, chat. Shifter shifted that round, definitely with just the Sheriff there into the first kills. Really slowed things down on a split that Team Pokey were trying to do there on the attack.
Oh, but Shornik's going aggressive down mid. They have no idea about this. Moving forward, Shifter gets a pick over the top of the wall on garage doors. And in the mid window, Shornik goes. And I don't think they have a sense of this. Well, it looks like the only person that's actually on this angle is Star Smith with the Sheriff.
Oh. Wow, was that through smoke? That was through smoke.
There's the peak. Shornik, he's spotted the spike. He knows where all of them are. Team Pokey's trapped.
They've done so good here for Team Lily these last 2 rounds of just pushing and taking advantage of mid where Team Pokey's not doing it. So if somehow Team Pokey survives this round, Dan, they're going to have to think about that in the future rounds and potentially winning here as Pokimane is still alive. We can get a recon dart back at the site. Because if not, Sykkuno is going to be in a tough spot again with the judge in the corner.
Getting pings, yeah. Oh, there's the TP coming on through, but as he's spotted, might still go down to the Hunter's Fury. Doesn't find it. Sykkuno goes down to Box. They found a way in. Ice coming out. Oh, no, but the turrets. And Lily in place to deal with that. And that's a spike lost beyond the smoke.
And 13 seconds.
The Pokey's going to have to go for it, but there's no time for this one. They could just try to play time. Lily, she's going to try to just ring around the Rosie on this one.
Oh my.
Finds Pokey. And that's going to be the round for Team Lily. 12-4. 1 more to go.
Match point.
That was so close. That was so close for Pokimane to actually win that clutch. And now I've noticed it here, Dan. Maybe it's because when Chamber has that gold vest on, ready to go for a teleport with a rendezvous, then it doesn't really show on the UI from the observer's mode that he actually gets pinged out. It feels like he did because those are 2 great Hunter's Fury pings that came out there from Pokey on the attack that almost got that kill there onto Sykkuno. So
and it looks like a heavy lean towards A.
Desperate
right
measures,
now.
definitely.
3 Vandals at least for Team Pokey to try to get something going in this round, but there's so much utility in these positions around short.
It's a turret. Yeah, turret to, oh no.
Lockdown as well. They might be able to just push this. They're going to straight push it, and they're going to be successful. Lockdown goes down, as do the 2 defenders. The Brimstone Orbital Strike will lock out any retake attempts. And we're going to have Fusely and Pokey actually fighting Spawn.
They're still pushing. I like this
so
now.
much delay.
Yeah, I definitely like these delays now, Dan. This is looking pretty good at least to hold out spawn side.
They're in a pretty good spot. Pokey very close to this angle, so be very careful. It is somewhat of an off angle. You don't expect it, and it will pay off this time around. Everyone going down on the retake for Team Lily. And Team Pokey, 5-12. It's a long road, but that was a very convincing look.
And that was off like a lot of these ultimates, actually, Dan, right? So we had the Brimstone Orbital Strike that went towards the spawn side, plus the run it back. And that just off one single leer to actually disrupt the whole hold, double hold on the sewer side from Lily. And I think it was Shonik that was with her. And that really just nullified that lockdown where Lily saw that coming after the turret spotted somebody towards sewers. So a little bit of trade-off in terms of utility, in terms of ults that paid off for Team Pokey. And this also forces Team Lily into a half by this round. So moment of salvation, silver lining, still an opportunity to come back into this game and bring it to overtime for Team Pokey. As understanding how, you know, we're getting really close to losing this match, we're playing it very, very cautiously this round because we don't have those ultimates to explode with her, Dan. So very slow defaults, and we're finally inching towards this A source, sorry.
Yeah, and I would like to see, you know, constant clearing of this Killjoy utility. Looks like they are going to commit towards the A site, and there is a lot of Killjoy utility here, and oh no, not a corner checked, and that's Lily with the kill. There is another player on that angle, but no, it looks like everyone's going to come through from long, and they can't walk out here. They can't keep going, and there's a flank coming as well through mid. It's all falling apart. There's 40 seconds to get this spike planted.
They forced the res already. Oh, but the flank's gone, Dan. They can rotate back towards the A side. Lily has to come up huge again.
Yeah, she's just found a hole. She's found a hole in this one, and she's still going to get taken out by Pokey. However, Star Smitten looking to get into the B site will get stopped by Shifter. Can they go to B? Do they have to go to C now? There's so many questions. Having to make all of these adjustments last second. And there's, speaking of seconds, there's almost none left here to get this spike planted in this 2v3.
Running through the alphabet of spike plants now, and it's finally going to be towards the C site. Oh my god, that was huge!
Spinaz left 1 versus 3, takes down 1, 2 more to go. Both back site, is she able to find the finish? Where is the last player? Sonic in from the long position. Very unfortunate for B-Dance. And there you have it, fans. 13-5, Team Lily, they've done it.
I'm glad you made me switch my predictions, Dan. Going with my girl, Team Lily. And that was actually, we were talking about Team Lily, but it's also Team Lily that had the most impactful kills in that round for them to win that last kill. The last round, sorry. That kill onto Fusely into sewers, and also getting a second spray onto the long A side to drop another player down, forcing the ult out at the time. That was actually huge right there to actually like slow down any type of like aggressive push coming out for Team Pokey in the end. So very, very well done. We thought that it was going to go back and forth, but once we hit that second half, Dan, that's where we saw, again, a one-sided victory.
Yeah, Team Lily were really impressive in terms of just how well coordinated, how well organized they were. Their attacks looked really great, the way that they pressured, and they always had the right person covering the right position at the right time on their attack. When they were able to control things, I felt like they did a great job, and that's how they got that dominant half in the first place. So really impressed by these various looks that we're seeing so far from Team Lily. We saw Split and Haven looking pretty good.
Oh yeah, the map rotation or the map pool, at least for Team Lily, looks pretty deep so far. But I also do like, at least, even though it looked like a one-sided scoreline here, Dan, what I did like for Team Pokimane was how they were able to execute into sites when they actually had the ultimates. They did a very good job when it came down to that, but when it came down to not having ultimates and having to play slower defaults or trying to gather information early, they were losing a lot of grounds on the aggressive pushes from Shifter and his teammates pushing down towards the long B, or sorry, the mid B and also garage side. So maybe trying to use potentially a cipher into your composition to put the camera in the middle there to try to get some information, or to maybe leverage Pokemon's utility as that Sova for a recon dart or an owl drone to clear that out towards mid side to understand when the aggressive pushes are coming out here from the defender side of Team Lily. But overall, you definitely have to commend of how good and prepared Team Lily looks into this tournament. Maybe they're the ones that look pretty practiced.
Yeah, it does feel that way. I mean, again, looks really organized, and it's good to see a team that does look like that, because it's replicable. It's something that you can bring to just every single map, and so far we've seen that be the case. And it means that you're setting up your players in the right ways as well, generally speaking. And that is the kind of feeling that I get from what we're seeing from Team Lily so far. I really love the pressure that we see on the attacking side in particular, because we, as mentioned, you know, Shifter and Shawnick are both pressing at least two sides of the map at once.
Yep.
And they're both pretty good at winning those opening kills. And if not, able to at least create that pressure. And they work really well off of it in the mid-round core.
Yep.
So that's the thing I'm enjoying the most about Team Lily and their success.
Oh yeah, it's looking to be potentially Team Lily a favorite to go into the grand finals of tomorrow. So far, at least, they make out of this group what 2-0 at least when we're looking at all these games that we've casted from Team Lily. So it's looking pretty damn good to start things off here into that second day, where they can make another appearance into the grand finals tomorrow. Where last time they faced off against Team Toast, and when we look at Team Toast, for example, Dan, we saw the opposite day pretty much.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's completely correct. And, you know, it's been interesting to see the form of everyone. We were talking about that at the start of the day, you know, how is everyone going to be
Oh, is that how it
what
happened?
Compositions we're going to see.
Yeah.
And, oh, you're just checking out replay?
Yeah, I just noticed that knife round where it looked so good for Team Pokemon off that plant, Shifter actually jumped from the window side and then just floated down and just knifed everybody in the back for 3. I didn't even notice that.
Yeah,
that was crazy.
Yeah, it's pretty dope. We've been blessed with some pretty sick knife rounds,
Oh
to
yeah.
be honest.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
They've been
We've
fun.
had a good time with those.
They've been fun. They've always been fun. I actually, like I said, I think every time I finish doing these tournaments so far, this is our second one here, Dan, that we've done together with Offline TV, but my cheeks always hurt. So like they always make me smile, like wide grins from the trash talk into like these crazy plays that they're currently doing as well. I just like how wholesome all of this is. So it's been pretty fun for that. And speaking about trying to be wholesome for everybody too, is also to check out the bottom here, as we got at the bottom of the screen, to do the exclamation point donate if you can, because of course the Offline TV, it's written right there. It's a charity event that we're also doing for the weekend, where we actually do have a way to donate into the Thankmas way to actually try to donate and create some shelters right now for those who need it the most. So we hope that you could support us in that. If not, hopefully at least do some retweets, do some support, give some support for those that could actually donate, so we could donate to a greater cause.
Very well said, Alex. And with that said, it is time actually now to jump over to Rachel with the interview.
Let's go.
Hey guys, thanks so much. Lily, congratulations on 2 incredible games today. Very nice job with your team altogether.
Thank you.
So when I talked to Sakuno before the first match that your team played, he was saying, well, Lily, he was calling you out. He said that you didn't show up for practice, that the team wasn't going to do good. Was it all an act?
Oh shit! Can anyone hear me? Hold on.
Oh, let's find out, because they want to hear you.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me?
Hello.
Okay, can you hear me now?
I can hear you great. Can chat hear you?
We can hear you, Lily. Fear not.
Okay, thank God. What was I
thank
gonna
goodness.
say? Oh yeah, I'm in the middle of moving out, so I didn't get I packed my computer and I couldn't join them for screens. And then Sakuno told me, yeah, we're kind of screwed. We haven't gotten higher than like 613 in any of our games. And I'm like, oh, okay. So truth be told, I had 0 expectations today.
That might have been the secret sauce coming into this then. And might I say, an excellent excuse to not have access to your computer. That makes sense. But it turned out your team really pulled together. You picked up 2 huge wins today. And I was asking you before this interview, was there anyone in the match you really wanted to shout out and talk about? And you said every one of your teammates did something good. So I figure Lily, let's do this like yearbook style. Can you give me like superlatives for each of your teammates, like which they did best, each of them?
Well, Danny and Sean were just popping off. They're telling us what to do. We're like sheep. They're herding sheep. So that was good. Sekuno, I was kind of scared he would like try to knife everyone and stuff. But you know what? He's doing it. He's doing it. Yvonne,
He did knife everyone, yeah, but it worked out great.
yeah, and Yvonne, wow, has she been practicing? Cause she surprised me too. I'm like, wow, she's doing it too. Wow, great job, everyone. Really nice work. 10 out of 10.
I mean, spoken like a true team leader that you're able to look around and pass out these compliments. Spend your time not only crushing in-game yourself, putting up some very impressive plays, but noticing what they contributed as well. So, Lily, a fantastic team leader, someone well set up for potentially heading into the finals tomorrow. What are you going to do tonight to make sure you guys win tomorrow?
Maybe drink.
Nice. Yeah, find that center, chill out, enjoy yourself, but... Lily, you got a lot of fans in chat. They love seeing you, and they love hearing your voice. So anything else you want to say to everybody watching?
I parasocially love you guys too.
Right on. Well, thank you so much, Lily, for coming on for the interview. We've got more from you and your team tomorrow, so I hope you do rest up, chill, have a drink, whatever it takes. But I'm going to let you go here, and I'm going to bring DDK and Van Silly back in for one final chat before we wrap up the day.
Okay, very poggers. Goodbye.
Hey, guys.
Very poggers.
It's so good to talk, and especially when we're all in the same Discord channel. So get on up there. Yeah, what's going on, guys? Hey.
Chilling. Such a fun interview, actually, to see how wholesome it is once again, as we were just mentioning before the interviews. And looks like I'm pretty much around the same page as Lily. I'm ready to go and just drink,
I mean, if anyone has earned it today, it's definitely Team Lily Pichu. They put up numbers, they put in a lot of work, and well, they deserve to kick back a little bit.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Well, we're talking about the work they did, but why don't we take a quick look at the standings and see just what that work manifested in. I think it's a big 2-0 for Team Lily Pichu and Team Scarra, both of them sitting at the top of the leaderboard. Team Jojo, though, what happened there, DDK?
I have no idea, Rachel.
No, explain for them, DDK, what happened? I'm just kidding.
Well, Team Scar are good, and Team Lily better. I think it's as simple as that. But in all seriousness, it's been really interesting. I think for me, today has showed just which teams not necessarily have better individuals, but just better and more correct dynamics on a team. Because when we've been seeing Scarra and Team Lily, like both teams obviously play quite differently, but their success is coming from the fact that everyone's doing the right things together, and you're not having the team be too one-sided in any which way. So I think that cohesion's been working really well for Team Scarra and Team Lily, and that's why they've been doing so well.
Yeah. And I think when you're having players that are in their element and are happy to play a main agent, but it also helps out into a team composition, also is actually quite nice to have a look at, right? Because this makes me think, Dan, when we're looking at all these like young crack aimers or these ranked demons that are always like insta-locking duelists at like the Radiant level, but they never really get picked up by a team, it's because you're missing that cohesion as well. Sometimes the duelists do a great job, but then who's your clutcher, right? Like, if you're looking, for example, Katamina was like that main clutcher going in for like 5 clutches in a row or something like that at some point. So you're definitely going to need to add a little bit more layers into how you're going to play these games, and which is why we're seeing. And unfortunately, it wasn't all about the frags. It was all how it works as a team, as a cohesive unit.
Well, everyone here today played against about half their matches, so tomorrow we're going to play another 5 where they get to settle the score, figure out who rises to the top, and who is going on to our best of 1 very intense final, where it's all on the line. And what is on the line?
Money. Charity.
Money.
Money for charity. Money for charity, right? So I think that's again always a good cause going forward to do the Thankmas stuff with the charity. So I'm looking forward to see how it goes out and how it finishes towards the end. I like how just day 1 we've already made very close to like $8,000 on a very quick day. Actually, I think I had a lot of fun. That the time just flew by with you guys.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the games were fantastic. Your commentary was excellent. DDK, why don't you start us off as we wrap up the day? Anything you're looking forward to tomorrow, and where we can find you in the meantime?
Yeah. Tomorrow, I'm just looking forward to more of this. We get this again, but plus an extra bonus game, which is going to be the grand final. So I'm looking forward to seeing sort of the storylines between each of the teams. As you know, we check in with them. That's been a lot of fun throughout today. I'm also looking to see if we, what new storylines we get in terms of the plays and the clutches, the moments that we get. For example, we had that buying game with Katamina where we had this huge story now. She'll always have that story behind her in this tournament, and that's a beautiful thing. And I'm sure we'll get more stuff like that tomorrow. So that's what I'm looking forward to.
Nice, Vincent.
On my end is today we were able to witness some great stories of the underdogs, right? We saw like the underdogs play very well, the underdogs on top currently on the scoreboard. What I want to see tomorrow is now the top dogs who we expect to make it to their grand finals to come back into the game. So to see Team Jojo potentially come back on a 2-2 just to make things harder for admins, for Daphne and for Amanda to be like, oh no, we're going to have to go into like a quadruple tiebreaker and have to try to figure out our math to see who's going to move on to the top two, and then we're gonna have to fill in the air for like 3 hours. I think this is what I'm most looking forward to tomorrow.
just the most crazy round robin ending scenario possible, right? You would. You know what? I'm on board.
Always down for fun.
I agree with both of you. I've loved the matches today. I'm so excited that we get even more of them tomorrow. And Dan, you called out what I was gonna say. I want to see Katamina just flip this whole round robin bracket on its head, go all the way to the finals. She was amazing, but a lot of amazing plays here today. Gentlemen, we'll be rejoining with you tomorrow. Van Silly, DDK, I've been your host, Seltzer. We have an amazing production team back here, and of course all the wonderful folks at Offline TV who are putting this on to raise money for a very important charity, which is Thankmas. The Tiltify link is going to stay active all night long, so if you happen to find your credit card after the show wraps up in a few minutes, you can still donate. It's still going to be a great cause, and we will see you tomorrow at 1 p.m. Pacific. So until then, have a great night.
Ma, get the credit card!
Ma!